I think it's time to blow this scene, get everybody in the stuff together. Going live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Boys, girls, and NBs. It's a wonderful day. Okay, 3, 2, 1, blammo. Fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Soy Boy Bebop, baby. That's right. That was another Boomer production. That was another Blammo production. Okay, Boomer production. I'm Hasan Piker. This is the Hasanabi broadcast, folks, and we are live and alive from Los Angeles, California, under the protectorate of gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom. 69 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California on Veterans Day. It's 11/11. Make a wish. That's right. It is Monday, November 11, 2024, 11:23 a.m. and I am right on time, maybe a little bit late, and I apologize, but fear not. I have some good reasons for it. This is a part of the broadcast where I tell you what those reasons are. I'm not sure what the kids are up to, but I do know one thing. Laws or threats made by the dominant socioeconomic ethnic group of a given nation. If it's a promise of violence that's enacted, the police are basically an occupying army. You know what I mean? Who wants to make some bacon? Okay, calm down, man. Lady Lilith, we just started. The stream just started. It's Monday. Okay, there's something wrong with this. There's something going on, man. Up. I just get that mute. I just get hit with that freaking mute, dude. Help. Security election for Trump. Hogwatch, Libwatch. Most community mag, yeah. We're gonna be doing some Lebanon today. And by that I don't mean Lebanon, I mean Lib Anonymous. We're gonna be doing blue QAnon basically. My favorite Latam international law nerd is a Hasanabi head. %73% of Twitch users are under 34 years old. 41% are under 24. Hasan the Hunt is the most watched left-wing streamer there with 2 million followers. Watch him lose his mind for 20 minutes as he sees Democrats frame Harris's defeat as the result of pandering to woke youngsters with identity politics instead of tacking to the center. Think of this video next time somebody tells you the U.S. youth is fallen prey to a woke mind virus. No, you fools. They want higher wages, a home of their own, and money in their wallets at the end of the month. Wait, is this a... Anyway, brutal... Oh, this is actually my video. Oh, thank God. Usually what they end up doing, what most people end up doing is post from the Hasanabi Clips Industrial Complex, but that's fire. Alonso Gourmendi. That's sick. I officially applied to law school today, inspired by you and a desire to overturn future elections. Let's go, baby. We're going to stop the steal and we're going to start the steal in the future. Okay. Don't ever forget that. No, there's a lot of Hasanabi heads out there, man. And like, there's Hasanabi heads everywhere for those with eyes to see, if you know what I mean. It's a real like Fight Club Tyler Durden style situation in the most unique places. But yeah. How do you feel about conspiracy theories popping up about Starlink being involved in U.S. elections? Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do the liberal. It's not left-wing conspiracies, like liberal conspiracies. Anyway, very sick today. Thanks for being here while I fly whatever the fuck I have. Hopefully you'll be all right. So what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, personal news wise, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Why am I late by like 10 minutes? Well, let me tell you. Okay, a lot has happened. Okay, number one, ladies and gentlemen, why am I late? Because last night I ended the broadcast and went to my grandmother's house. That's right. And I saw Uncle Jank there. And Uncle Jank confirmed to me that we are all delusional on the left, but it's fine. But it's all good, baby. He's doing hostile interviews, hostile environments. He's going in and he's taking it up to them. He has a method to his madness. We didn't actually end up talking about crime at all. It was more so focused on how annoyed we are with the Democratic Party and things like that. But did he confirm it was you he was mocking? No, he didn't have me in his mind. Okay, what is this? This is election day interest by subregion. That's crazy. Can you congratulate the Detroit Lions on being 8-1? Thank you, boss. Hell yeah. Let's go, baby. Listen, I already gave the prediction. Most aggressive team in the NFL, baby. Let's go. Anyway. AOC asked why people voted for her and Trump, and these were her responses. Yeah, I mean, people are probably trolling, but that's still pretty funny. All right. Can you say Chiefs are a fraudulent 9-0 team? Chiefs are a fraudulent 9-0 team. There you go. In my first year of Harvard Law, you'd be surprised at the amount of Hasanabi heads here. It's not that surprising. What was I gonna friggin' say? Thank you for uploading the gaming channel. I was having to play Moo videos during my workouts. Yeah, you got it. So what was I gonna say? Yeah, so last night I was hanging out with my family. That was great. Hanging out with my fam, wonderful time. Came back home, passed the freak out, woke up early, worked the freak out, worked out as always. Still, I'm on the. Are you gonna debate Sargon of Akkad on the 25th? What? Sargon of Akkad? What a blast from the past. No. Why would I debate Sargon of Akkad, dude? 2016 is so back that we got Sargon of Akkad fans. Oh, might be. Where did this even come from? Is he just like lying and saying he's like wish casting? I'm going to be debating Hasan Piker. Is that what it is? Can you confirm when is going to be the Dr. Mind collab? 19th, baby. I thought it was a possibility. No, that was never a possibility. Feudalism I think you versus Sargon could break the internet. Feudalism versus socialism. Think about it. Okay, I'm so close to banning you, dude. You like break the internet. Yeah, I don't think that's happening, big dog. Not with Sargon of Akkad in 2024, okay? That's so funny. This guy said that, yeah, let's debate feudalism versus socialism in 2024 with Sargon of Akkad. That'll surely break the internet. My man is trapped in a fucking vacuum. Congrats on your engagement. To what? What? He's trapped in a prison of his own mind over here, thinking that it's like fucking Super 2016. This chatter has been going into various streams asking this question. Maybe it's Sargon of Akkad. For a source of info on the left, you were mentioned a couple times. Oh, where left followers get their news. Arizona, Majority Report, Hasanabi VOD, mostly streams, to be honest. Democracy Now! In general. 90% of my news comes from listening to podcasts, Pod Save America, More Perfect Union, Democracy Now!, The Intercept, CNN, Leftist Swing State Voter, New York Times, TikTok, Carolina Forward, podcasts like The Amendment, Destiny, David Pacman. Ew. John Stewart, reports in Gaza and mainstream critical sources, ProPublica, The Intercept, David Pacman, Majority Report, Pod Save Daily, The Daily, Emily, AP Reuters, Sharasayo. I use ground news and watch leftist creators like Hasanabi, Second Thought, FD Signifier, etc. The classic liberals are so back. This is in response to a bad empanada video. Hold on. Someone said, where are your thirst traps? And you're right. So I'm posting them right now. I'm literally posting my thirst trap. But yeah, we changed the split out. We changed the split out in my workouts. And for that reason, I've been doing squats and then fucking bench press. Like we've had like, I mean, it was a crazy day this morning. It was a crazy morning. I started off squatting. Okay. And then moved into, I started off squatting and then moved into bench press, barbell bench press. And then after that, we did just straight pull-ups. Okay. All the way, full stretch, straight pull-ups. But the problem is I still can't do more than 225 on my I still have a hard time hitting 6 consistently on 225, and that's really weak in my opinion. Like that's a tremendously weak regular flat bench press barbell. It really frustrates me. Now I'm obviously skinnier than 225 now, so maybe that's part of it, but why not just be happy with 225? Because for most of my life, including like 2 years ago, I could do 225 for 10 with ease. At my peak, like I think I look better now than I did at my peak, but I'm literally weaker. It sucks. It sucks. I don't like it. Overload the weight and resist it coming down. Get a Mark Bow slingshot and add more volume. No, I just need to eat more. That's honestly what it is. I just need to eat more and gain weight. It's not age. It's because I'm just a skinnier person overall. That's what it is. Like, I need to put more muscle mass on. What is this guy saying? This guy. Doors open. What the hell? Doors open. Okay. That's hardly surprising. Weight moves weight. Look at strongman. True. But like, I don't know. Yes and no. I'm gonna have Ofer Kasif on this week as well. He was terrorist supporter. Ofer Kasif should be permanently removed from the Israeli Knesset and deported to Syria. Not enough for 6 months, says Itamar Ben-Gvir. Our boy in the Israeli Knesset, Ofer Kasif, has now been removed from the Knesset for 6 months. They took him out. I will be having him on this week. I also will have Rashid Tlaib on this week. And we're going to be talking about advocacy for immigrants. What is this? Oh, I saw this, dude. This fucking loser. Jesus Christ. While I am white, I have black street cred. Put me on the streets of Compton and I could organize a ceasefire between the Bloods and the Crips within 24 hours. People just parade their mental illness on here is so funny. Dude, by the way, before people say, oh, he's joking, I'm not kidding. Like, I think he legitimately believes that. Okay. This guy is like, I think one of the most mentally ill people I've ever encountered online. And you know me, like, my job requires me to talk to some of the most insane people. Nick and Arthur glazed you earlier.
Hopefully.
What would you rather do? Would you rather be on the same team or would you rather have another bet?
I don't know. I think it's just same team on this one. There's other sports too that we can like make bets on if we wanted to.
Is that because you suck?
No, I'm pretty good. I just think it would be really fun to like actually just smash the other team, you know? Just completely destroy them, because if we're on the same team, that's what's gonna happen.
Bro, what happens if Hasan comes down there and like you see his aura and then like you fall in love with him and then you're like this whole thing?
You know what that is? What you just said? Delusion. That's delusion right there.
No, Nora, I know you strike me as a very loyal person, but let me tell you, when I saw Hasan in person, and I'm as straight as a stick.
Right, yeah. We know. Yeah.
I would get it. Like, I might fall for Hasan.
How much did you pay them to say that?
Whenever Nick and I, like after gym sessions, want to like, you know, eat and watch some Twitch, dude, we just turn on Hasan on the TV. We don't listen to him, we just watch him. We just watch him sit there and like move around a little bit, play with his necklaces and...
What if it's not her type though?
Oh, he's everybody's type.
What the fuck?
If
I feel like something changed where like men glaze me more than women. Like back in the day, it used to be women that were like, oh my God, Hasana's so hot. And now it's just like guys saying it. Thank you. Shouts out to Mr. Arthur. Shouts out to Nick Pollum. Let's go. Anyway, that makes me feel a little bit better about the fact that I can only do 225. Weak as heck. Totally a weak man. Okay. Let me tell you, I'm a weak man and I don't like it. You're too self-aware. You need to be nerfed. Brother, I deal with like the most insane people every day. Okay. I am auto nerfed by my job. Okay. Here's me hitting 225. The first 5 are like pretty easy. And then after that, I just gas out. I don't know why. Like I hit the 6 like, and it wasn't that hard. You know what I mean? Kitty purring. If you only pick one, hot or strong, which one would you pick? Probably hot. What? I also don't really. I'm getting too skinny, and I take no rest days. I have no like active rest days. I don't know how to do active recovery. Instead, I just exclusively I go hard. I go hard on my rest days. I do crazy cardio. Lifting heavy weight more times is not the same as lifting more. Maybe it's because 225 is heavy as fuck and it's super impressive. You can hit it 6 times. No, that's not a very impressive lift. If I could hit 225 for 15, I'd say that's impressive. But hitting 225 for 6 when I'm 224, I can't wait to hang out with Dr. Mike Israetel. He's going to teach me. He's going to teach me what the problem is. Maybe arching your back just a little more. I haven't. Yeah, no, I couldn't arch because I did squats before and my hip flexors were so tight. My hip flexors were so incredibly tight that it would have cramped up. But I'm deficit Daniel. Dr. Mike is going to change your life, Hasan. Trust. Yeah, he's going to give me steroids. I can't wait. Dr. Mike is going to tell you that your rest days aren't really rest days and you need to deload. Probably. Problem is lack of trend. Yeah. Yeah. I need some trenbolone pronto, dude. You could be gassed because of 2 compounds in the same day. I think so too. Yeah. Anyway, hip flexors are probably very tight from sitting all the time. I have the same problem. Yeah, no, that is the primary reason for why my hip flexors are tight all the time. But I've been able to combat that by, doing some stretches, things of that nature, so that I can avoid having larger issues. But let's do it. Let's blast off, ladies and gents, boys, girls, and MBs. Let's do it. Your legs are too unstable. Yeah. I know. All right. Does anyone have a blast off meme? Monday Newsday. Why are liberals claiming the election was stolen? Lib election conspiracies. Thank me for my service, Hasan. Yes, that's right. Happy Veterans Day. Lib election conspiracies. Trump cabinet demons. Hogwatch. And more. Thank me for my cervix. Thank you for your cervix. Anyway, do we have a blast off meme chat or no? There's a liberal Starlink conspiracy. It should be known that the house he lives is a multi-family unit, and it seems that people not affiliated with him do live there, just so people don't act the fuck up. Yeah. What is this? My body's attempting to get the best of me?
Joe Rogan of the left. Okay, well, you have people like Hasan. Well, no, that's not going to work because all Hasan does is shit on the Democratic Party. Y'all fucking hear yourselves? You know, for an ideology that's built first and foremost on its support for capitalism, liberals really seem to struggle to understand basic supply and demand. You don't think people have had this thought before that, oh, we need a left of center pipeline? Why do you think it fails time and time again? You want an ideological pipeline like the right has, and to a much lesser extent like the left has. The reason you can't have that is because liberalism as an ideology, especially right now, is incoherent. The contradictions of capitalism have never been more obvious, and yet the Democrats have made themselves the party of sticking to the institutions until the bitter end. What the hell? So when you're like, oh, the Democrats just need podcast bros and that'll fix everything, that is not a priori the problem. Like, the problem is not with the messaging, it's with the message. We live in a time of several crises and a deep desire for radical change, a complete upending of the situation, and Democrats' vision for the future was $50,000 in home loans. Do you understand what the fucking problem is? Like, the reason Hasan works is because he has an ideology that can point to you the reasons as to why things suck. Democrats are only ever going to cape for the systems and try to gaslight you into believing that things don't actually suck. This is not a communications problem. This is an ideology problem.
100%. Absolutely correct. No notes. Straight up. It's true. It's like you can't message your way out of this. You can't unleash a million Harry Hasans upon the land and get people on board if the top of the line message is not good. Those guys are party loyalists. They will communicate whatever you need them to. Okay, it's funny you watching this because I just got this on my TikTok. Yeah, I saw this one earlier. The thing is, unleashing a million Harry Hasans on the heartland is not going to change people's material conditions, their material circumstances. You have to make sure that the message, the top line message, is good. If the top line message is bad, then the Harry Hasans, the loyal soldiers of the Democratic Party, are unfortunately going to be pushing a shitty message. Majority Report, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Anyway, the other reason why I'm late is because I was talking to Wall Street Journal this morning. So, you know, like a lot of people are reeling from this massive L that the Democratic Party took, and in that process, they're basically trying to figure out, like, do we go back to the old ways? Do we go back to the old messaging? And many people at the top are saying, yes, please, let's just do the old thing. Okay? And the only method that they have, you are the personable coroner for the moment. The only method that they have is still going right. Is crazy. They only fucking do. They only know how to go right. So they're just trying to message their way out of this by being like, how about we do the same thing and we tack to the right and say, you know, we write out trans people completely. And it just feels like, it feels like it's making me lose my mind a little bit. Democrats are realizing woke is broke. Morning Joe crew reads entire Maureen Dowd column slamming identity politics. Kamala ran as a transnational gang prosecuting cop linked arm in arm with Liz Cheney. What campaign do these people watch? And it's like, I think one thing that hasn't been talked about, I guess, as much is perception. Okay? It's perception. Is the perception of the Democratic Party broadly defined by right-wing commentators? Yes. And right-wing commentators don't tackle the issue head on. They make up straw men to present you as, okay? They make up unhinged straw men. They say stuff like the Democratic Party is the party of like kitty litter in school classrooms. And in this current way where misinformation runs rampant, okay, and everyone is seeking out their own personal echo chambers and they don't give a shit about what the truth is, there are a shit ton of right-wing broadcasters that also echo that sentiment where they're like, yeah, you're right. The Democratic Party is the kitty litter party. So then they mistake that as the way people are, transphobic. We're too pro-trans. Like, they weren't even pro-trans at all. They never said anything about fucking trans people. The issue is, if you don't have any real material solutions to the problems that people are experiencing, they can basically write you as whatever the fuck they want to on the right, which is what they're doing. You know? They're doing that. They're doing that successfully because you are rudderless. You are constantly retriangulating to a marginally less bad version of the right party. If that's what you're doing, then yeah, you have no values. You have no firm commitments to anything, okay? You need to have you need to be a party that stands for something. If you're not, then yeah, people are going to just like make up shit about you and people are going to and people on the ground are going to believe it. Isn't one of the biggest problems that liberals refuse to identify what areas are actually right? They refuse to acknowledge the shift. Election must have been bad if your beard is going gray already. No, brother, I'm 33 years old. My beard has been growing. My beard has been going gray. Less than 2 weeks ago, this is another thing that I called, by the way. Less than 2 weeks ago, neocons were boasting that they had taken over the Democratic Party. This was the second time in this century this faction has wrecked a national coalition. Here it is, the bulwark.
But here was the thing about the cheering that I loved.
This is like supposed to be the center-right, never Trump Republican central. And look at the realization that they came to.
Speaking of Stonewall. But also, I think it's amazing when you get 75,000 presumably libs on the ellipse.
Didn't you call this out when a trans chatter was complaining that they weren't advocating for trans people? You warned them that when they lose, they would become transphobic? Yes.
And she's like, we're going to have the most lethal fighting force. And people are like, yeah. And she's like, and we're going to secure the border. And people are like, yeah. And I was just like, this is, and she's, we are going to be leaders in the world. And we're not going to let these guys push us around. And I was like, man, the world's really changed.
Did the neocons just take over the Democratic Party? Don't.
Look, he goes, don't even joke about that. Look. Don't
Man, the world's really
changed.
Loud.
Did the neocons just take over the Democratic Party?
Don't say that.
Yeah.
It's gross, but it's the truth. It's gross, but it's the fucking truth. And let me take it one step further. Months and months ago, I told you guys, like last year, a couple years prior, I told you that there was a limit to how much the way that the American public was going to perceive support for Ukraine in a positive manner. And this is not about the moral position, okay? I'm not making a moral position here. I'm not, because the morality of the situation is clear. Ukraine has a right to freedom. Ukraine has a right to defend itself from Russian invasion. But I told you for years at this point that people were going to look at the situation and go, what the fuck are we doing? Like, why are we just giving unlimited billions to Ukraine? Because Americans are deeply selfish. They see that as like straightforwardly a continuation of war, and not just about Ukraine, but Gaza as well. Okay? I told you that Americans were going to be like, dog, my egg prices are so fucking high. Why are you giving money to other people overseas? Okay? That's it. Donald Trump very successfully tailored himself by lying as the guy who was going to end that shit. And it's dumb. It's fucking dumb. Bro, you are delusional. Trump supports Israel. Do you think I don't know that? Are you fucking stupid? Are you dumb? That's not what this is about at all. We're talking about perception. Narrative is more important than truth, okay? That's it. We live in a post-facts world. We live in a post-truth world. Narrative trumps truth. Narrative trumps facts. And Donald Trump was able to, regardless of his track record on this issue, whether it be Israel or whether it be, continuing wars in general, okay, was able to successfully say to Americans, guess what? No new wars under my administration. I'm going to fucking end Ukraine. I'm going to end Gaza. Okay? And for a lot of Americans, they were like, I don't like war. Why are we giving so much money overseas? Fuck it. Now, is he actually going to do that? Fuck no. And I said that as well. Okay? So more censorship of misinformation. How do people get his attention? The video I sent earlier is perfect for this discussion. So more censorship for misinformation. I don't know how we solve this problem, especially because it's weird to come to me as a left voice who absolutely is targeted more than your favorite right-wing content creator. Okay? And the reason why I'm targeted is not because I'm secretly a reactionary or secretly have like anti-Semitic tendencies or anything like that. I am straightforwardly targeted because I speak out about our unconditional death spiral allegiance with the nation state of Israel. Okay? I promise you, there are very few right-wing content creators that get this actively hounded. Okay? And the reason for that is because of my opinions or my coverage, my consistent coverage on what is this? People are fighting under my tweet as we speak about how you support terrorism, Lamau. Exactly. So, like, the point is, for a lot of Americans who value themselves as like anti-war, who see themselves, no joke, your stalkers yesterday said they have 4 tech developers analyzing your streams chats for a free search, for free to search for anti-Semitism law. I know. It's fucking insane. And it's especially crazy because like there are people who come in here and say unhinged shit. And there are people who hate raid, you know what I mean? And we fucking ban them. It is so nutty that people are personally taking it upon themselves to do this kind of stuff. You know? Anyway. Leftists can factually list out Republicans' values, but the right has no fucking clue what leftists believe, and yet they control the narrative. Facts don't fucking matter. Yeah, I forgot where we were at with this conversation. But would you consider watching this as a fantastic video? Potentially. Yeah. Bad Empanada is like such a funny human being because he's so unhinged, like so utterly deranged, while also simultaneously so brilliant. Like, he has yelled at me for not being sufficiently pro-Palestine. He is the number one, like, troop exploder type guy. I think at some point that was literally his Twitter username. Like, if you were to see any number of different Twitter accounts that he has had and has been banned from, and the types of insane shit that he says, okay, you'd be like, this is very clearly a mentally deranged guy. But if you were to exclusively watch his, like, YouTube coverage, his very well thought out and very well sourced YouTube videos, you'd be like, wow, this guy is fucking brilliant. It is, I don't know. He is just so deranged, but also so knowledgeable. And I've always had this position on him, regardless of like our back and forth over time and our disagreements. It's just like, I just wish he wasn't so insane. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's an E-Up Lovely type person, exactly. But I mean, even crazier than that. Holy shit, I've only watched his YouTube content and I didn't know about derangement. Yeah, if you only watch his YouTube content and have no idea what kind of rabid psychopathic shit that he says on like every other social media platform, you'd be like, wow, what a brilliant guy. What a well-crafted YouTube essay that is well-sourced, well-crafted, has like pretty convincing arguments. And then you see the way he tweets and you're like, that is the most insane thing I've ever heard anyone say. Why would you ever say that? It's funny because, he's just like, you are a mentally deranged person. And he is. He really is. Burden of being Australian. I'm not going to give you any examples of this because I don't even know what his fucking accounts are right now. He's constantly getting banned. And I'll say this, he's constantly getting banned for good reason. Okay? Just watch his YouTube stuff. Just watch his YouTube content and leave it at that. That's the thing I'll say. He's the perfect foil for Drew Pavlovs of the world. He's fucking insane. Like, this is what I mean. Watching Bad Empanada and Drew Pavlov is like watching Tom and Jerry. Yeah, he is an insane person. He is actually an insane person. He hates Drew Pavlov, which is understandable. I mean, many people do. Anyway, we'll get to his stuff in a little bit. I've said it before, but I love that Drew Pavlov will never change the PFP because it was the thinnest he will ever be for the rest of time. Ooh. Ooh. Scathing remarks. Anyway, where did this Drew Pavlov guy come from? I think it's a Cypriot Greek who is like a right-wing attack dog against China and has been funded by like psychopathic billionaires in the past. He's just a cheap hatchet man for right liberal, American foreign policy positions. Like, that's it. That's his shtick. He's been arrested for making bomb threats to Chinese embassies. Yeah, he's fucking nuts, dude. Bad Empanada is Greek Australian too, by the way. Yeah. So what have we learned from this? Greek Australians, mentally unwell, but can be good or can be very bad. Oh, this is the best way to explain him. Yeah, Bad Empanada on YouTube versus Bad Empanada on Twitter. Yeah, this is how he is. Yes. Do watch that video. It's very good. Yeah, we'll watch that video later. So what is this?
If you're the Democrats, what are you going to do for the next 2 years? How do you regroup?
Therapy. We're all going to therapy.
I
don't know why.
Like, that's how you know, dude. That's the difference between fucking liberals who are incredibly wealthy and incredibly out of touch, okay, versus people who do care about what's going on. My immediate reaction to this massive defeat was, one, obviously the Democratic Party needs to fucking fix everything, and they suck. But more importantly than that was to immediately start trying to figure out ways to organize and defend one another, okay? Like, oh, we'll just go to therapy. Okay, you can't therapy your way out of your immediate family members being deported from this country. You can't therapy your way if the Trump administration is now saying they're going to start targeting people who pro-Palestinian voices with the Esther Project. You can't therapy your way out of the regulatory agencies getting further crippled and the fucking water supply that we already have, the natural water supply we already have that is already poisoned, getting extra poisoned. Like, there is no therapy that will protect people. Therapy is only good in this circumstance if it just like upsets you. If the Trump administration and his victory is just like hurt your feelings. Okay? Like, this is so, it's so different than just saying like, oh, I'm just going to go to therapy. I don't like that.
Why are we here? There's nothing. If you're a Democrat, all we can say is we hope that Susie decides that she's going to take a long vacation, that they hire some terrible people and make some mistakes to give us a chance, right?
Jokes like that stigmatize therapy. I mean, I'm not even talking about that right now. Like, therapy is good overall, but it's like, if your answer to this question is like, what are we going to do? If your answer to this question is like, oh, I'm going to go to therapy, I'm going to do a lot of therapy, you're a profoundly unserious person who does not recognize the legitimate damage, the material harm that a second Trump administration is going to cause now that he is like more overtly malicious as well. He's more vindictive. He has more sycophants around him, and he is ready to let it fucking rip. I think personally, if your answer to all of that is just therapy and not like, we have to organize, we have to make sure that we have more solid institutions that are outside of the scope of the immediate political party system. Like, there is no ACLU equivalent any longer. We need to ensure that there is some semblance of legal defense that we can mount towards all of the battles that we are going to have to take on to protect migrants, to protect trans people, to protect women, to protect women's right to have bodily autonomy, to women's right to get an abortion. Like, this all requires tremendous amount of political action, okay? And it's very frustrating that, like, your only response to this is like, oh, I feel bad. Like, is that the worst thing? Is that the worst aspect of Trump taking over the reins of this country? Yeah, if you're like a rich media personality, I guess. You know what I mean? If you're a rich media personality, yeah, it just like kind of makes you sad because the vision of a future that you wanted to design was destroyed once again, okay? You agree with the Democratic Party, you defend the Democratic Party, and that third way neoliberalism has been a disastrous failure. The people looked at that method, the people looked at that vision and said, fuck that, I don't want that shit at all. I'm ready to blow this up. So now your feelings are hurt. You're not thinking about the actual tangible material consequences of a second Trump administration. Okay? You're not. But the majority of people who make under 50K voted for Trump. I'm very familiar. Okay? I know. That goes back to precisely what I'm saying. In an environment where people's real lived experiences are not being addressed in an environment where people are fucking renters, in an environment where people don't have job security, don't get meaningful wages, like livable wages from a singular job. So now they have multiple fucking jobs. Now they have to do Uber on the side. Okay. They're mad. They're mad about the fucking future. They're angry. They're frustrated that no one is addressing their needs. At least just came to say you're an ass. You didn't help Kamala win and you have a huge audience clown. You are the reason many didn't vote or voted for Stein. I don't know why so many people in this chat that come into this chat to say stupid things like this, like, don't have even a little bit of restraint and are so their overall refusal to like recognize exactly what just took place is very stupid. Like, first and foremost, third-party votes collectively could not make up for the resounding defeat that Kamala Harris got in every single state. Okay? Just so you understand. So you're yelling at the wrong thing. You're not even right in this situation. Like, people used to say that about Bernie Sanders, or people used to say that about oh my God, my mom is texting me nonstop. Okay. Stop voter blaming. Stop blaming the voters. Start blaming the campaign. It is always the fault of the campaign. Okay? It's always the fault of the campaign. There is no world in which it's just the voters are too stupid to understand. Like, that's not how this works. You ran a bad campaign. Okay? You did not get people to go out and vote for you. You did not have a captivating message. Here, Ested says, let the replies to this thread serve as politics Twitter warning label, just loud and wrong. I've said this 100 times, but it's not the message, it's the messenger. That is not to say he can't win, he can, but the MSNBC-fication of National Democrats has blinded them to his problems. Dems cleared the field for an unpopular candidate. You do that when you do that, you get a hard election. He's talking about Biden here. This is May 14th, 2024, not having a primary. Okay? I confess I'm a little unclear on how MSNBC is the reason that the incumbent president didn't face a serious primary challenge. It's very hard to do. Lots of people could have if they wanted to. The last one didn't face one either. The best way to save democracy is to trust democracy, Marianne Williamson. No one clears a field for an incumbent president. That's not how it works. How did Dems clear the field? I'll add to the chorus, sadly, because y'all circled the wagons for your employer after that political piece. Hard to take the heart where you're saying today we found out Haberman was one of the stenographers, yada, yada, yada. MSNBCification. That's rich coming from someone who works at a proto-fascist rag, aka the New York Times, that has failed democracy in the moment. Donald Trump descended in the escalator, Christo-fascist, yada, yada, yada. Like, you and your refusal to recognize the inability, or to recognize the Democratic Party's lack of interest. It was both the message and the messenger. Yes, you are right. Ested is wrong on saying it's not the message, it's the messenger. I will say that. Anyway, it is very frustrating. People go, you did not help Kamala win. I cannot outflank the campaign. I am incapable, just like every door knocker is incapable of outflanking multiple millions of dollars of messaging coming from the campaign. Okay? That's the issue. There is no, like, think about it this way, dumbass. If that's how this worked, Taylor Swift would have literally captured the attention of every white woman on the planet and got them to vote illegally for Kamala Harris. That's not how this works. It's so stupid. You think I got more motion than Taylor Swift? You think I got more motion than Beyonce? You think I got more motion than every fucking celebrity that endorsed Kamala Harris? Like, what planet are you living on? That's not how that works, man. That's not how this works. You're a fucking idiot. You're the reason why the Democrats lose all the time, because you're a docile little pig, okay? You're a servile, docile little pig, okay? You just squirm around in your filth every fucking day and eat the slop that is served to you by liberal media. Not a single interest in your mind in trying to analyze things, in looking for an alternative reason. No, I'm just going to be angry all the time and get mad at the fucking voters, even though it is a demonstrable failure of an outreach strategy. And then, not only that, I'm going to go and yell at the one guy who was ringing the fucking alarm bells the entire time. I did not want Donald Trump to win because I understand the danger he presents. Why don't the Democratic Party? Why doesn't the Democratic Party? Because if they truly understood the real dangers that Donald Trump represented to American democracy or America's future in general, okay, then they should have run a better fucking campaign instead of hugging and kissing Liz Cheney, who everyone understood, including but not limited to people in the circle, in the inner circles that were like, why are you doing this? Stop doing this, please. And now, you know, this is the situation we have to fucking deal with.
Right now, they have everything. They got the Supreme Court, they got the Electoral College, they got the House, they got the Senate, they got the popular vote, and we're just sitting here with the dunce cap on. This time last week, we thought we were the smartest people in the world. We thought Donald Trump was an idiot. We thought his campaign made no sense, and it turned out they were smarter than us. And we don't have anything to say. You know, I can sit here and pretend I know something. Here's what I know. Everybody I know is miserable. Everybody's on these Zoom calls. Nobody's got any good ideas, and it's going to take us a while to figure this out. I'm not good at coming in here and faking and pretending no, we got whooped.
Man, you're gonna go to the spa. You need a massage and a cucumber water, buddy.
I agree. And a cookie.
Cookie.
That's right.
All right.
Great stuff, man. Great stuff. Anyway, let's get to it.
We turn now.
Trump is going to meet with Biden now. We'll see what the fuck that's going to be about, you know?
Now to the latest on the Trump transition. The president-elect is set to meet with President Biden later this week as he focuses on selecting his White House team. Rachel Scott is in West Palm Beach, Florida. And Rachel, the president-elect just nominated a new member of his cabinet overnight.
Exactly, Rebecca. Good morning to you. We just learned moments ago that Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, a top Republican in House leadership, has accepted a role from President-elect Donald Trump to serve as his ambassador to the United Nations. It comes as the president-elect also reveals another key role in his administration, border czar. Overnight, President-elect Donald Trump vowing to crack down on illegal immigration, taking to Truth Social to announce former Immigration and Customs Enforcement Director Tom Homan will serve as border czar. Homan recently spoke at the Republican National Convention, delivering this message to undocumented immigrants.
You better start packing now. You're damn right. Because you're going home.
Homan said Trump will carry out mass deportations of the estimated 12 million undocumented immigrants with a, quote, well-targeted planned operation led by ICE. During Homan's time leading ICE during the first Trump administration, thousands of migrant children were separated from their parents. He was recently asked on 60 Minutes if there's a way to carry out mass deportations without separating families.
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
President-elect Trump still hunkered down at Mar-a-Lago, meeting with his advisors, preparing to announce other key positions, ruling out roles for two Republicans who served in his first administration, writing, I will not be inviting former Ambassador Nikki Haley or former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo to join the Trump administration, which is currently in formation. One person who could be influential in the next administration, Elon Musk. Sources tell ABC News that Musk was at Mar-a-Lago, listening in as the president-elect took a congratulations call from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. At one point, Trump even handing Musk the phone to speak to Zelensky himself. While Trump has promised to end the war between Russia and Ukraine in 24 hours, he hasn't elaborated on how. The president-elect preparing to travel to Washington to meet President Biden in the Oval Office this week. Biden set to make the case for the U.S. not to walk away from supporting additional aid to Ukraine, something Republicans have been skeptical of.
The president will have the chance to explain to President Trump how he sees things, where they stand, and talk to President Trump about how President Trump is thinking about taking on these issues when he takes office.
Trump will be strengthened by a Republican.
It's called military Keynesianism. Come on, Jack, look alive. Every bomb we drop overseas is a bomb we must create in Scranton at the manufacturing facilities. This is our job, Jack. This is our goal. It's the engine that drives the American economy. Why? Can you please address the way you mentioned Nasrallah as not a bad guy and you mentioned Hezbollah favorably in the context of Israel-Palestine genocide, but you always fail to follow up how Hezbollah was responsible for genociding more than 500,000 Syrians and evict more than 10 million out of their homes? It's really interesting that you say that because I have actually mentioned Hezbollah's actions in Syria and how in the broader region, the way they're perceived for those actions is not so positive. But you've probably never seen a clip like that because you're only geared into looking at unnuanced positions. You're only looking at the unnuanced positions and assuming that I'm saying I love Hassan Nasrallah. I really saw plenty and I'm not against you, I promise. Well, if you weren't against me, you would have fucking recognized that I have actually talked about that aspect of it. But that's not the reason why he was assassinated by Israel. The reason why he was assassinated by Israel was also not because he was homophobic. It was because he was resisting. He was a part of the axis of resistance against Israeli incursions, against the Israeli genocide in Gaza. We rarely ever mention that, in fairness. Not only do I mention that, I have talked to literal Syrian chatters in this community. Part of the reason why I rarely ever mention that is because it plays no role in this conversation. It plays no role in this analysis. That's it. Just like it plays no role to be like, oh, well, these groups that are like fighting against Israel's genocidal actions are homophobic or reactionary. It's like, okay, America's homophobic and reactionary. The Easy Company was homophobic and reactionary. America was a segregationist, homophobic nation in World War II, and they were still firmly committed to anti-fascist action. Okay, you still ride for Easy Company, regardless of what the fuck the treatment of gay people look like in the United States of America during World War II. America had segregation during World War II. Does that make their actions any less valid? No. So shut the fuck up. There's a time and place to have these conversations. Okay? The only reason why people cynically bring that shit up is to literally dunk on a group that is already completely ostracized, okay? Like, that's it. That's it. That's it. It's a silly and very cynical way to just be like, see? I got you. It's so dumb. Noam Chomsky once famously said, yelling about America's foreign adversaries and their own domestic policies is no different than condemning a position from the 16th century, okay? It's correct. Why is it that people only come in and talk about the shit when we are talking about American involvement, okay? You know? It's so dumb. Is it widely known that the ICE guy was appointed by Obama before? I literally only know this because you mentioned it in the past, and I've looked it up further this morning.
Majority in the Senate.
The guy
and on the same day of that White House meeting,
psycho.
Senate Republicans will be electing their new leader. Trump already weighing in, not with an endorsement, but with a demand that the candidates change the rules to allow him to temporarily appoint some nominees without a Senate vote. Trump writing, "We need positions filled immediately."
So Republicans will cast a secret ballot to elect a new Republican leader. It comes as Mitch McConnell is stepping down from Republican leader after serving in that position for a decade.
Yeah, Thomas Homan, the #1 thumbo on the fucking planet, was, of course, he was going to be in charge of all deportation of illegal aliens back to their country of origin. Trump wrote, adding that there is nobody better at policing and controlling our borders. Interestingly enough, of course, former police officer Thomas Homan and Border Patrol agent, has worked under 6 presidents during his 3 decades in law enforcement. He was the executive associate director of enforcement and removal operations for ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, under President Obungler. During that administration, ICE carried out a record number of deportations. If you recall, that's why I call Obungler the deportation king. Only took 5 days for reviews on your stream to normalize again from 300K to 33K. Brother, if you thought that there was going to be 300,000 people every day tuning in, I don't know what to tell you. No, people have lives, okay? They care about, like, it's like comparing Super Bowl numbers to like regular football season. It's not going to happen, you know? That's the fucking Super Bowl. If I had 300,000 people in here every single day, we would have we would have a lot more people who are class conscious. You know, the entirety of the Democratic Party would be looking at Bernie Sanders as like too moderate. Okay. Maybe it'll happen one day. We'll see. Aim for the stars. Yeah. Propaganda czar. Signing off. Regime defender. Regime defender and propaganda czar. Hasanabi Piker signing in from the California Protectorate. Anyway. Reason viewer here, I respect that you address criticism in chat even when it isn't valid, but geez, that shit must get old after a while. Take care of yourself. Yes, it does. And it gets annoying for people who are watching, who watch every single day. It gets repetitive and boring and annoying, which is why I try to, keep it at a minimum. The way people talk about gay rights and defense of genocide is the same tune as UK racists talking about how they treat their women over there. Grape is essentially legal only when 1% of reported end in conviction. They don't care about LGBTQ rights or women. We're all just disposable tools for their arguments. Exactly. Exactly. There is nothing a conservative hates more than conservatives that are brown, okay? For their conservatism. That's the funniest aspect of this. They'll be like, those guys are so barbaric and look at the way that they treat their women. It's like, look at the way you treat your women, dog. What the fuck? We know what you're saying in the fucking off season. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? We don't give a shit about this. It's all deflection. It's all deflection every step of the way. It's like whenever Republicans that talk about, melting the poor, melting the homeless, will then turn around and will be like, the moment the conversation switches over to immigration, they go, well, what about our homeless population? Why can't we take care of them? It's like, bro, you don't give a fuck about the homeless population. What are you talking about? We know you don't give a fuck about the homeless population. They only care about it as a talking point against another fucking thing, another problem. You know?
President.
Or when Republicans will say mental health. Bro, Trump is already elected. They won't change the president because of your opinion. You are not that guy. Put the fries in the bag. Your opinion won't change. God damn it. Yeah. So that's the beautiful part about this is that it doesn't matter who the president is because it's not like I was fully and firmly committed to the Biden administration either. I was incredibly critical of the Biden administration when they were president, and I will continue to be incredibly critical of the Trump administration now that Trump is president. I will continue to organize against all of the most awful aspects of his presidency. So the thing is, I'll stand by your side. It doesn't matter if you hate me. It doesn't matter if you think I'm a fucking idiot. It doesn't matter if you think I'm a pussy. I will still defend your rights. And when push comes to shove, when one of your immediate family members is slated to be deported, I'll be there. If that's not the case, if you have no immediate family members that are undocumented migrants, it doesn't matter. There's always going to be something that harms you, okay? That's the difference between you and I. I want you to have health care. You are captivated by a platform of hatred. I, on the other hand, want you to still get health care. I still want you to go to college for free. I still want you to have a good job. I want you to have a better future. I want you to be able to fucking own a home, okay? That's it. That's why I'm perceived as a radical on the left, because of those things that I fight for. And those things are universal values, okay? That's it. So, shut up, socialist commie freak. Do you think Legault retiring would impact democracy? Yes. And by that, I mean he's going to retire and he's going to run for president and then he's going to be the president. And America's going to have a Maoist peasant revolution, a Maoist peasant revolt. You know? If LeBron ran for president and asked you to be in his cabinet, would you? I would die. I would die on the spot if that was, if such a wonderful thing ever happened in America. Anyway.
President-elect Donald Trump announced that he will nominate New York member of Congress Elise Stefanik to be the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. She has been one of his closest allies in Congress for years now.
From Lenin to LeBron, okay? LeBron. We are there. A specter is haunting the United States of America.
Statement to CNN, Trump said, quote, "I am honored to nominate Chairwoman Elise Stefanik to serve in my cabinet as U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. Elise is an incredibly strong, tough, and smart America First fighter." So this is just one announcement, a sense of where he might be going in terms of foreign policy. Let's get right to CNN's Steve Conterno for where this fits and what else might be coming. Steve.
Yeah, John, Stefanik is some.
Respect women. What? Pretty obvious Trump was set up to win. He beat a woman once already, but yeah, let's just put him up against another woman. You're right. We should never have women run for president. That's the argument here. It doesn't matter. Woman or man, it doesn't matter. What their background is does not fucking matter, okay? It worked so great the first time. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is silly as fuck. What matters is someone's capability of communicating honesty and authenticity to as broad of a population as possible with good policies, okay? That's it. If it was a man, he wouldn't have won by this landslide. I'm sorry, use the data. Sure. Yeah. It's kind of awful he 2-0 soloed women. I know some idiot Dems will read into that. Yeah. How many chatters you respond to are saying shit in good faith? Not many.
someone who has been increasingly close with Trump over the years. She was actually one of his, not on the short list to be a potential running mate for Donald Trump. She campaigned pretty aggressively for that job, ultimately, though, did not make his final three and obviously was not the choice. But she was always in line for a potential job in the Trump administration, and now she takes the job of UN ambassador, assuming that she is confirmed. It's also a job that Nikki Haley once had, interestingly enough, someone who ultimately grew to become one of Donald Trump's biggest rivals in the Republican Party and who will not be part of his administration this go around. She joins Tom Homan as the two people who have already been named to positions in a new Trump administration. Homan will be a border czar. He was, of course, Trump's ICE director in his first term as president. He is someone who has been intimately involved in shaping Trump's immigration policies. He actually wrote an entire chapter for the Project 2025 book on immigration and was a contributor to that. In the last couple of weeks, we have been trying to get a sense of how Homan views the effort of trying to send, this giant migrant movement out of the country. And here is what he said on Fox just moments ago about how he sees that taking place.
I've been clear, President Trump's been clear. Public safety threats and national...
Dude, he is such a fucking hog, dude. He is such a ginormous hog. Like a terrifying hog.
security threats will be the priority.
What a
they have
thumb.
to be. They pose the most danger to this country. So we're going to prioritize those groups, those who always have final orders, those that had due process at great taxpayer expense, and the federal judge says you must go home, and they didn't. They became a fugitive. Wars like operations have to happen. Here's why, Steve. Where do we find most victims of sex trafficking and forced labor trafficking? At work sites. And the Biden administration shut down work sites.
Now, all these decisions are coming from Trump as he stays camped out at Mar-a-Lago in the weeks since his re-election, where he is getting a lot of influence from many of the people who were key to his victory, including RFK Jr., Susie Wiles, who has gone from campaign manager to chief of staff, and also Elon Musk, who obviously was intensely involved in the effort to get Donald Trump elected. He has had an outsized role in shaping the influence around Donald Trump's new administration. We always knew he was in line for some sort of role, potentially overseeing spending, but it has been far more expansive than that. And he has grown apparently close with the Trump family. Take some look at some of the pictures posted to social media by Trump.
What steps are you taking to stop the steal? I'm just kicking back and I'm watching liberals who want to stop the steal. Okay? Because, like I recognize the truth, which is that what? I know you've been stressed lately. I'm sorry for dealing with it. I want to say lower IQ people, but that's subjective as well as people you have to grow up. But you're right. Human rights all the way. Okay. I know what the truth is. Okay. The truth is the Democrats lost. They ran a dog shit campaign. They had an unpopular administration and they fucking lost to a guy who was pretty bad and didn't run a great campaign either. Okay. And in a way that, in a very similar way to hogs that could not cope with the reality that their God King Donald Trump had possibly lost to a fucking carcass, Now, there's a lot of liberals. There's a lot of liberals out there who are just not coping with this disastrous L in a healthy way by, creating their own version of QAnon style conspiracies. I like to call Lebanon or Blueanon. And I don't know. I mean, I think it's funny. I didn't realize it was like that dangerous, but it turns out there is definitely, this is a user mag from Taylor Lorenz. Meta's threads is overrun with liberal election fraud conspiracies. seems like this might become a problem. I genuinely thought that they wouldn't like they wouldn't care about it that much. Like they would just kind of take the L and move on and try to lick their wounds, figure out why they lost. But it turns out, nope. You know, when you cheat on a test, you got to get some answers wrong or else it looks suspicious, right? 142,000 likes. Now, I find it really funny because, like, liberals are saying this kind of stuff. Kamala winning by recount would be possibly the funniest outcome. The January 6th would go so hard. Yeah, Francis Wolf is not saying that that's correct, by the way. Like, he doesn't believe that. Breaking, Kamala's campaign says they can overturn Trump's election victory with a recount. Bro, when you said everyone is a liberal, you actually cooked? Yes. Everyone is a liberal at the end of the day. So are Republicans. We're going to be looking at the Blue Anon conspiracies right now. This has 16,000 likes. Let's take a look at some of these Blue Anon conspiracies, okay?
Our little secret, we're going to do really well with the House.
The little secret is not hard to figure out. Elon has a high security clearance and owns Starlink. Where do you think those votes came from? He even knows he's going to prison. They're actually telling on themselves. Bro, the fuck do you make 10 million votes with a recount? You don't. And it's not happening anyway. But I do like it regardless. Let's take a look.
Our little secret is having a big impact. He and I have a secret. We'll tell you what it is when the race is over.
You're fucked, dude. I'm fucked.
Whatever it is, they will get away with it.
If he loses, I'm fucked.
So how did Starlink, manipulate the election results? Because this is like, I guess, the liberal Dominion voting machines version. And, liberals do, I think, like liberals, even when they're making up conspiracies, like their conspiracies are still very far-fetched because that's what conspiracies are. But even then, it's like within the realm of like, it's more reasonable than Che Guevara and Hugo Chavez used Dominion election voting machines to, I guess, manipulate the results, which is what the Republicans were saying. Both of those people are dead, by the way. That's why I'm saying it's like fucking hilarious. But yeah, who will be our Mike Lindell, I wonder? Some of those machines use Starlink as the internet connection. Okay, but chatters, remember what I told you about paper ballots? Paper ballots and how they are the most secure way of tabulating the results. Okay. They still count the votes at the local level. Okay. And if there is also a recount, they can also cross-reference it off of direct paper receipts as well. There is no way that like Starlink could intercept the vote tabulation process and like change the outcomes. Like that's not how ISPs work. That's not how that works at all. This is almost identical. This one made me almost cry.
Hi, you guys.
This is almost identical to the way Mike Lindell operated. What is going on? Oh my God, it's worse than I thought. Oh my God, it's worse than I thought. Okay, we're looking at Blue Anon. We are looking at Blue Anon right now. It's Libwatch time.
It does seem that way. You can't just be like, yo, I'm like, how long do you think my prison sentence is going to be? Do you think, will I see my children? I don't know.
Okay.
Kamala Harris is not done. She is, in fact, actually leaving Taylor Swift-esque Easter eggs, and I'm absolutely living for it.
What? Yo! Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, we have a crisis. Okay, maybe maybe Maoist third world evangelicals wasn't super wrong when he said we need therapy. Like, holy moly, there is some serious problems that are left unaddressed. Okay, god damn.
I'll show you what I just found. So for Kamala HQ or Harris Waltz emails, this is typically the bottom of the emails that you're going to receive from them. This email was sent to blank. Thanks so much for being a supporter. Paid for by Harris for president. As you can see, I got this one on November 5th. Obviously, election day. I just happened to go look at one now on the 9th, and this is what I see. The top part is the same. This email was sent to blank. Thank you so much for being a supporter. But now they're making a point to include the Harris Victory Fund. But that's not all. Will be allocated to Harris for President's recount account.
Yeah, because for each individual state where they actually do process a recount, like the candidate has to pay for it. I assume that's the reason why they're what?
All those feelings we had, something's not right, the math is not mathing, what's going on? Don't worry, Prosecutor Kamala is on the case.
We've permitted the Delulu meta for liberal women for too long. Time for a server reset. Nah, I love it. Lean into it, queens. Okay, this is great. Fuck it, YOLO. Yeah. Yeah, the recounts are not just for like statewide. It is not just specifically for the Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump part of the ticket. The recounts are, there's a lot of very close state races. Okay, there's close congressional races.
I'm not surprised we haven't heard anything about a recount yet because there are a couple states that are not finished yet. I'm sure that the Harris campaign was really trying to look at the final numbers before they said, okay, let's go. I'm going to go donate, but just a reminder, as the saying goes, when we fight, we win.
Oh my God, this is my new favorite. This is now my new favorite account. Breaking: New York State could force Trump to live in a jail cell for the entire 4 years of his presidency. No, it will not. What planet are these guys living on? What the fuck? Oh my God. In June 2024, Trump started telling his supporters he didn't need votes. He had more votes than he needs. In October, Tucker said Elon was fucked and would go to jail if Trump loses. Every single state needs a full investigation and recount, including Starlink activity.
Votes that we need. What we need, I tell these guys, I tell even RNC, I tell Michael, I tell Laura, I don't care. We have all the votes.
If he loses, man, what? You're fucked, dude.
I'm fucked. If he loses, I'm fucked.
It does seem that way. You can't just be like,
Yeah, I'm like, how long do you think my prison sentence is going to be? Do you think? Will I see my children? I don't know.
Oh my God. Okay, this has 34,000 likes. Okay, let's watch this one. Oh, no jurisdiction outsources ballot tabulation. They have their own equipment as listed here. Tabulators are not connected to the internet during counting, though after completion and removal of data cards may transmit unofficial counts in a few jurisdictions. That does not mean that Starlink can intercept and change the results. Once counted, people would say, I counted the fucking votes. These are our numbers. This is 9 minutes long. This has 33,000 likes. Oh my God.
I really debated whether or not I was going to sit here and talk about this. I thought about it long and hard yesterday. I know this is probably going to cause controversy, or this is going to cause whatever.
Oh my God. Libs are gearing up for Stop the Steal. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Libs are gearing up for Stop the Steal. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No shred of irony. Oh my God. Michelle Baker, Harris Waltz 2024 Democrat fashion fighter, 63,000 likes. Stop fucking saying that Trump won this election. He didn't. Pay attention to what's happening. We all have access to the same information. This election was rigged by Trump. Leon? Oh, I think she means Elon. And Russia. Starlink was used. Millions of votes weren't counted. Wake the fuck up, America. Oh my God. Elon Musk. This is from What the Fuck GOP, dogging Trump. Foul mouth, proud Democrat. Motherfucker is my favorite word. Don't like it? Fuck off. Elon Musk tells Joe Rogan he has an app that can tally votes during the election before anyone else. Starlink has now come into question. Dems won down ballot races in all 7 swing states, but didn't vote for Kamala for president. Can we at least agree that Starlink needs to be investigated now and all swing states do a hand count? I mean, fuck. Trump had GA count ballots how many times last time? 43,000 likes. Oh my God. Oh, look, Elon Musk destroying the evidence. This is 29,000 likes on Twitter. Oh, look, Elon Musk destroying the evidence. Starlink uploaded videos and Musk said he knew the election outcome 4 hours before the rest of us did. Dems won down ballot in swing states, but we're to believe they voted straight Dem ticket, but went for Trump over Harris. Update. According to reports, this was not a meteor, but possibly a Starlink satellite breaking up as it re-entered Earth's atmosphere. Wait, what? What does this have to do with anything? What? So much fishy about this. Trump winning the popular vote after losing it twice. Record turnout, but millions of votes missing. Swing states going blue down the ballot, except for his nomination. Voting machines being hooked up to Starlink. 171,000 likes. Oh my God. Oh my God. These people are doing the same exact shit that Republicans do, which is not understanding a process, and then because of your own personal inability of understanding how this like regular process works, you are now imagining like an alternative scenario. Oh my Lord. Oh wow. I didn't know it was this bad. I did not know it was this bad. I did not realize it was like this, chat. Oh my Lord, Blue Anon is so real. This is worse than January 6th. Or not worse than January 6th, sorry. This is worse than Russiagate. This is worse than Russiagate. Because like Russiagate came at a time when like we did not have Russiagate came at a time when we did not have TikTok. Like TikTok wasn't as active, right? I don't even think TikTok existed back then. I think it was like Musical.ly or some shit. And clip this shit. Well, because I say January 6th. This is exactly the same as like potentially January 6th if they get geared enough to do something about it. Oh my God, they're doing Stop the Steal. Oh, this makes me so excited. This is kind of cool. What is this? 30K likes, 39,000 likes, now deleted. Claiming Starlink runs on Linux, which inherently cannot count votes from multiple parties. Musk sent Starlink terminals only to swing states for the election. Linux, which is Starlink's operating system, cannot, in simple terms, split or count votes from multiple parties. It would explain why Dems report their vote not being processed. Starlink connects to the internet, which is a big no-no for elections because the network can be hacked. Joe Rogan was told that Musk knew the election results 4 hours before everyone else. Starlink would explain why. I think people are just like saying words because I haven't been able to understand what their argument is for like the ISP. Like Starlink, okay, as an internet service provider can track your movements, okay? For sure. Like there is an incredible amount of surveillance that you can engage in with an ISP, right? And every ISP does do that. They work with the federal agencies, yada, 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 right? That's why sometimes you'll get like a notification from your ISP that says like, we've caught you watching illegal broadcasts. Like we've caught you watching fucking, I don't know, the latest Disney movie. And if you do it again, like you will be punished or whatever, right? Now, yeah, or torrenting shit. It happens. So they can do that, but they can't like, intercept and infiltrate and like change the results of the vote count of like real human beings that are counting the votes. Like there is a part of this that does not make sense. Like, what are they saying? Why is they Tuesday saying at Hasanabi? I think it's kind of wild that on the one hand, we have officially reached like liberals basically saying like, fuck the Latinos, fuck the Muslims, like, fuck everybody. We're going to deport our neighbors. Like, it's going to be awesome. And also on top of that, they're now doing like Blue Anon shit. Oh my God. Oh my God.
And to be quite honest with you, I'd much rather lose and people know than not do anything and sit on it, okay? This was brought to my attention yesterday from a friend of mine. His name is Mr. Wheezy, Mr. Wheezy 100, and he's an engineer. I'm not going to get into information about him, okay? And he brought this to my attention because, he also understands that, I have my CCIE. I've been a programmer and a networker for the past almost 11 years, for networking and computers and all those, all those other things. With that being said, it was brought to my attention, and I'm going to, at the end of this video, make sure you watch the whole entire thing, please post it, boost it, because I'd rather lose and, lose whatever I need to in order to get the information out than to not say anything and sit on it, because I absolutely fucking refuse to be like this. This is a give back to my dad and, everything that he went through. Anyways, with that being said,
not gonna lie, don't you think that this is low-hanging fruit to shit on them, considering the damage a Trump presidency will inevitably do? I know I sound like a lib right now. Wait, what? Brother, if something is just like demonstrably untrue, then I'm gonna call it out. What do you mean? What my expectation is, if your expectation for me is to not tell people that they're wrong, and I do this for the left, I do this for liberals, and I always do this for the right. If your expectation is that I just like, sit back and watch this like mainstreamification of unhinged conspiracy theories that Republicans engaged with in the 2020 election defeat from the side of liberals, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm not going to feed into people's delusions. Also, and this is perhaps even more important than anything else, it's very funny. And it comes from the same exact anger and resentment that people felt in the 2020 election. Like, Republicans could not cope and reckon with the reality that like their president was unpopular. They loved him. They loved him a lot. So they were like, how the fuck did our God King lose to a carcass? That's what they said in 2020. That's why they believed it. And the major difference here is that like no massive mainstream media outlet nor any politicians thus far are leaning into this like Lib-Anon, Blue-Anon conspiracies in the way that the entirety of the Republican Party leaned into it over and over and over again until it reached its final moment with January 6th. Anyway, I want to know what Mr. Wheezy had to say.
He sent me a video letting me know that California and other swing states were able to use Starlink in order to tally up and to count ballot votes or voting ballots in their state, okay? There's a multitude of issues with that, and I'm going to explain to you why. And I will explain to you in layman's terms, because you have to understand when it comes to computer programming jargon, you guys are not going to understand what the flying F I'm fucking talking about, okay?
Yeah.
So anything that you guys don't understand or you want more clarification from, please message me. I have no problems explaining it to you. With that being said, okay, you also have to understand that when it comes to Starlink, okay, Starlink is it's an IPv4, it's an IPv6. Basically what that means is that it's a specific satellite link-up system that sends signals to whatever it's hooked up to, doesn't matter what it is, like a normal internet connection, right? With that being said, two things. Number one, why in the flying freaking flap?
Yeah, can you imagine like Kamala Harris retweeting this woman on her personal Twitter page? Because that's what Donald Trump did for like the entire lame duck period. Okay? Just understand how fucked up that was, and hopefully this will snap you back to reality. When Donald Trump did it, it was insane. Obviously, liberals will not do the same thing, or at least like the party will not do the same thing, even though it seems like there's a lot of appetite from liberals, at least like on the ground, organically saying, I don't believe we actually lost.
Okay, we're voting fucking ballot or voting ballot boxes or whatever, the places where you go to fucking vote. Why were they connected to the internet? There is absolutely zero reasons as to why those systems were connected to the internet. Those machines have absolutely no problem tallying up votes like they have done since the beginning of time. Now, all of a sudden, he wants to come in here and talk about, oh, well, I'm going to go ahead and help you because I know, there's a lot more people voting and it's going to be difficult, this and that. There's not a lot of people that volunteer to help, blah, 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 blah. Let me help you to tally up the votes in order to be able to help you guys. And
I'm a top tier engineer working at Google. Starlink can't do what she's saying. IPv4 is just a fucking spec. Ignore anyone using words like these. She knows she's just using computer terms people don't know to sound smart. Very 80s hacker movie shit. I just don't understand. Like, a lot of this data, I suspect, is probably encrypted. Okay? But not only that, but also like launching an initiative to literally go in, take all of this data and manipulate it, okay, in real time before it reaches like the appropriate destination is incredible work. Like, I don't think you have the capability, as far as I understand, to do that. And even if you were to have that capability, okay, there's still people on the ground that counted the fucking votes. Do you understand? Like, what do you do about that? Like, people are just gonna be like, wait a minute, like, that's not true. I am a person who was tasked with counting the paper ballots. like if she thinks that the vote machines that were connected to Starlink, which I don't think that's what happened. But if she's saying that like the vote machines were connected to Starlink, even then, like, this is an incredibly complex scheme that I don't even know if there is enough technological prowess out there to in real time change these vote machines from clicking on Kamala Harris to automatically voting for Donald Trump. And if that was the case, why wouldn't they also swap out the down ballot races? This makes no sense. Yeah, people who love being in the tank for Donald Trump also wanted Rashida Tlaib to outperform Kamala Harris by massive margins. What? My dad is an election judge in North Carolina. Y'all, come on. That man did not spend 5 hours hand counting that shit for you to try and dunk on him like this. No, your dad is in the pocket of Elon Musk. Okay, I know it. You got to show this to her, by the way, have to? What do you mean?
And make things easier for you. Oh, what a sweetheart you are. What a sweetheart you are. But for those of us who know the business, we're not dumb.
We need gay January 6th. I need it. You are correct. Libs do not understand how proprietary files work. Elon cannot just grab a super specific file through Starlink and just change the numbers within it and then send it back to the OG receiver. Think of it as a video game save file. You need specific software to read, access, and alter data within it. Libs have lost it 100%. No, and also doing that across the board in every swing state in real time. You have to have like the greatest hackers with the proper software and working in real time. Like, and doing it in a way where there's no trace that remains. And also, once again, like it's virtually impossible for you to be able to do this because I think in every state, with the exception of like Missouri or Alabama, there's still a paper receipt. So what now? There's a paper receipt for all of this. There's like a paper trace for all of the votes that were cast in every single fucking polling station. So what do? Anyway,
Okay.
Hold on.
So again, you have to understand that when it comes to Starlink, okay, Starlink is a tri-band FI6 system. Okay, like I said before, it sends signals to whatever it's hooked up to and bounces back and forth, and this and that. You know what I'm saying? It's a basic system, highly intelligent AI process system, right? And with that being said, it's amazing, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm not going to take away the fact that this man is a genius, okay? And I will say that, but genius in a lot of ways. Again, with that being said, you also have to understand that when you are using a Linux operating system, which is what Starlink also is, okay? This is going to be difficult to explain, but I'll try the best that I can. When you are sending signals back and forth to expel or to read information, right? The information that's being read, it's not normal information. So in other words, it's not a normal internet connection. Like irregular internet connections, it's a broad span of all different types of fucking information. Doesn't matter what it is, what you're looking up, 50,728 fucking things that come in and out of the fucking signal and processes it and allows it to bounce back and fucking tell you whatever fucking answer that you need, right? Okay, straight. Now, with Linux systems, there is no fucking way, unless you are processing different systems and different programming to the Linux BIOS in order to fucking bounce back the information that you're getting. In other words, the information that you're getting has to be the same repetitive fucking thing. So in other words, if you're gonna process this and you're going to tally up whatever, right? It's only going to process one specific thing. In other words, so let's say you're going to separate it, right? Okay, we're only going to separate this system so that way it only reads Dem votes, or it only reads, Republican votes, or only reads, Libertarian votes, or whatever, right? To separate each one in order to count things correctly in order for that to be correct, right? No. You have to understand, Linux systems do not work that way. It is a 4x4 minim system that only fucking works bilateral base.
Dude, I believe her. The election losers are insufferable. I disagree with you, Megaphonics. I think she's right. Linux is hard to navigate. I will say this as someone who has had to use a Linux operating system on my Steam Deck. I am in agreement with this woman. I am convinced that what she is saying is correct. I've decided she brought me back. She brought me back in when she started talking about Linux. Also, believe all women. Yeah. Also, believe women. Okay. Some of you are disbelieving women and you should be believing them instead. And that means unconditionally agreeing with everything that they're saying. Do you understand? If we're going to do this, it needs to be 100% satire. She's literally explaining why it's impossible. Modifying an encrypted signal breaks the data and results it being detected as an error and getting rejected. Is that simple? Yeah, but what if that wasn't the case? Yeah, what now? What now? Conservatives. Fucking owned. Yeah, microphallocytes. Microphallocytes are in your milk supply, which is why we have to drink raw milk only. I will force every baby in the country to drink unpasteurized raw milk.
Based on what information it's fed. One thing to bounce back. So if you're counting something, it can't separate them. Is this making sense for you? You can't separate what it's counting. So with that being said, he would have had to separate his processing system. He would have had to have sent 3 different types of gens. Gens are different operating systems that separate between the linkage signal, right? In order to switch what it's doing. So with that being said, okay, he sent that. Okay, he sent it down. He read a certain amount of fucking certain votes, right? Sure, okay, that's fine. But that's not what the fuck you did. The whole entire time that you were using this system and you were using it to tally votes, you were using a Linux system. It doesn't split. It doesn't split.
She's right. The more she yells, the more I'm convinced. Yeah. I don't know a dang thing. About what the fuck she's talking about. I've lost the plot so many minutes ago. Okay. And I'm inclined to believe her because she said tri-band FI6. And I think she literally just misread something that said Wi-Fi 6.
So how in the fuck were you counting things correctly when you weren't even able to separate what it was that you were counting? Is this making sense to anybody? No? Maybe? I don't, bro. I'm fucking telling you. And not only that, this is why the numbers don't make sense. This is why the numbers don't make sense. And the reason why I'm going to tell you that is because, first of all, you had guaranteed states that were going to turn blue and didn't.
Wait, what? Like, what do you mean by this? Like, what do you mean? Which states were guaranteed to turn blue and didn't turn blue? Like, at least this is the part where I do have knowledge, okay? Now we're back in my wheelhouse. And I don't understand where these people are coming from. She's a Blexis truther. I am unsubscribing yesterday. Why? Because I'm not invested heavily in the Blue Anon conspiracies that are coming out in the aftermath of this electoral defeat. My wife's entire TikTok For You page is filled with people like this. Maybe not this insane, but the general premise of someone who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about doing a selfie monologue like they have any authority on subject they're discussing. That's just everything on TikTok. For the record. Also, Megaphonics subtle wife guy reveal, okay? This is like, Megaphonics did a lore dump in here out of nowhere. Megaphonics lore dump, dude. What the fuck? Okay, you ain't slick. Wow, mega marriage, mega wife guy over here. Okay. Congrats on the sex. Even Tizzy Ant is getting into it. We are so motivated and manipulated by algorithms is crazy, dude. You could have like anybody out there. They see like one of these conspiracy theories get 100,000 likes, and immediately people are like, let me look into how I can also personally say those things. Hasan, you are a grifter. You should be finding the cyber ninjas to do the recount. Yes. Marriage phonics. But wait. Oh, this is how Elon Musk. So is this actually like, is this where the conspiracies are coming from? This has 1.8 million likes. Because I have this. I've been, I wanted to watch this video for a while. Where the fuck is it? I've been meaning to watch this, but I didn't realize it was like, I didn't realize this was like a conspiracy video. I thought this was like a normal video that talks about how like Elon Musk bought Twitter and then basically turned Twitter into this like insane reactionary shithole. And that was a massive fucking faucet of right-wing content. It's not a conspiracy video. Yeah, this is like a normal video, right?
Solicited offer to buy Twitter for $44 billion. He claims the site has become politically skewed and says for Twitter to deserve public trust, it must be politically neutral. October 27th, the deal goes through. The next evening, a far-right conspiracy theorist breaks into the San Francisco home of Democrat House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, intending to kidnap her. Pelosi is away.
Do I agree with Asmongold that Twitter was a great investment for Elon? I hate to admit that I had to give props to Elon for this, but I do think it's like financially, no. I mean, he bought it for $44 billion. It's now valued at like 20, right? But you have to understand something. It's not just buying Twitter, but like using Twitter as a right-wing propaganda faucet, okay? And simultaneously fully and firmly committing to Donald Trump and, trying to get him reelected has now put him in the federal government. Like this is a billionaire, the richest person on the planet, who has been the recipient of lawsuits from every single regulatory agency, okay? Every single one. And now he has complete control and influence over every single one of these regulatory agencies. It's kind of crazy. It was a perfect disaster. So shouts out to Kamala Harris. Asmongold thinks it did it intentionally. What? You got banned because you said Asmongold, I think. But Asmongold thinks it did it intentionally to gain access to the presidency. No shot he purchased and devalued Twitter significantly from the beginning. If it's true, that happened later. Yeah, no, I don't think he bought Twitter to gain access to the presidency. I think he bought Twitter because he was forced to buy Twitter. He didn't want to buy Twitter for an unimaginable price point because he wanted to at least have some level of control over information, for sure, right? I mean, it's a massive social media platform. I think he purchased it specifically because, or originally I don't even think he originally wanted to purchase it. He thought he could get out of it. Then he was forced to purchase it at this like insane price point, and immediately devalued it. Having said that, in the process of devaluing it, he was like, well, you know, I'm just going to make the most of this, and I'm going to use Twitter as the new 4chan, as a faucet for unrestricted right-wing content that I agree with. Okay? And that's one thing. But he could have basically gained Trump's allegiance without buying Twitter. He could have just simply, you know, been in the tank for Donald Trump from the start and given him $160 million like he did. And then he still would have had this level of access to Donald Trump. So it's not necessarily just that he bought it, like he lucked into it is what I'm trying to say. He has had an entire career of failing upwards over and over and over again. And I think this is yet another one of those instances. Everything is 4chan hate, to break it to you all, the world. I mean, yeah, there has been a 4chanification of TikTok as well. I mean, look at all the manosphere content that is like popping off on both TikTok and every other social media platform. Shit that like people used to say in black pill forums and red pill forums. Now average people use like mogging. You know what I mean? Mogging, mewing, all this stuff is just like normal lexicon, and it originated in these idiotic fucking black pill forums.
But the man attacks her husband Paul, hitting him repeatedly on the head with a hammer. Paul Pelosi escapes with his life, but requires surgery for a fractured skull. While most people take the chance to decry political violence, the new owner of Twitter, Elon Musk, posts a tweet sharing an entirely false claim that Paul Pelosi was in fact injured in a drunken fight with a male.
Mewing started in bodybuilding forums. What do you mean? Yeah. Okay. Exactly. That's what I mean. Yeah. You're proving my point.
Prostitute with whom he was involved. Musk includes a link to a false claim on a website that has a history of publishing conspiracy theories, including a story asserting that Hillary Clinton is dead and has been replaced by a body double. Musk's post is retweeted 24,000 times before he deletes it. November 18th, Musk's Twitter starts to unlock previously banned accounts. Misogynist far-right influencer Andrew Tate was permanently banned from Twitter in 2017 after urging women to, quote, bear some responsibility for rape. Now he's back. Tate posts, I've decided to fly to the failed state of California, walk into Twitter HQ, and tell @Elon Musk he's a legend. On my way. 2 months later, Tate will be arrested in Romania on suspicion of human trafficking, rape, and forming an organized crime group. December 8th, 3 members of Twitter's Trust and Safety Council resign. In their resignation letter, they cite research that found slurs against Black Americans and gay men jumped 195% and 58% respectively since Musk's takeover. 3 days later, the remaining members of Twitter's Trust and Safety Council are dismissed. Musk then tweets that, quote, my pronouns are prosecute Fauci, a reference to a conspiracy theory.
My goat. Fauci the goat. By the way, talking about fucking sore losers, look at this dumbass, dude. States Harris won versus ID requirement. He's like, dude, your team won. Your team won. Why are you being a sore winner? Not to talk about being a sore loser. Sorry. Like, this is exactly what Trump did in 2016 as well, dude. Oh my Lord. $900,000 likes. Oh, we're so cooked. We're done. We're done. This country's fucking done. It's in the tank. It's in the pooper. Throw it out. We got to do a hard reset. It's so over. You have Republicans becoming even more insane. You have Democrats also becoming more insane. It's just everyone is insane now. Once again, at 3:30 a.m., ballot dump losses a critical race in Wisconsin. Yeah, you know what state that Donald Trump won that has no photo ID requirement? Pennsylvania. Why is it not featured in this Newsmax article? you would never understand is, Hasanabi, it's the love of the game. You can't understand this because you're too in love with your own game of eating chicken every day. Okay, Michael Hastings fan. Why you got to call me out like that? I do love eating chicken every day. Man-in-the-middle attacks are theoretically possible, but I think only like the U.S. government will be able to beat encryption. It does annoy me that Elon Musk has a security clearance while being buddies with Putin. Yeah, Elon Musk's Twitter likes are fake, so it doesn't really matter. But anyway, let's continue. Where the fuck were we? Oh, here.
That the COVID crisis was exacerbated by America's top infectious disease doctor. December 16th.
No, PA doesn't require it. That's what I'm saying. PA doesn't require it either, but Trump won Pennsylvania. So once again, they're doing the thing where there are plenty of states that don't require photo ID, okay, when you're going out to vote. But the states that Republicans won are good states. They are states where no electoral fraud happened. States where Donald Trump didn't win, they must have had some kind of voter fraud occurring. They just don't mention it.
16th. Having claimed he's a free speech absolutist, Musk bans @ElonJet, a Twitter account that tracks the movements of his private jet using publicly available data. Musk also bans the accounts of a number of journalists who have written about @ElonJet. February 12th, 2023. Ahead of the Super Bowl, both Musk and President Joe Biden tweet their support for the Philadelphia Eagles. Biden's tweet is seen 29 million times, Musk's just 9 million times. Incensed, Musk leaves the game early and calls an impromptu meeting of Twitter engineers at 2:36 a.m. Their job? To change the Twitter algorithm to artificially inflate the reach of Musk's tweets by a factor of 1,000, making him the preeminent presence on the site. July 23rd, Musk announces Twitter is now called X. August 25th, Donald Trump, once banned, returns to the platform by posting a picture of his mugshot from Fulton County Jail with the words, "Election interference."
He's such a bad bitch for this.
"Never surrender." Musk reposts the shot. 4 days later, X reverses Twitter's long-standing ban on paid political advertising. November 15th, in a post promoting the racist conspiracy theory that Jewish people are importing immigrants to America to fix elections for Democrats, one X user writes, "Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them." Musk replies saying, "You have said the actual truth." In response, several advertisers, including Disney, Warner Brothers, and Comcast, paused their advertising on X. Musk then tells advertisers concerned by hate speech on the platform,
"Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself." Is that clear?
Over subsequent months, Musk will become obsessed with the false claim that Democrats are allowing immigrants into America to create more Democratic voters, in effect, stealing the coming election, sharing the claim numerous times with his followers and pushing it to tens of millions more who choose not to follow him.
Yeah. Yeah, this video is not a conspiracy. This is just facts. Like, this is completely... I think that this video so far is like pretty fact-centered. Like, Elon Musk bought Twitter, was forced to buy Twitter, thought he could get out of it by pointing to the bots. He couldn't, was forced to buy Twitter. Then he was like, I'm going to make the most of this and basically turn it into a website where everybody loves me. And as the world's richest guy, he did that. He did do just that. He wiped out half of Twitter's value in the process, but it doesn't really matter because now you have this massive social media platform that you are using to basically brainwash people. This XG clip shows how insane Elon's algo is.
Now I'm getting fucking. Look! 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 Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm about to go get some water! Brother, on my phone, on my laptop, on my PC,
on my alt account, I swear to God, I every time I refresh, I get Elon Musk on my top page. That's fucking busted. Brother.
Yeah. I think it's if you follow him, you're just getting blasted with that shit. Because while I do see some Elon Musk stuff every now and then, it's not as frequent. So I assume they like algo boost him pretty aggressively. So if you follow him at all, you're cooked. Like you're definitely gonna see his shit nonstop. What is this? John Green has a video exposing Musk's disinfo. It's pretty good. Let's continue with this. I like
A
this
year
video.
later, it will be revealed that Musk, a South African immigrant, worked illegally in the U.S. in the 1990s.
For the record, I just want to point something out here. Like, Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post, okay? Billionaires own newspapers. Mark Zuckerberg owns Facebook. Billionaires own social media platforms. So for Elon Musk, the way he sees it is like, this is no different. Like, I am going to buy at least one avenue of information dissemination, and I'm going to use it to suit my purposes. The difference between Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk, however, is that Elon Musk is, of course, not as competent, even though both are evil. Elon Musk is not as competent as Mark Zuckerberg is. So obviously in the process, he's doing it in a very, like he's manipulating this stuff in a very open way. Okay? That's the major difference here. He's very similar to Donald Trump in that regard, where like every rich person to a certain degree is engaging in some level of grift or is behaving like a con man. Most politicians have different methods of legalized corruption that they engage in, but Donald Trump is unique in the sense that he just does it openly, and he's not doing it in a way where he's trying to at least have plausible deniability. And Elon Musk is no different than Donald Trump in that regard, where he will just openly grift and openly engage in this charlatan behavior. So people are more tuned into it. People are more aware of it. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Why does it not matter? Because he is the richest man on the fucking planet. That's ironic. You're grifting unfounded hatred for right-wing politics, but as you mentioned, is profitable, so I guess I can't blame you. Brother, I need you to understand something here, okay? It is very important. It is infinitely easier to grift to the right. If I was a grifter and I did not actually have any sort of like real convictions, then that's what I would do. I would grift to the right. It's so much easier. It's so much more profitable to just shit on liberals. It's hilarious that you said unfounded hatred for right-wing politics, by the way. I found my hatred in that chatter's ass. Yeah. I'd say you found that hatred pretty handily. I know. I feel like you make this point every fucking day and you do shit on liberals because fuck liberals. Yeah, I make fun of liberals on a regular basis. Okay? I make fun of Republicans on a regular basis. And these guys still find it in their fucking fifis. Like this content so far, with the exception of the Elon Musk stuff that we're covering right now, started off with me criticizing liberals for believing unfounded conspiracies because they can't cope with the reality that the Democrats lost. Right? But you're a bit of a grifter too, though. In what regard? In what regard? I had these exact same opinions when I was broke. I have these exact same opinions now. Okay? That's it. The only thing that changed is not my positions, but my financial circumstances. That's it. I think many of you just don't simply understand what grifting means. Okay? Like, for example, when you get paid by Tenet Media, which is a cutout for the Russian state, okay, and you start talking about how Ukraine is the biggest enemy of mankind, that's a grift. That's a grift. Your unfounded hatred for Nazis annoys me. What did they do wrong? Where is the civility? Like, how the fuck do I grift, but I'm also not, like, for example, pro-Israel, okay? That's the greatest avenue to shield myself from any sort of real, tangible, not only criticisms, but like real, tangible, and consequential operations of like trying to smear me as an anti-Semite and coming after me and trying to get me banned off this fucking platform. If it was a grifter post October 7, I would have hit a centrist position on it and moved on. Okay? But that was not my opinion. That was not my position. So I was very honest, brutally honest, as a matter of fact. And directly as a consequence of that, I literally lost a third of my audience, but it didn't matter. And I kept it up for an entire fucking year. Yeah, grifting, but didn't run ads during the election. Now, I still maintain the position that I might in the future. But you can still subscribe if you want to support me. When people come in here and they say you're grifting, when people, wait, the Vanity Fair article came out and it says I'm in, I stream on Rumble. Wait, what the fuck? Uh-oh. Let me make sure that they fix that. Yeah, I'm on the latest Vanity Fair article. Oh crap. How do we bypass the paywall here, chat? Can Democrats compete with the Roganverse? As podcasters and YouTubers help deliver the bro vote to Donald Trump, Democrats are facing criticism for not engaging enough with non-traditional media on the right or elevating voices on the left. Disable JavaScript. It's not going to work. Let's see. Okay. On election night, Piker was the only left-leaning streamer to rank in the top 10 on Rumble. Wait, what? I'm not a Rumble streamer. Hold on. I'll try to get it corrected. Oh. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. I want to thank the Nelk boys. We'll do this article in a little bit. Let's just finish this video first, and then we'll get back to this article.
November 25th, on X, Musk boosts the Pizzagate conspiracy theory. A long-debunked claim alleging high-profile Democrats ran a pedophile abuse ring from a Washington pizza restaurant. March 25th, 2024. Musk loses a lawsuit against the Center for Countering Digital Hate. He'd sued them after they flagged a rise in hate speech after Musk bought Twitter. In his ruling, a U.S. district judge calls Musk's case vapid and says this case is about punishing the defendants for their speech.
Oh yeah, if you want to support the channel, you can subscribe for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime, or you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. That way you can send me some links. Also, announcement time. I unlocked the VODs. It was subscription only for the past 2 days, but I unlocked it because there was a lot more chatters than I thought out there that were using the VODs to watch. Like, I didn't realize that people just straightforwardly watch Twitch via VODs. So I was like, fuck it. The reason why I had paywalled it is so that, you know, if you wanted to go through all the VODs and the chat and everything else to comb through each individual chatter, it was an effort to like try to protect you guys, to add another hurdle in front of haters who spent every waking moment cross-referencing the chat and trying to find anything they can to be like, this guy is a bad guy, this guy's anti-Semitic or whatever the fuck, which is really, really, really insane. And I thought, well, we already have YouTube. We already have like the YouTube Hasanabi Clips Industrial Complex where they upload those VODs there anyway. It's not owned or operated by me at all, by the way. So I thought it should be fine. And it turns out, you know, there were still people who wanted to. There were still a significant number of people who were utilizing the VODs to watch. So I did not want to, you know, I didn't want to randomly cook people who don't have enough money to subscribe. No, they don't put up the full VODs on YouTube. They clip. No, they do. I thought they did. So yeah. But subscribing is one way to show support to the channel, while also simultaneously it allows you to send me links still and use the emotes across the platform. So yeah. Pretty sure there are YouTube VOD channels. They do put the full VODs. I started watching you there on Twitch thanks to seeing full VODs on YouTube. Yeah. But even then, you know, people still wanted to watch on Twitch. I don't know why, but yeah, Hasanabi VODs puts up the full VODs a day after. It's usually a day late, but they still do it.
In 2024, Musk creates a political action committee which he calls America PAC. Its objective is to mobilize 1 million Republican voters in swing states in an effort to hand the election to Trump. Musk commits to putting tens of millions of dollars of his own money into the Get Out the Vote push and clears his calendar every Friday morning for 30 to 60 minutes to meet with the team he's assembled to run the effort. July 14th. Musk calls Trump on behalf of J.D. Vance, urging Trump to select Vance as his running mate. Vance says abortion is murder and insults women who haven't become mothers.
A bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made.
I'm new here. I just saw some Dan posts about you on Twitter, but wanted to make an opinion for myself. I watched a bit of your content. I think a lot of your rhetoric comes off crazy to the average viewer without context. But I do think that you played a small role in tipping the scales a little bit with the size of your platform. Just an honest thought. Thanks, man. Well, you're wrong, but it's a good start for you. That you also recognize that like the things that you watched were devoid of context, coming from a person who was specifically tasked with smearing me. So you are, I think, on, like, don't attack this person, for the record. Like, ultimately, Dan is Destiny's second in command, his podcast co-host. He's the one who's been spearheading the let's get Hasan banned stuff. Dan himself is also personally admitted that he's doing all of this just to troll, and hopefully in this like weird twisted logic, he thinks that Destiny will get unbanned from the platform if they harass Twitch hard enough. Has Dan ever championed anti-Semitic rights in the past, or is he using it as a vehicle? I don't know. I mean, there are logs between Destiny and Dan where Destiny says things like G-word, the Jews. I'm not going to say it even. So I don't think that they care about anti-Semitism all that much, especially considering that Destiny has revitalized the career of prominent neo-Nazi, prominent anti-Semite, Holocaust denier Nicholas Fuentes. Destiny has also platformed Sam Hyde, who is, again, another neo-Nazi and a pedophile. So I don't know if they truly care about anti-Semitism while they simultaneously collaborate and collude with neo-Nazis. For you? Oh, here, yeah.
It's sad because I've dedicated the last 2 weeks of my life basically to Steve's cause.
What? Which one? You're talking about the Twitch thing?
Yeah, destroying Twitch.
I thought that was more your thing than...
Why the fuck do I care about Twitch? I'm not banned there.
I thought you cared because they were anti-Semitic and being weird.
Nah, it's just fun.
Oh, okay. I care. I thought you cared, bro.
I mean, I care that I want to win. I care that it would be fucking awesome and funny if I won.
It would be awesome and funny.
It would be fucking hysterical if a company... Imagine if we trolled a CEO out of his job.
Yeah. There's a further cut where Dan says he's joking, but our relevant still doesn't get it and looks super awkward and is dying of cringe. Yeah, I mean, I know he says he's joking, but he said it on numerous occasions, including when they first started the fucking mass letter writing campaign to advertisers. Where he was like, come on, guys, think about how sick that would be. I went down the right-wing pipeline for a while, listened to a lot of Jordan Peterson, Stephen Crowder, but in the last 6 months, I've had a full 180 politically and engaging with your political commentary and leftist outlook on our role in society has helped immensely inform my opinions as I went into this election to vote for the first time. Many thanks. That's why I do what I do, chatter. Thanks for that context. When Asmongold said he'd host him for exposing on anti-Semitism, I thought it was strange. Now it makes sense. Yeah, that was really funny. Asmongold's like, oh, if Twitch doesn't get his shit in order, I'll have Dan on. Like, oh no. Oh no, dude. Oh no. Like, anyway, yeah, watch out. Watch out, Amazon. I don't think so anymore. Says D called Asmon the R word for the Elon buying Twitter take. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck goes on there. I don't really give a shit. Let's continue.
Musk's phone call is part of a broad effort by Silicon Valley billionaires to ensure Vance is selected. The next day, Vance is unveiled as Trump's vice presidential candidate. September 6th, Trump says that if he wins, he will appoint Musk to head up a government efficiency commission.
And Elon, because he's not very busy, has agreed to head that task force.
The idea came from Musk, whose companies are currently facing at least 20 federal investigations. If he gets the role, it would give the world's richest man the power to regulate the regulators who hold sway over his companies. Last year alone, his companies were promised $3 billion across nearly 100 different contracts with 17 federal agencies.
Yep.
September 9th, Musk spreads a conspiracy theory that immigrants in Ohio are eating people's pets. The following day, Trump repeats the slur during the presidential debate with Kamala Harris.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs.
The false claim leads to multiple bomb threats against the Springfield immigrant community, September 15th and 16th. Over a single weekend, Musk amplifies a conspiracy theory that ABC leaked sample debate questions to the Harris campaign, falsely claims that the Dems want to take your kids, further fuels racist lies about immigrants eating pets, shares with his nearly 200 million followers on X that Trump must win to, quote, preserve freedom and meritocracy in America, and insinuates that it is suspicious that no one is even trying to assassinate Biden and Kamala, adding a thinking face emoji. The U.S. Secret Service confirms that it is aware of the post. The White House issues a statement saying violence should only be condemned.
This man is a defense contractor, dude. And he gets billions of dollars of subsidies from the federal government. But because he's the wealthiest man on the planet, he can just straight up say that and not even face a little bit of repercussions. What an incredible moment in time. Just unimaginable shit.
Condemned, never encouraged or joked about. This rhetoric is irresponsible. October 4th.
And y'all laughed at him for buying Twitter. I mean, yeah, it was chatter. Elon Musk purchasing Twitter would have been a spectacular defeat if the Democratic Party actually fucking ran a good campaign and Donald Trump did not win the election. Like, we are now talking about how lucky he got. He got lucky. He was forced into buying Twitter, used it as a fucking massive propaganda faucet for the most unrestricted, unfiltered right-wing comments and commentary you've ever seen. Neo-Nazi shit runs amok on the website. And it would have been a disaster, and he still hasn't necessarily like profited off of it at all. Elon Musk could have not bought Twitter and still been in the tank for Donald Trump. And that would have been favorable for him in the same exact way if Donald Trump won. So we're basically giving him credit for something that he did not design, okay? I'm doing a subathon like Kai Cenat to raise money for this. Okay.
4th, Musk posts, unless Trump wins and we get rid of the mountain of smothering regulations that have nothing to do with safety, humanity will never reach Mars. This is existential. Musk is the owner of SpaceX and stands to make billions from U.S. government space contracts. October 5th, the user handle @America is taken from an ex-user and given by Musk to his America PAC. That evening, he joins the former president on stage in Pennsylvania, jumping about wildly.
Fight, 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 vote, vote, vote.
By now, he's moved with his senior team to a war room in a hotel in Pennsylvania to focus full-time on the Trump campaign. He speaks to Trump multiple times a week, is doing a series of pro-Trump town halls across the state, and has recruited lieutenants from his companies to join him. October 15th, legal filings from Musk's Political Action Committee show he has personally donated at least $75 million to the effort to re-elect Trump. October 18th, it's revealed that another Musk-funded group called Future Coalition PAC is targeting Muslim voters in Michigan and Jewish voters in Pennsylvania with diametrically opposed political advertisements about Kamala Harris. In areas with large Muslim...
Like, this is the type of shit that would not have worked if the top line message here was consistent and clear. Do you understand what I mean? If Kamala Harris had a well-established position that separated herself from Joe Biden's very unpopular position on Israel, then none of this shit would have worked. It would have just been noise, background noise. People would have literally presented this as like, yeah, they're trying to rat fuck the campaign. It's obviously not working because like everybody understands what Kamala Harris's clear-cut position is. They allowed this weakness, allowed people like Donald Trump to be able to successfully message. Because it's not like what they were presenting was wrong. Okay? But you also need to acknowledge the influence Twitter had on the election. No, because the American population's Twitter usage has gone down since Elon Musk's purchase. Okay? Even if it's all like right-wing shit, it still doesn't change that reality. Like it was, I think at its peak performance in the past, when it was quote unquote liberal, it was like 20% of the American public used Twitter. It's not as readily used at all. It's just, and it's gone down significantly since then. %20 is a lot, but it's not that anymore. That's my point. FD signifier, white guy tier list, and you're in F tier? Aw.
Muslim populations, the group is painting Harris as a close friend of Israel and is suggesting that she's beholden to the beliefs of her Jewish husband. But in areas with large Jewish populations, the ads say Harris panders to Palestine.
Oh, by the way, that was like really fucking incredibly anti-Semitic too. I remember looking at those. I was in A tier. Nice. He put you in A tier. That chatter was lying. There's start drama. It's not there's never going to be drama between me and FD Signifier. I love him. And I agree with everything he says. So even if he were to have placed me in F tier, I would have said, you know, you got to take it. It is what it is.
Simultaneously, Musk is offering $100 to any Pennsylvania voter who signs his online petition as part of an effort to build a list of likely Trump voters. He also starts giving away $1 million a day to a randomly chosen voter who signed the petition. October 19th, it's revealed that the Building America's Future PAC, another Musk-funded campaign group, is impersonating the Harris campaign by setting up a fake website containing fake policy positions, then sending out text messages driving voters to the fake site. October 24th, it's revealed that Musk gave his America PAC a further $44 million in the first 16 days of October.
Like, he could have done all this and still gotten the same level of access from Trump. Purchasing Twitter, you didn't need to do that, is what I mean. You didn't need to purchase Twitter and then tank its fucking valuation by half. How is any of that legal, lol? Hello? We live in the United States of America. If you're rich, you can do whatever the fuck you want, okay? If you're wealthy, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
October 25th.
Who's going to prosecute him? He runs the government now. Who's going to prosecute him?
The Wall Street Journal reports that Musk has been in regular contact with Russian President Vladimir Putin since 2022. October 27th, Musk speaks at the now infamous Trump rally at Madison Square Garden, a gathering characterized by racism, misogyny.
ICC, yeah, good luck, dude. The ICC can't even fucking stop Israel. What the fuck? Yeah, that's why the applications for the warrants of arrest of war criminals in the Israeli government have still yet to be filed. I mean, the applications have been filed, but they haven't gone through. And that's not America. That's Israel. That's America's attack dog, okay, in the region.
And threats of violence.
USA!
USA!
Musk has posted more than 3,000 times on X in the last month, including dozens of unfounded claims about the election, which have been viewed hundreds of millions of times. Apart from Trump himself, Musk is now the single biggest spreader of election disinformation. November 5th, Trump wins the presidential election. Elon Musk, a far-right conspiracy theorist, has succeeded in using his immense wealth to help swing the election in favor of a convicted felon.
Led by donkeys are frustrating because they'll go on about conservatives but say nothing about liberals in the US or UK, labor and the government, and they're still going on about Liz Truss. Yeah. Ugh, what a shitty situation, man. What a shitty situation we have found ourselves in. Holy moly. Anyway, going back to the Lebanon stuff, though, or Blue Anon, there's a lot going on. Breaking, California voters could overturn Trump's election night national popular vote win and give it to Harris. Harris can still win the national popular vote from Trump. That's neither here nor there, and I don't think that's going to happen regardless, but I think I've said this before. I think California's results will surprise you. And also, who cares? I'm glad Elon is in this position. He does a lot of good for the world, not just America, and him being in this position accelerates that. I think you should be studied by scientists. Like, your brain should be studied by scientists if you genuinely think that Elon Musk is doing a lot of good for the world. I suspect it's bait at the top of the hour because this chatter thinks that there's a 3-minute ad break coming and he wanted to bait me into serving it, but there is no 3-minute ad break. However, you can still subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub if you are lucky. That way you can send me links and use emotes and clip certain things as well. Read a nice comment. Thank you, Hasan. Post. Being raised Jewish, I had the idea that an attack on Israel is an attack on the Jewish faith. Your content deprogrammed me to see that Zionism is not Judaism. I'm now a member of the local DSA and proudly say, not in our name. Hell yeah, save Bay. Let's go. This is why, in spite of all the fucking stupidity, I do what I do, for the record. It's gross that people still try to claim that I am harboring anti-Semites or am a secret supporter of anti-Semitism. It's fucking insane. Anyway. But I'm in marketing at a massive company. My execs are getting emails complaining about anti-Semitism. I've been requested to pause spend, but I'm trying to resist. All right. Elon Musk is a right-wing loony. And we already know that. Speaking of right-wing loony, I got a Vanity Fair article written about myself. What is this? New Politico article? Why are you sending me just like random articles? People are really using that linking privileges for whatever the fuck they see fit, it seems. Anyway, I want to thank the Nelk boys, Eden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bussin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan, the UFC CEO Dana White, when handed the microphone during Donald Trump's victory speech on election night. Rather than shout out a slew of Republican senators, White singled out a handful of popular podcasts and influencers who arguably had more to do with Trump taking the stage at about 2:30 a.m. than your run-of-the-mill politician in Washington. Weiss remarks spoke to the Trump's campaign-savvy media strategy courting large male audiences and was a harbinger of the Democrats' needed Joe Rogan discourse that has followed the party's resounding defeat. In conversations I've had since prominent voices on the right and the left, as well with journalists steeped in internet culture, it's clear Democrats need to engage more effectively through non-traditional media. And while there are opportunities for the party to connect, there's also no quick fix to match a right-leaning male-centric media ecosystem or manosphere that's growing with the MAGA megaphone. The shift has been happening for literal years, says Taylor Lorenz, a tech journalist and the author of the book Extremely Online. You can look at the evolution of something like Barstool Sports, which is part of this as well. The right has always succeeded in personality-driven environments. They recognized back in the 90s, in the days of talk radio, that personality-driven media is just far more effective at reaching people and promoting their message. She also points to the sports, gaming, and YouTube prank culture as subtle ways that young people were gradually exposed to increasingly conservative ideology. Lorenz, who produces an online culture publication on Substack, User Mag, says that the content space leans right because the people who created the environment have always felt shut out from traditional media channels, Hollywood, and mainstream pop culture, which they feel is controlled by liberals. In the final stretch of the 2024 election, Trump appeared on numerous podcasts and live streams, including the Joe Rogan Experience this past weekend with Theo Vaughn, Full Send, and more, while stiff-arming the mainstream media. J.D. Vance also appeared on Rogan's show, as did Elon Musk. Trump's 18-year-old son, Barron, has been credited with encouraging such appearances, which allowed the president-elect to reach a younger demographic in a more conversational and even meandering manner, a far cry from policy-driven Sunday show interview. As a result, conservative host Candace Owens tells me the public was able to access a different side of Trump, and that's what people want to see. Owens claims that 90% of mainstream media is basically dismissing the people on the right. They communicate in that way with piety and arrogance, and people are just tired of it, she adds, arguing that the right is winning the independent media space because they foster more human conversations. Don Lemon, a former CNN anchor who's drawn praise for his Man on the Street videos around the country this election cycle, tells me that Trump has realized smartly the impact that streaming, digital, and social can have on a very much waning traditional corporate old school media. Meanwhile, Harris's campaign, he says, really missed out on that. She's a much more vibrant young person than Trump, Lemon argues. She's not sourpuss. She's not a sourpuss, and those people wanted to embrace her, specifically referencing black independent media. There's so many places, sort of center-left people who are just not in that crazy right-wing white boy bro space that she could have gone on to. Lamont suggests that Harris's campaign was simply too cautious, concerned by which podcast host could cause unwanted controversy, when they could have been tapping into the online ecosystem. The rules are different, he says, noting that shouldn't have been a concern for Democrats when Trump surrounded himself with people who spout off on a daily basis conspiracy theories and far-right talking points. One voice on the left who has achieved similar success in audience growth, according to Lorenz, is Hassan Piker, a streamer, influencer, and political talker who provides an alternative to hyper-masculine Trump boosters while remaining culturally relevant. On election night, Piker was the only left-leaning streamer to rank top 10 on Rumble, a YouTube competitor backed by Peter Thiel. So this part is wrong, and I hope they fix that, because I'm not a Rumble streamer. Anyway, in the rankings, Piker at number 3 is flanked by conservative talkers like Dan Bongino, Steven Crowder, Patrick Bet David podcast, which featured Owens, Charlie Kirk, and Tucker Carlson. Piker in an interview identifies different strands of commentary on the right, from the more explicitly political propaganda outlets like The Daily Wire to the centrist content circuit, pointing to podcasts Trump has appeared on like Vaughn's this past weekend. Vaughn is not an overt right-winger, he says, adding that Rogan falls somewhere in between there, but has recently become this right-wing guy who went from endorsing Bernie Sanders in 2020 to endorsing Donald Trump in 2024. Notably, Sanders appeared on Rogan's show during the 2020 Democratic primary campaign and seemingly won over the support of the host, which led to criticism from some on the left, given Rogan's controversial comments, including regarding transgender athletes. On Sunday, Sanders recalled being vilified for going on Rogan's show, while urging the Democrats to not ignore the alternative media out there. The backlash against Sanders' appearance 4 years ago helped to further exile this burgeoning online content space from the Democratic Party. Piker tells me that he feels as though economic populism on the left is in line with Sanders' platform has been shunned by the party establishment, causing the left-learning media ecosystem to be stunted while right-wing content exploded, flooding the zone. When you actively run away from that sort of messaging because you're worried about the donor support diminishing or something, well then yeah, you're going to have a very hard time developing a network of content creators that have organically created a following, he says. Piker's success stems from the wide range of his content, from video game streaming. He played Among Us on live stream in 2020 with the Progressive Democratic Representatives AOC and Ilhan Omar, to collaborations with other creators, to political and news content. They are building culture shows. They're not building political shows, Loren says. It is subtly political. It's just not like shoving it down your throat, and you're not even aware that you're consuming it, she adds. And Piker stresses that Rogan did not become a right-wing operative because they gave him money. He got there organically. Piker, however, worries that the lesson Democrats will take from this election is that they need 10 to 15 Pod Save Americas out there. While Piker has appeared on Pod Save America, and he says he respects the work that they do, he argues, we need something that goes beyond that truly reflects the values of a lot of people within the base, and isn't inherently connected to the Democratic Party institution. Pod Save America is hosted by former Obama staffers and veteran Democratic operatives Jon Favreau, John Lovett, Dan Pfeiffer, and Tommy Vitor. Vitor, for one, has argued in recent days that the Democratic Party's media problem isn't simply that it lacks its own Joe Rogan, but that Republicans have invested tons of money and time into building a right-wing media ecosystem, while his party treats progressive outlets as an afterthought. This part is true. I agree with Vitor on this. Notably, Vitor pointed out both President Joe Biden and Harris Walt's campaigns snubbed the podcast in 2024. While Trump continues to elevate right-leaning independent media through engaging with it, Piker says, there is no such back and forth relationship on the left, as Democrats flock to the more insular mainstream media. Without a direct line of communication to the base, the streamer argues, Democrats will continue to lag behind their opponents in the online world. I got a normie-ass brother, plays COD, watches multiple sports, and sometimes tunes into politics. He says he's willing to hear out Kamala when she was talking about going after price gouging, but then tuned all that shit out when she aligned herself with Biden. I feel like that shit is such a major blow in her campaign. Yeah. I think a lot of people don't understand that there is, I've been thinking about this quite a bit, and I've been saying that there's like different tiers of right-wing content. You have the center to center right commentary that is not immediately political, right? Even though it features a lot of right-wing sentiment in it, right? People who complain constantly about like DEI and video games and whatnot. Those guys aren't like political operatives in the same way that Daily Wire is, right? They're not. They're just not. But there's cross-pollination between this massive circuit of content creators. And that pipeline directly goes all the way to fucking Fox News. Because there is no value divergence between Ben Shapiro of the Daily Wire, who is a right-wing operative, who is a political content creator specifically, right? And someone at Fox News. And as a matter of fact, Ben Shapiro will routinely appear on Fox News. There is a consistent legitimization of independent right-wing media and you know, mainstream right-wing media at Fox News. So when those guys then become a prominent fixture in the center, or rather, quote unquote, apolitical, but socially somewhat conservative media circuit online, right, in independent media and podcasts and whatnot, they are presented as a solid alternative to mainstream media while still repping mainstream media positions, like mainstream right-wing positions. There is no such equivalent on the left. It does not exist. There is no media ecosystem that will have someone like myself on fucking CNN or MSNBC on a regular basis and offer me legitimacy and say, this is our guy. We agree with his opinions. Just like my opinions in MSNBC or CNN or ABC, CBS, like their perspective on the world is almost diametrically opposed to one another. Whereas Fox News' perspective and the things that they say on Fox News are damn near identical to the things that Ben Shapiro says, are damn near identical to the things that Charlie Kirk says. Okay? People misunderstand. You cannot take the role of this on the left. The point is it's mostly organic. Exactly. Like, I am someone who has these positions and I have become successful individually. Okay? I did not become successful like Charlie Kirk, for example, who got uplifted by the right-wing media ecosystem instantly. Charlie Kirk wrote a piece for his like high school or something, right? When he didn't get into when he wasn't able to get into his college of choice. I believe it was like Annapolis, if I'm not mistaken. He wrote an article about how, like, you know, a black person took his place. And then Breitbart posted that article. And then immediately after that, they literally fucking brought him on Fox News. He took that immediate boost of influence and legitimacy to right-wing, to major right-wing donors, Foster Freeze, specifically, who's dead now, and said, I want to start Turning Point USA. I want to start an organization that basically lobbies student body governments, both in high school and in college, because there's a lot of woke shit happening there. Okay? Now he straight up has direct access to Donald Trump. This was my Republican counterpart in 2016 when we were debating, okay? Or even before then. We would go on Politicon and we would debate one another. Back then, we were considered like the you know, he was the right-wing version, I was the leftist version, okay? And there was no way that I was ever going to meet Barack Obama in the way that Charlie Kirk was immediately brought into the Republican Party's operations in a direct fashion and got access to the likes of Donald Trump, who became president. So not only do I not play ball with the Democratic Party, because I am at odds with a lot of the values that they espouse, okay? And that divergence exists within the base of the party and the actual party itself, which makes it harder to create like a reliable media ecosystem, okay? But also, like, even if they were to try and create a similar thing and flood the market with like party loyalists, the top line messaging is at odds with the things that people want. Okay? Do you feel like the purity culture of the left makes it hard for organic personalities to take root? You've said it yourself, how much easier it'd be to be a conservative commentator because you've been canceled how many times before? Yeah, but cancellations are not fucking real. That's the point. That's why I always tell people to ignore the noise, okay? Yes, the left is very fucking annoying, okay? They are. It is what it is, okay? You got to do what you got to do. A lot of people mistake like even their own consumption for, I don't know, some kind of like political moral position that they're engaging in. But it does not matter. That's why I have consistently for the past 6 years that I've been doing this on Twitch, openly told rad libs to shut the fuck up whenever they chirp about like, this person is committing a microaggression, or what you said, I misunderstood, and now I'm going to yell at you. Or, Hasan, why do you have right-wingers on your show? Or, Hasan, why do you go on a right-wing podcast? And it's like, I do that because I want my message to reach as broad an audience as possible. And if I were to listen to some of the biggest woke scolds in my community at the time, when I had 35 people watching or when I had 350 people watching, okay, ultimately, I would have just stayed there. And this would not be the largest pro-trans community online. You know what I mean? So sometimes you just got to not listen to your naysayers, even if you are ideologically aligned with them. That's it. That's it. That's why I regularly yell at people who, for example, deny people's capacity to change. Okay? I think it's silly. I think it's stupid. And I think we always have to be as charitable as we possibly can, especially if someone is on a journey of learning and changing their minds. Leftists understand that people are not born intrinsically bigoted, okay? They're not. Bigotry is learned through social conditioning. So if you understand that we are products of a bigoted environment, then you have to be a little bit more understanding when people come in and are confused and are asking questions genuinely and want to learn. This is why I regularly will yell at people who chirp at me and others who are also on their own personal journey, who have been indoctrinated into believing right-wing shit. That's it. I think that is perhaps one of the biggest reasons why this community is so large. Okay? And there are plenty, for example, I use trans rights, okay? I'm uncompromising when it comes to defending marginalized identities, including but not limited to trans people. And there have been many instances where trans people online have yelled at me for not being sufficiently pro-trans. If I were to listen to them, okay, and not do what I do regardless, then this would not be a fun space for every single person, including trans people, that was so large, okay? It just wouldn't. It's okay. Your allies who are directly from the marginalized groups that you speak on might not sometimes understand what your position is, but it does not matter. Okay? You just have to be open-minded to people. You have to be charitable. And you have to allow people to learn and put your best foot forward. And you have to always be uncompromising in your values. Not the way you present yourself, okay? Just on your overall value system. That's it. How much charity have you done? Dude, I don't fucking know. A lot. Hasan, 0 pull, 0 clout, so no pay for play. I learned it from Hasan. Hasan is trans confirmed. How much charity you've done? A shit ton, but I don't even fucking know the extent of it. Let's be real. Anyway. Sabbath, do you think you might actually be the maximum possible outcome for a leftist media outlet given the inherent contradictions? No. Yeah, purity tests overall are stupid. A lot of people also personally, and this is something I've seen quite a bit, people write out others who are allies because they have disagreements on one issue or another. Okay? And that's very frustrating. People will come in here and be like, oh, well, what do you think about Majority Report saying this? Or FD Signifier said that. Or Chapo said this, yada, yada, yada. Mike from PA said that. I don't entertain it. And the reason for why I don't entertain it is because it's inherently unproductive to engage in infighting when the left holds no power whatsoever, which is another reason why I always say, look to who people present as their enemies. Okay? If someone claims to be progressive, but also simultaneously is, defending Israel's genocide, for example, or defending white people's right to say the N-word, and then spends a whole ordeal, spends a good bit of time, okay? Spends a good bit of time fighting left-wing content creators, and even often finds themselves directly aligning with the likes of Ben Shapiro even, or prominently features neo-Nazis that have fallen out of favor, okay, and offers them a lifeline for their careers, be very careful with how progressive they actually are. Okay? That's it. Your greatest on, but talking about coalition building and movement stuff between content creators is silly. What? Coalition building and movement stuff between content creators? That's not even what I'm talking about here. I'm just simply saying that, like, if my commentary is the only thing I have here, okay? If my commentary is the only thing I have at my disposal, is the only thing they have at their disposal, then yeah. If that's the only way to analyze someone and what their positions are, just look to who they have vilified. Look to who they have made their enemies. What is the incentive for the left to ever be platformed? Democratic Party is completely captured. Why would they ever concede to any kind of left-wing messaging that could hurt the donor base in the long run? The party is lost and cannot be captured internally. There has to be an electoral path outside the Democratic Party structure. We'll see. This is an opportunity. This is a moment for opportunity to change the Democratic Party's message, to change the structure of the Democratic Party, because they have incurred tremendous losses. Hi, when I was getting out of the alt-right pipeline in 2020, I was 16. I remember seeing your clips taken out of context and thinking you were crazy. Around 7-8 months ago, I've kept up with you on YouTube and found out how similar our ideals are. Keep up the good work. I'm glad that you offered me some charitability. Many people do not, and I don't even fault them for not doing that, but I'm glad that you did that. Does the SJW chirpers bother you more than right-wing chatters? No. Yes and no sometimes, but it doesn't matter. Okay. I hear you, man, but every single article I've seen is about leftists bricking the party and Latinos being sexist. I think the Democratic Party might be cooked. We'll see. If they do actually engage in that, what is this? Here's your take from a year ago on why men flock to the alt-right pipeline. This is something that's happening, apparently. No, I think that there's a lot of people, men don't fall down the alt-right MRA pipeline because the left isn't doing good enough outreach. They choose to subscribe to fascist ideology because they have an investment in maintaining their position in the social hierarchy, and the liberation of other groups threatens that. That is absolutely correct, by the way. Two things can be true at once. If you think the attractiveness of the manosphere and the right isn't connected to a deep investment in patriarchy and white supremacy, then you are unserious. Yup. It's a sense of feeling embarrassed. Okay, by material conditions, and a sense, God, my fucking look like shit, dude. Holy fuck. Sense of nostalgia that you are desperately seeking, that you feel the manosphere gives you by building this, by basically building up this like systemic criticism that is false, and telling you that like you yourself are not the problem. The system is broken, and the system is actually at fault for your situation. It's escapist. It also does not offer good advice, but basically tries to reinforce like previously established constructs as a way for you to feel like a little bit of power, especially over your interlocutors as you own them. It's silly. It's stupid. Nah, most 14-year-olds don't care about that. They just want to own the libs. No, even when we talk about like 14-year-olds, you're failing to understand what I mean. Like, when I talk about material conditions and how it impacts people, I'm talking about how most people experience certain resentments, experience certain things, and then have a sense of resentment without actually adequately understanding where that resentment is coming from, or where that anger should be directed. But you still experience it. I'm agreeing with myself from the past. What the fuck? What's wrong with me? I'm like, yeah, this guy's spitting. Regardless, you know what I mean? Two things can be true at once. If you think the attractiveness of the manosphere and the right isn't connected, there's a deep investment in the patriarchy, in supremacy, white supremacy, you are unserious. The ignoring of this fact and the left isn't doing enough argument are hand in hand with a lack of self-reflection and accountability for the predominantly white male adherents of this ideology and the inherent anti-black self-hating elements of the black manosphere. Jordan Peterson and Kevin Samuels works for a lot of these boys because they present a strong man authoritarian image. Even the most masculine leftist men are not going to offer the same product because authoritarianism is inherently conservative. I constantly have men in my comments say something along the lines of, I love your content and you have great ideas, but I just wish you were more misogynistic. Obviously, by the way, they're not saying that with those words, but that is an understandable thing to derive from that content. Those are also really easy points to latch on to. They're easy. They're stereotypes that exist for a reason, and you can just like very easily point to them and go, hey, isn't that funny? You know, women go to the kitchen, lol, and people who are dumb will also run with it because it's something that they've heard, and it feels a little, it feels a little dangerous to be able to, joke around about that, especially in an environment where you feel like you are suppressed. You can't say things like that when you, of course, can, and many people do. And not only that, but like there are basically systemic hurdles presented towards women that are almost identical to that, right? Like undermining civil liberties, abortion rights is a great example of this. You know what I mean? Pink tax, shit like that. Things that you don't have to really think about as a man. It's not a matter of effort. It's the fact that we live in a white supremacist patriarchy, and we have a lot of conservative centrists and even some who so-called leftists who say they care about helping men and boys, but also want to somehow maintain these hierarchies. That's Jordan Peterson's great trick. He cares about men and boys, but he cares about patriarchy and white supremacy more, necessitating his constant attacks on critical theories that would dismantle those systems. That's why I can't get the average dude to agree with any and every major feminist tenet around gender and sex, as long as I don't call it. I can get the average dude to agree with every major feminist tenet, as long as I don't call it feminism, because then they're chip triggers and they turn into Sneeko or some shit. And yay, is still algorithmically controlled and optimized. But that doesn't mean it's caused by algorithms, just exacerbated by it. Yep, that's true. When I was 14 and falling down the pipeline, misogynistic jokes were like comfort food. It comes from a place of being deeply rooted in a conservative past and refusing to let go or see other perspectives, refusing to have empathy. This is why I always have stated that economic volatility, instability, and not having a future that your parents had for yourself, okay? Not having the same future that your parents had for yourself, that causes a lot of fear, and it makes people even more vulnerable. Okay? And that environment is perfect for right-wing reactionaries. Okay? It is perfect for right-wing reactionaries. They see how vulnerable and insecure people are. They themselves also are kind of insecure. And they basically present themselves like these, macho, masculine men. And the only way they can consistently reinforce the idea that they're macho and masculine is by fucking pushing women down. Pushing marginalized communities down by being like, yeah, that's how you become a real man, by fucking shitting on women. That's how you become a real man, by shitting on trans people. Like, no. Real men are not bullies, okay? Real manly men in movies or in popular literature are not fucking going around shitting on those who have less than them. That's what a weak man does. That's not what a strong man does. And when I say man, it doesn't matter. It's men, women, everyone. Like, a strong person does not hurt those who have less than they do. Okay? It's insecurity through and through. And as people become more and more insecure, as we are alienated, we're isolated, and the only sense of community we can get is online, okay? These awful echo chambers basically reinforce the most insecure desires that people have, okay? What is this? A strong man stands up for himself. A stronger man stands up for others. The trans cow dad from Barnyard. I don't even know what that is, but yeah. You don't know Barnyard, lol? Yeah, I don't know. Advice on what to say to my little brothers who I'm concerned could fall into this pipeline. You have to help them build confidence, okay? That is the most important thing, I think, for young men. If we're gonna talk about immaterial things, then there is a real crisis of confidence among young men. And the people that try, or the people that claim to save these people, are only furthering their insecurities. And instead of telling them that real change comes from within, and real change and real confidence comes from an endless desire to better yourself, okay, and be more empathetic to others around you, regardless of how shitty your circumstances are, a lot of people are not going to do that. It's a comfortable narrative to say society only cares about women, these elites. They only care about women and trans people and gay people. They don't care about you. Okay? And it's not about just telling men like, no, you're right. Society does only care about women and trans people, and they don't care about you. I promise. All of your insecurities are validated with me. That's not how you do it. Okay? Because that's false. I think the quickest way to stop this kind of stuff before it becomes like a massive consequential problem is identify it, recognize that it comes from it comes from a place of insecurity, and try to help people overcome that at the individual level. Anyway, it'll happen. It's going to happen, especially under the Trump administration, just like it did last time. Trump became president with a similar coalition of young men. Okay. And it has increasingly gotten more diverse, his base of support. But having said that, there was plenty of young men who were out there being like, oh yeah, I vibe with Trump. And then what happened? Donald Trump became president, and all of the promises that he made about, like, I don't know, deporting the undocumented migrants and doing child separation policies, like, did that make young men's lives better? No. Some of you that are prominent members of this community were probably captivated by this message. Maybe not directly the Trump message, but at least a Trumpian message that you were getting from fucking alt-right YouTubers, right? And what happened? You realized that Trump became president, and the power, the people in positions of power, they changed their party, but your situation, your circumstances did not improve. Okay? They didn't, because owning the libs, okay, a policy of revenge, petty revenge, is not going to put food on your table. It's not going to put money in your pockets. It's not going to make your living circumstances better. That's it. It's just not changing anything. It's immaterial. It is simply a distraction. Okay? This is what I try to explain to people all the time. Pure spite-driven politics will get you nowhere. And both parties and their most prominent members in the base do spite-driven politics. Okay? You have to have firm commitments. You have to have convictions. Sure, owning the cons is fun. That's why we do Hogwatch, okay? To expose how silly or how stupid some Republicans might be. But at the end of the day, I still want them to have health care. I still want them to have a meaningful life. I still want them to have a comfortable existence, to have some semblance of autonomy in their lives unconditionally. Okay? Unconditionally. Regardless of my anger and frustration for the dumb, nonsensical bullshit that they might be presenting in that very moment, I still want them to have a better life. They deserve a better life, regardless of their positions, regardless of the cruelty that they have signed off on. Okay? It's very important. Because in that process, when people go on that journey of independently developing themselves, and as material conditions improve, you eliminate these vectors of hate. You eliminate an environment, the underlying environment that causes people to seek out different answers. Okay? That's it. Do you believe that right-wing pundits deserve the same kind of unconditional faith that they will change? Not really, because they have a job. They're doing that for the bag, ultimately. So it makes it very difficult for them to truly organically change their perspective, because their bag-making capabilities come from them constantly being more and more right-wing, pushing the fucking needle. I respect it when a content creator does organically come to different conclusions, and I will always defend them. Okay? But in the interim process, as long as they're fucking churning nonsensical right-wing propaganda that is filled to the brim with hate with the express purpose of making money and also making more people right-wing, I'm always going to fucking have smoke for them. Okay? As someone who has been a conservative for most of their life until 20 years old, it's the difference between people like you and people who hate on everyone in the South simply existing in those conditions that actually moves people to the left. Yeah. What? What is this? Stop having arguments in the chat. Trump is on track for a smaller popular victory vote than Hillary Clinton in 2016. Democrats have work to do. They need to build a coalition that's not always 2 points from losing to MAGA. But I don't see Republicans internalizing that this was a narrow victory in a historically anti-incumbent year. Many presidencies have faltered by misreading an anti-incumbent mood as a sweeping ideological mandate. Yuval Levin makes the same point more eloquently. This is the trap of our 21st century presidents have tended to fall into. They win elections because their opponents were unpopular, and then imagining the public has endorsed their party's activist agenda, they use the power of their office to make themselves unpopular. This is why the public moved left on key issues during Trump's first term and right during Biden's. I don't agree with that. I think it's a very centrist position, because it's not like Biden, who ran on the fucking public option as a way to destroy Bernie's Medicare for All, actually followed through on that. Okay? Wide sweeping systemic changes did not occur under the Biden leadership. Yes, the Biden administration was significantly more significantly more anti-corporate in its regulatory agencies and the way that they operated, and that was great. Having said that, however, if the environment demands wide sweeping changes and you're only offering like a little bit of that, and you're not also promoting the things that you have done in the process, yeah, people are not going to recognize it. But yeah, Meta's thread is overrun with liberal election fraud conspiracies. We did some Libwatch earlier. That shit was crazy. Congress is voting on H.R. 9495 tomorrow, says Hasanabi, which would see a devastating eradication and criminalization of Muslim, Arab, Palestinian, pro-Palestine nonprofit groups. See my thread below for more historical context. So this is a bipartisan bill from September 10th in the House Ways and Means Committee discussing H.R. 9495, a bipartisan bill which includes provisions threatening to revoke the tax-exempt status of any nonprofit the government deems a terrorist-supporting organization, a new legal category. The current version, which was introduced by Representative Claudia Tenney and co-sponsored by Brad Schneider and Dinah Titus, is paired with a provision that would provide tax relief to American hostages held by terror groups and other Americans unjustly imprisoned abroad. Hamadanchi said combining the two provisions was likely a ploy to push the nonprofit terror bill through with as little opposition as possible. The law would not require officials to explain the reason for designating a group, nor does it require the Treasury Department to provide evidence. So you can just turn around and say this is a terrorist group and revoke their 501c3 status. Devastating. And also, and as Ryan Grimm correctly points out, for the record, straight out of Project Tester, which is the Project 2025 McCarthyist version of anti-Palestinian protests, anti-Israeli protesters getting hit with a RICO charge. Last time I've heard anti-Semitism was my uncle saying that Jews control the media, and at the time I did not even know how to respond to that, and even thought that it could be true, but thanks to your broadcast, I've learned how to counter that message. Such awful speech and dunk on people spreading misinformation. Thank you. Hell yeah. Once again, that's exactly why I do what I do. This is straight out of Project Esther, which Drop Site News covered. It's extremely fucking dangerous. And in the lame duck session, the Democratic Party is going to push for it. Remembering how back in 2020 primary, when it looked like Bernie would win, CNN panicked and started booking me and a few other Bernie lefties semi-regularly. Then Clyburn made his move. Biden won South Carolina. The other candidates dropped out to make way for Biden. And I haven't seen the inside of a CNN green room since. Funny to think about now that I see a few people on CNN and MSNBC maybe admitting that Bernie had a point. These networks have always had room for never Trumpers who basically only exist on cable news, and even actual Trumpers, but almost completely shut out the populist left. Somehow their commitment to a diversity of viewpoints conveniently excludes the one ideology that threatens capital's bottom line. That's true, but I think the first part of that is more important. And that's why I always say there is a method out there and there is a way to actually bully the Democratic Party and the media institutions into submission to do the right thing. Okay? Because when they noticed that Bernie had broad momentum and was very popular, they responded by not ultimately suppressing it, even though they did do that, right? But they were like, okay, let's hear him out. That's why I say if there was a Trumpian style economic leftist figure within the Democratic Party that somehow snuck in, okay, these outlets that run on blue no matter who narratives, some of them would actually go along with it. And the donor class, depending on, maybe I'm too fucking crazy for this, and this is my most idealistic position. This is my most anti-materialist position, and I recognize it. But I think that what Donald Trump was capable of doing to the Republican Party someone could do to the Democratic Party as well by just openly saying, no, this is what we have to do. We have to start winning again. Okay. Do you want us, or do you want these fucking psychopathic fascists who are going to create too much instability for you to make money? Yes, you might take a hit in your bottom line in the short term, but this country will benefit from it tremendously. A big reason they do that is fear of losing center-right people to Fox. I wish there was a mainstream progressive outlet. Yeah. I don't know who the vessel for that would be, but FDR was able to do it successfully at a time when, you know, I would say that the economic inequality and the power that billionaires had, or millionaires at the time, was, you know, identical to the standards of today. Sometimes you need a bold leader. Yeah.
Senator Bernie.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders' vision is so popular that even Asmongold's community likes him. As a Republican, I always said Bernie stood on business. He was the Democratic Party's best shot, but rather they shot themselves in the foot. The sad thing is that no one listens to Bernie, not even in his own party. This is exactly why he left the Democratic Party, for those who don't know. Dude is older than Biden, but is 1,000 times more coherent than Biden. Like Asmongold's entire community. This has 1.6 million views in 23 hours. Think about that. Anyway, while you think about that, let's get back to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is taking this lady, Elise Stefanik, who bullied every fucking college campus, who basically bullied all of the presidents of each individual Ivy League institution for not being sufficiently pro-Israel when they very clearly were pro-Israel. Got a bunch of people to resign. Now she's the UN ambassador. The Biden-Harris administration knows that the Palestine authorities continuing their pay-to-slay policies and lining the pockets of terrorists who kill Israelis. However, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are choosing to ignore the law and waiving mandatory terrorism sanctions on the Palestinian government. She wants to fucking stop funding the PA, which is a part of the Israeli security apparatus. Okay, this is not Hamas. This is directly at odds with Hamas, and also directly at odds with the Palestinians in the West Bank anyway. It is literally a part of the Israeli security apparatus. This is putting a Palestinian face on Palestinian oppression, basically. And she wants them to not have funds either. Okay? Now, she's going to be in the admin. I do think this is funny, though. Now that Elise Stefanik is Trump's UN ambassador, Israel just got the green light on any war crime they like. That light is going to become permanent green for any war or atrocity they commit. Wasn't this already the case, Uncle Cenk? You know? Unc is wildin'. Like, what's different? What's different about what's going on right now, you know? Oh man, things are certainly going to be different now with the way that this country offers no fucking red lines to Israel. Now, the thing that will change is that Israel will feel more galvanized and most likely inevitably annex the West Bank. But anyway, speaking of Israel, How to Defend Genocide by Bad Empanada. A lot of people wanted me to watch this. Apparently, this is a very good analysis on, you know, broader points of obviously broader points on Israel doing a genocide in Gaza, but then also simultaneously covering it from the drama angle. I think that Bad Empanada is doing a good job of like using the drama angle to get people's attention to issues that truly matter.
By the
Now, Bad Empanada, I do not agree with a lot of the things that he says. As a matter of fact, I would say I agree with nothing that he says on Twitter. Okay. Bad Empanada also is not a fan of mine in many instances and has said that I am not sufficiently pro-Palestine and that I fucked up by going to the DNC or something like that. I don't know. He's a bit crazy. He's out there. But even though we might have our disagreements, okay? Even though we have our disagreements, certainly, I've always maintained the position that his work on YouTube stands on its own. His YouTube essays are fantastic. His YouTube essays are awesome. And they're well sourced and well researched for the most part. Okay.
Justify.
Bad Empanada is against reacting to his videos on stream. Yeah. Okay. Well, he can fucking copy strike me then. Just kidding. I know that he's not. He has said that before. But in that same time frame, he has also demanded that I react to some of his videos over and over again. So I don't know where he stands on that because, like I said, I am subscribed to his channel. I have watched his videos in the past, not on stream. And all I'm going to say is, you can't, maybe next week he'll hate that I'm watching his videos, and maybe this week he doesn't. Who knows? Okay, I don't care.
What do you do when you are completely committed to defending a state, no matter what it does, when what it's doing makes doing that increasingly difficult?
Can you at least spam the link in the chat? It costs nothing. Why are you saying this? Like, why do you act like we don't do that all the time whenever we watch YouTube videos on this channel? This is one of my least favorite types of chatters who come in here and demand something that we have literally done every single fucking time to make it seem as though we don't do that. Like, it's so fucking smug and so goddamn annoying. You know what I mean? Shut the fuck up. It's passive aggressive nonsense. Don't do that. Can you at least spam his link? It costs nothing. Like, you literally are scolding me for something that I always fucking do. The link always gets pinned in the fucking chat. I already said I've subscribed to his channel. The title is right here, and motherfuckers still do what they do, you know?
And when trying to do so, will invariably make you come off as more than a little bit ridiculous, as well as a Goebbels tier genocide propagandist. It turns out that that self-assigned job is really quite difficult. And I'm going to go over some examples here that show just how hard of a task these brave pro-genocide propagandists have committed themselves to in their fanatical, never-ending quest to justify, downplay, apologize for, or deny anything they think they possibly can regarding the ongoing Gaza genocide. This video was made possible thanks to my supporters on Patreon and Ko-fi. If you like it and you'd like to see more like it, consider heading over there and supporting me yourself. This is Israel's self-appointed lawyer, the YouTuber Lonerbox. He has taken it upon himself to do every possible thing that he can to defend Israel's Gaza genocide. You're about to see him attempt his best defense of the revelation from a New York Times investigation that Israeli soldiers have intentionally been massacring.
That motherfucker defended? No. There is no fucking way this dude literally defended the babies with fucking bullets lodged into their goddamn brains, dude. That is, holy moly, that shit's
children
crazy.
In droves via single, precise shots to the head. Multiple doctors and nurses who spent time serving in Gaza hospitals during the genocide attested to the fact that between them, they had seen many dozens, upwards of 100.
We've been telling you he's a freak. Dog, he actively has the audience attack because I asked him about that. Dude, my statement on this remains, okay? You never get punished if you are wrong, but wrong in the direction of whatever America's foreign policy interests are. Never, ever, ever. Okay? You can just be wrong literally all the time, but as long as you have like, as long as you're repeating messages that are coming, as long as you are repeating institutional messages, as long as you're repeating American foreign policy goals, it literally does not matter. No one tracks it as like, damn, dude, I keep listening to you and I keep finding myself wrong all the fucking time.
100 in total cases of children shot in the head, and they provided the New York Times with x-rays that show these injuries, as well as photographic evidence, which the Times considered too graphic to publish, of these children's gunshot wounds to the head. The evidence that this is a systemic practice of the Israeli military in Gaza is quite overwhelming. So how does...
When you showed Lonerbox's videos earlier this year, I tried to say your admirable charitability was wasted on him, and his chat told him to whisper me to intimidate me.
Does a pro-genocide propagandist deal with this? Let's take a look. Here is the reaction of Israel's lawyer to seeing political commentator Mehdi Hasan bring this up in a debate.
3 American doctors went to Gaza. Dr. Feyyaz Sidwa, Dr. Irfan Galaria, and a Jewish American doctor called Dr. Mark Perlmutter. All of them came back at separate times, said children were brought into hospitals we were in with gunshot to the head, sniper shots. Perfect. Exact targets. There is no tunnel that justifies shooting toddlers in the head. Israeli snipers.
Does this guy not know how sniping jobs work? Like, the problem with sniping isn't like the accuracy is not because obviously you got your scope and the fucking like yeah, it's quite easy, you can accurately snipe, but targets and personnel move really, really fast when you're sniping. Like, snipers make their decisions in less than a split second in combat situations.
Child's heads are really hard to target in an active combat situation. Excuse me. Children's heads are way harder to target, so we should be celebrating. Like, what the fuck's the point here? What? Okay. Yeah, they're precise. That's the point. These, you know, these snipers targeted children in the head and shot them in the head.
Unless he's suggesting there were just a couple of kids sitting on the hill.
No, they were running. Okay, they were running, and a sniper utilized their precise targeting capabilities to shoot them in the head.
The guy opposite in a building just went, got him, take him out.
And I'm fairly certain that is what happened. This is the guy who clip chimps you to the liberals, and they quote tweeted all day, by the way, and the level of crazier haters adhere to. Yeah, I have not given a fuck about all my haters as long as they had like normal positions on this, but it seems like I was wrong, and it seems like I was incredibly wrong on Lonerbox having like relatively decent positions on Israel. I fucking, holy shit, dude, this is like extreme. This is maxed out.
Maybe someone committed a war crime. But I don't think that's Israeli policy, is to snipe kids for no reason. To snipe toddlers, but okay.
Oh, it's just an accident. You know, it's just, guys, this is just a happy accident. An unhappy accident. You don't understand, you fool.
Okay, so the rebuttal there is that apparently this is just happening by accident. Israeli snipers are accidentally shooting hundreds of kids in the head because...
Yeah, a pattern observable by healthcare professionals. Okay, so commonplace that it is a pattern that healthcare professionals that went and worked on the field observed it independently of one another, so much so that they all were like shocked when they revealed this information to one another, so much so that even the New York Times wrote an article about it when, you know, they've played a pretty formative role in actively undermining any kind of like humanity that Palestinians may have.
They are mistaking them for fighters or something. And apparently this guy is a sniper expert, and that's how he knows this is happening. It really is that simple.
Does this guy not know how sniping jobs work?
Now, refuting this on a factual basis seems redundant and stupid to even do, because it's clear that he's just making this up in the moment. It's not really a serious argument or anything. He's just desperate to defend anything that Israel does, and that's just what happened to come to his mind in that moment. Nonetheless, it can be refuted on a factual basis. You aim for the head in an assassination when you are sure that you have the shot, and your aim is not to disable the target as a threat, but rather to ensure a kill. In a combat situation, if these were militants who pose a threat, the aim first and foremost is to disable them as a threat, rather than to kill them. And the head is a much smaller target than the body, so it is far safer to aim for the body. So there being so many headshots makes it very, very clear that these are deliberate targeted killings of children. You do not accidentally precisely aim at the head of a child and pull the trigger hundreds of times. Not that it would stop being a war crime.
Dude, your own Turkish government is doing the same to the Kurds. Dude, that's crazy. If you can point to a moment where I've actually agreed with that policy, you know, I'll give you $10,000, all right? Dog, the fuck are you talking about? I literally had a fucking YPG fighter on my stream who I'm close friends with. Suck my dick, okay? What is this? What is this deflection? What is this whataboutism? Okay? And no, the extent of the fucking violence that the Turkish government and Turkish military subjects Kurds to is horrifying, completely unacceptable. I've criticized it over and over again, but make no mistake, even the Kurds in this community will agree that what is happening to the Palestinians is even worse than that. There's no reason to fucking do the Olympics of like who's worse, but you are out of your fucking mind, okay? This does not mean I'm giving permission or agreeing with the Turkish military.
I mean, if they were killing hundreds of preteen children with body shots.
Are you fucking serious? He made a fucking video pretending to get blown up by a bomb to make fun of Palestinians. In what fucking world would this guy have good takes? Didn't you say you thought these people were bad? And the only reason I know is because I didn't get pushed by the shit. Left us on Twitter reposting this bullshit shit, responding to it is disgusting. Who made a video? Who made a video pretending to be blown up by a bomb? I have no idea what you guys are talking about. I think you forget that, like, I might not have the same level of investment with, like, online content creators that you do. Okay? It's so racist and disingenuous. You are American as well, both in citizenship, but also you are paying taxes that fund this genocide, so you should care about it. Yeah, also, I can't fucking go back to Turkey. So that's the other part of this for all of my many criticisms of the Turkish government. So... yeah, lol, imagine not knowing the takes of these loser YouTubers. Exactly. Like, how the fuck am I supposed to know that shit? I don't know. I don't know what, like, all the latest and greatest of genocide defense that these guys have fucking engaged with. I don't really care.
By any means. And it would also be quite obvious anyway, looking through a sniper scope, that you are looking at a child and not a militant. To precisely aim for the head, line up a shot, take
Does
the
this video have TOS?
Shot and hit it, not just once, but hundreds of times, indicates a level of intent that can only reasonably be described as systematic. But what is Israel's lawyer's argument for why he thinks that despite that overwhelming evidence, it's actually not so obvious? Well...
but I don't think that's Israeli policy, is to snipe kids for no reason. To snipe toddlers, but okay.
You heard right. Just that he thinks Israel wouldn't do it. That's all. That's all he needs. They wouldn't do it. I don't believe they would do it. Evidence be damned. They are not doing it. I said so. Case closed. There's a clear...
So how does he... I would love to find out what he thinks about, like, why the New York Times wrote this article then. Like, what is the... it's just a unfortunate accident, like, that has played itself over, you know, hundreds of times. Like, it doesn't have to be official policy, okay? That's not how this works. When you create a killing field, it doesn't matter. You just let loose whatever the fuck, whatever kind of violent behavior that your occupying forces are engaging in. That's how you arrive at, like, triple tapping a fucking humanitarian aid convoy that is there engaging in deconfliction with the Israeli government at that time. That's what happened with World Central Kitchen, okay? It's not a fucking oopsie. All right? It's not. It is disordered deliberately in order to have some shred of plausible deniability, I guess.
Implication there, which should be obvious to anyone who is familiar with the rhetoric of pro-Israel propagandists, that also implying that they would do that intentionally is anti-Semitic. And this sort of claim is very oft-repeated. For example, in this tweet by another pro-Israel propagandist who was very adamant that Israel would simply never kill a child intentionally, it's impossible. They've just committed tens of thousands of unfortunate accidents, systematically, in a clear pattern over the course of a year. Or this abhorrent Guardian article where another pro-Israel propagandist explicitly argues that the media citing factual information about Israel murdering children is a form of anti-Semitic blood libel. Now, Israel's lawyer isn't quite as explicit as that guy was, but the implication is there. He knows what he's doing. The others who do the same thing know what they're doing. The best argument that they have is that in spite of all the evidence that makes it clear as day that they are in fact doing this, they wouldn't do it. After all, they're Jewish. Jewish people can't commit atrocities like everyone else. How dare you imply otherwise? Aside from massacring children, women, men, the elderly, babies, pretty much anyone they can get their hands on, Israel has also been making their defenders' jobs quite a bit harder by just plain making shit up all the time. Whether it's elaborate, obviously fake 3D renderings of Hamas command centers under a hospital, which they then use to justify multiple massacres committed at that hospital, or making ludicrous claims like Palestinians massacring 40 babies, the job of the self-appointed lawyers of Israel becomes harder with every single claim made. Let's refer back to that one again to see how he dealt with the 40 beheaded babies claim.
Again, this is why it's like the 40 beheaded babies. That hoax was not an Israeli, I think there's a better way to put it. The 40 beheaded babies was not actually an Israeli government hoax. It wasn't. It was a misspeak from a journalist that was spread around the world by a few fucking nutters. And then the people who really made it last were people who were anti-Israel. They were the ones who spread that. They're the ones who...
Dog, Joe Biden didn't... Am I crazy? What? Joe Biden, the anti-Israeli nutter. Look alive, Jack. Israel. The Zionist entity must be dismantled piece by piece. Look alive. The Mujahideen. That's the way I see myself. One struggle, united. That's why I'm spreading this pro-Israeli propaganda. Because I'm anti-Israel down the line. I've seen the videos. We beat Medicare.
To have kept that alive.
So his strategy here is not to blame that propaganda on the Israelis who made it up and spread it, but rather to blame the people who are against Israel's genocide for calling them out on it and not allowing them to forget it. The first part of this strategy here is not a very advanced one. It's known as lying. He lies about this idea that this was just an error made by one reporter, which was not spread by the Israeli state or other Israeli propagandists, nor anyone of any significance. It was merely mostly picked up on by opponents of Israel, solely by them, which is apparently a bad thing for them to do because, I don't know, apparently it's wrong to point out that Israel is inventing abhorrent, obviously fake, genocide-justifying propaganda over and over again because who knows why? He doesn't explain it. Here's the thing, though. This was spread by the State of Israel. It was spread by Eilon Levy, their official spokesman at the time. It was spread all over official Israeli social media. It was spread by Netanyahu's personal spokesperson.
When you listed the unconscionable atrocities that took place in that kibbutz, you did say that babies had been decapitated. Can I take that as confirmation then? Because that currently is being reported as reported action. That has actually happened as it turns.
Toddlers, babies, I can tell you.
Yeah, these guys are all anti-Israeli, actually. Like, that's what it is. These guys are all... Bad empanada, you don't understand. You don't understand. These are anti-Israeli nutters.
That they, some of them, heads were cut off. This is what we're hearing from from soldiers.
Yeah, they're just like deep undercover, I think.
On the ground, and yes, they cut off heads. They cut off heads.
Which was then seen by US President Joe Biden, who then repeated the claim uncritically in a press conference.
I've been doing this a long time. I never really thought that I would see and have confirmed pictures of terrorists beheading children.
Yeah, that was so... Dude, oh my God. Post-truth world, no more truth, no more facts. Fuck it, YOLO. Okay? Fuck it, YOLO. Here is more liberals post-truth world. Over 700 Starlink satellites have been taken out of orbit. 13.7 million votes missing. Millions received message that there wasn't a ballot that was counted. The vote count in VA, New Jersey, New York, blah, 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 is skewed, but Trump doesn't have more votes. Harris has less voters. Okay? Boom. Joey Bonarino. Banano. The real Joey Banano. 55,000 likes. You got nominated? What did I get nominated for? For Streamer Awards? Hey, congratulations. Thank you. It's an honor to be nominated. What am I nominated for? For the Streamer Awards, just chatting? Nice. Hell yeah. Respect. Thank you. Y'all better vote for me. Congratulated yourself? Yeah. All right, let's continue.
I never thought I'd ever... Anyway.
Biden, the most powerful politician in the world, the leader of the state that is Israel's prime backer and accomplice, continued to repeat that claim for months afterwards. So apparently this claim was just made by one reporter and, just sort of was a fart in the wind, according to this guy. When in actual reality, it was spread precisely by the Israeli state itself, and their key ally, enabler, and supporter, the President of the United States of America. So the strategy of Israel's lawyer here was firstly just to lie, and then also to build on top of that lie by doing some impossibly stupid mental gymnastics to somehow spin globalist tier propaganda, specifically spread by Israel to justify its genocide, on the people who are against the genocide. And I gotta say, it doesn't work at all. It is just kind of self-evidently ludicrous how these people are twisting themselves into knots to justify the unjustifiable. To willingly not just embarrass yourself in public like this, but to do it for the purposes of justifying genocide. I don't think there is an adjective that is strong enough to describe that level of both idiocy and depravity. The Israelis, their supporters, and their American allies spread an obvious lie about fake dead Israeli babies to justify their massacre of thousands of very real Palestinian babies. And we have people like this not talking about those actually real massacred Palestinian babies, but rather how Israeli propaganda about fake massacred Israeli babies is actually to blame on those who are against Israel's genocide. The pure dismissiveness that this guy displays when it comes to Palestinians being massacred, children, babies being killed, it's just inhuman. But if you thought that was bad, how about we move on to one of Lonabox's best friends and frequent collaborators, the streamer Destiny. Topically, he had some comments to make about the self-evidently absurd 40 beheaded babies propaganda, in which he just uncritically accepted Israeli propaganda entirely at its word.
The beheaded baby one, it was mostly factually correct, right? There were 40 dead babies, at least one was decapitated.
I'm sorry, what? Once again, I will repeat my position. You can be correct every single time, but if you are against American foreign policy, they will never let you live it down. They will say you're a terrorist. Okay? They will say you are a terrorist. But you can be wrong literally every single day. You can be wrong every single day. And you will not get punished for it at all. I'm shocked. Like my lack of interest in like covering the dumb shit that this loser has been saying is kind of is bad. Is bad. It's a mistake, I think. I'm glad that Bad Empanada has taken on the task.
They weren't all 40 decapitated, right? But so it's mostly correct, not 40 beheaded babies, just 40 dead babies with a few of their heads cut off, right?
So much for it only being hung on to by those dastardly anti-genocide people, huh?
It was a misspeak from a journalist that was spread around the world by a few fucking nutters.
Now let's compare the standard of evidence that Destiny has for accepting ridiculous claims made by Israelis with the standard of evidence that he applies to literal video evidence of Palestinians being executed right before his eyes by the Israeli military. Now,
I don't think the beheaded babies thing is worth talking about anymore. What matters is the actual harm that's being done to the Palestinians right now. I know it might be fun to be right, but like I don't think it's super important right now. Are you fucking stupid? This is not just about the beheaded baby shit. This is about an anatomy of defending genocide and how people get away with defending genocide. None of this is fun, by the way.
Now, I can't show the context for the clip that he is reacting to here for fear of potentially getting this video taken down by YouTube.
They're so used to being in their own little echo chambers. The second the spotlight is on them, it just speaks for itself. Yeah, it is. I think this is the video that got Mike banned. Be careful. Yeah, what he said while watching the video is what it got him banned, not the contents of the video.
For showing someone literally dying. But I will describe it to you and there will be a link in the description. A reporter for the British news outlet ITV approaches a group of people in an Israeli-declared safe zone for civilians. These people are holding a white flag and waving it in order to make it clear to any Israeli troops that they are civilians. The reporter interviews a few of them. They explain that they are evacuating because, as is clear from the billowing smoke and gunshots which can be heard in the background, the supposed safe zone is no longer safe. Having interviewed the men, the interviewer turns around and leaves. Suddenly, Israeli troops begin firing on this group, and they hit one of them, killing him instantly. He is pulled aside behind cover by his companions, where they are joined by other civilians who are also evacuating. Amidst their screams and cries as they realize that he is dead, the Israeli soldiers begin to fire on them again. To reiterate, again, this was a group of civilians, including children, who were waving white flags. They had done everything that Israel had told them to do. They were in an Israeli-declared safe area, and they were in the process of evacuating to a different safe area. So what did Destiny think about this? Well,
the interview complete, our cameraman walked away.
So like why? So he is interviewing the guy who's about to go do some shit to get himself killed, basically. That's what's going to happen. We know from this point, that's what's going to happen. So he walks away, gets back a little bit, and then he sets up behind this thing, right? Is this concealment, I guess? Not cover, concealment, right? Because I think the tank's over here. So now he can capture the footage right here. He sees the guys walking, knowing that they're about to get shot, because that's what's going to happen. And then eventually they get shot and everything is, this is it. It's like act 1, 2, and 3. It's like all here. Now this guy is down. He's dead. These guys are like...
and fatally wounded.
They're not even like... They're not even running. They're not even like cowering and running away and screaming in fear. There's like, okay, well, they did it. We got our shots. Okay, is this guy down? Oh, shit. Well, okay. Well, we brought the white flag so we can put that over the bleeding part, assuming he got shot and is actually right.
Flag
and then this guy, what, is this guy running back to grab the wife?
By this stage, the man's wife, his widow, has heard what happened.
And then, like, what does this mean? The wife has heard what happened. Like, bro, this is crazy. I'm sorry. The tracking live movement shot of the lady running up to her dead husband? Like, what is this?
By this stage, the man's wife, his widow, has heard what happened.
Somebody went back and told her, right? The 5 martyrs that walked forward, you know, your husband was the unlucky guy. He drew the short stick today, so come forward, cry for us on camera. Do you think the guy intentionally wanted to get killed? No, I don't think he wanted to die. I don't think they were thinking they were going to die, but they probably were hoping to get shot at, or maybe, so you're saying the woman was acting? I don't think the woman was acting. She probably was sincerely sad. Her husband got fucking killed. But I think they were farming TikTok clips. I mean, remember, these people I mean, these people actually, like have suicide bombers. So it's not that big of a stretch to imagine that they would be willing to get shot. However, now I haven't gone down this road because this is way more. It would require me to make a lot more assumptions. But it's also possible he didn't get shot, right? Now, do we know the name?
Dude, this is. I think Destiny is sincerely one of the worst human beings I've ever encountered. And what makes matters even crazier right now is that I'm certain that his brigaders are in the chat, actively farming the chat to probably try and clip something to be like, see, Hasan's community wants to like do harm to Destiny or something, devoid of the context of what he is saying here, in a way that they will try to propagandize a position that makes, in their minds, Destiny look good. This is insane. Like, this statement is so insane. He called your community terrorist supporters. I know, which is wild. He is a genocide supporter, not even a denier at that point, just a genocide supporter. I mean, we already know that. This is the classic clip. This is when he
thinks the right move.
Arrived at his position ahead of time before looking at all the Wikipedia pages that would then, in his mind, defend Israel's genocide of Palestinians.
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. Like, it sounds really shitty, but like, I think that Israel should just draw its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but like, that's about where I'm at.
You just think that Palestine should just pack up and Native American the fuck out of there?
The problem is that it seems like there is a hugely general hostility to Jewish people across really the entire world, but definitely the Middle East. So the problem is that as you weaken Israel's like ability for Jewish people to live there, it seems like there is because there's a lot of different organizations across the Middle East that are highly invested in the destruction of Israel. So that's like a really rough thing too. So it seems like if Israel is forced to make concessions to Palestinians, it threatens Jewish people's ability to have a homeland. And so I don't know. It's really shit. Truthfully, the answer is like there's no good answer.
What do you think's the right move?
Oh, this was before he. This is before this. This corresponds to that early position that he took. He took such a strong position that he had to defend it, you know?
The guy, is he actually dead? Do we even know if that's his wife? These are a whole bunch of questions that would be valid. Now, if I was way more on the pro-Zionist side, I would be asking those questions. Who is this guy? Do we even know if he's actually fucking dead? Like, we don't actually see the wound. It seems like they don't have any problem showing anything else. Like, why just the white flag so that it can look all bloody? Like, show us the actual gunshot. You have no problem showing other violence, right? What Pallywood means is that you're capturing intentional video footage to sell a certain narrative about what's going on, basically. So Pallywood might be, this, right? So the idea is that like 4 innocent civilians are like walking up and you just want like a clip here of the IDF shooting them for no reason because they're civilians with white flags. And you kind of ignore the fact that like, okay, well, they're in a battle zone in an area they were told to evacuate from, and they're going back to try to release somebody that
they're in a safe zone. They have white flags. Israel should not have shot them. That's incredible. That is, I mean, Pallywood, for those of you who don't know, is the unimaginably racist genocide denial theory that like all Palestinians that are killed deliberately either lie and they're not actually killed at all, or they deliberately try to get themselves killed in front of cameras so that people will hate Israel. Okay? And the quickest solution to that, which seemingly no defender of Israel ever arrives at, is don't fucking kill them. I mean, Pallywood ranges from the dead children that are on camera are actually toys. They're not real babies. It's fake. To a number of different psychotic conspiracies, which the Israeli government itself has routinely repeated, by the way.
was captured. Like, that's like Hollywood, I think. You're essentially provoking the enemy to take what is largely a justified action.
Yeah, largely a justified action. Provoking the enemy for largely a justified action. You know, being Palestinian within the crosshairs of Israel is a death sentence. You should have just not been there. You should have personally self-exiled. Provoking the enemy in a safe zone while being unarmed and waving a white flag around your children.
And then trying to say that it's like indiscriminate civilian killing. It's like a setup. It's not fake, but they're doing it to themselves. You're dehumanizing yourself. You're suiciding and sacrificing your civilian population.
Did you get that? Did you digest what was just said there? Taking it in? The Palestinian civilians were asking for it. By trying to make a...
I even think that it's funny because, like, he moves on to his community trolling because, like, that one pro-Palestinian protester, there was a fan of mine, came up to me and was like, Arnar, why are you drinking Karg? Like, that's it. That's the limit. That's the engagement that and the care and consideration Destiny has and his community has for this ongoing genocide, which is fun memes, drama, shitting on whoever the fuck you think is against your position after just doing genocide denial. Like, he just straightforwardly was like, yeah, these people are fucking suiciding themselves. And then he moves on and he's like, look at how fucking stupid this guy is. I need you to understand, because, like, he can just snap back from that to this because he doesn't give a fuck. Okay? Because he doesn't give a fuck.
Themselves. You're dehumanizing yourself. You're suiciding and sacrificing your civilian population.
You digest what was just said there? Taking it in? The Palestinian civilians were asking for it. By trying to make a crossing in an officially Israeli...
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, like, a lot of right-wingers say horrifying shit on a regular basis, but I feel like there are probably right-wing commentators that wouldn't even go this fucking far. You know what I mean? There are plenty who do. And it's insane that Destiny is like, no, I'm a liberal. Like, I love Joe Biden. I'm a liberal. I love Kamala Harris. Why won't the DNC invite me? Why won't the Democratic Party invite me to the DNC? I'm a Democrat who, you know, is pro Kyle Rittenhouse, pro fucking white supremacists killing Black Lives Matter protesters, anti-trans. Yeah.
declared safe zone for civilians, no less. They are responsible for their own murder. It's their fault for walking around with a white flag while being so Palestinian in the vision of an Israeli soldier. Much like Lonabox, his very first instinct when he is confronted with overwhelming evidence of the state which he unconditionally supports committing...
Apparently he was actually invited to the DNC, not sure how true though. Okay.
war crimes. When said evidence renders outright denial impossible, the first thing that comes to mind for him is to blame the victims for their own deaths. He literally, unironically...
Is he not ironically exactly what the Dem Party leaned into? Brother, I don't think you understand. Saying the quiet part out loud like this is offensive. There is a point of permissible bigotry. And when you go beyond it, even your own supporters will say, ew, that's gross. That's my point. Okay? Now, not everyone pays attention to everything that's going on all the fucking time. But when you got a dude, when you got a fucking dude who's like defending ethical CP and shit, okay, in his mind, or saying stuff like this, for example, okay?
Pedo yesterday.
So some kids are really
they
hot.
dug in deep.
Oh.
But they were trying to call you a pedo yesterday.
So some kids are really hot.
They dug in deep.
Oh.
Like, I know he's being sarcastic here, you know? I get it. I understand. but it's so fucking gross. Do you understand?
It happened in the same day.
Like, you only do this if you want to be fucking edgy and you're a dark humor enjoyer.
That I was getting accused of wanting to kill babies, like wanting to snipe them or whatever. Fucking Israel.
Some babies are really annoying.
But it's like, how is it that we're both aligned then? If like you want to fucking rape the kids and I want to kill them.
I'm a necrophiliac pedophile.
That's the holy fucking sentence.
After you kill them, I have my way with them.
Yeah, dark edgy jokes, man. Dark edgy jokes. Like, it's over. You are a unimaginably toxic person. Okay? That's it. You only feel comfortable saying this shit, even as a fucking joke. Okay? You only feel comfortable saying this shit, even as a goddamn joke, if you are so echo chamber, so hugboxed into believing that like everyone around you or everyone in the normal world that will encounter some of your sentiment is just as edgy as you are. It's all fucking groiper losers or former 4chan losers who are now, you know, still doing the same shit, but now they say they're liberals, okay?
Makes the argument that Palestinians are essentially like baiting Israeli soldiers by walking provocatively with a white flag.
A community who labels streamer distancing themselves as bridge burning and does character assassinations via manifestos for their slimy subreddit and creating Google Drives of out-of-context clips. They're a bunch of sweaty losers. I know.
Into killing them so that they can film it to do what he calls farming TikTok clips. This is the level of depravity, of desperation that the genocide propagandists are at. Israel's actions are so obvious, so clear, so well evidenced, so indefensible that there are frequently times like these where the best defense they can muster is, well, what did you expect, man? It's not like you can expect an Israeli soldier to resist an opportunity to just murder a Palestinian civilian. You were kind of asking for it there. And they aren't even cognitive of how what they're saying is a denouncement of themselves, of Israel, of everything they're trying to defend. The Goebbels level Israeli genocide propaganda that they are utilizing to attempt to justify their genocide, that's the fault of Palestinians and their supporters for even talking about it.
People who were anti-Israel, they were the ones who spread that.
Palestinian civilians being murdered by Israel on video in broad daylight while waving white flags in an Israeli-declared safe zone, that's their fault too.
I think they were farming TikTok clips.
Now, genocide justification usually has levels to it. It has like a checklist. First, it's blatant lies, attempting to sow doubt about the facts. You know, we can't really know what's going on, right? There's the fog of war. It's very unclear, though in this case, it's very much not unclear. The evidence is totally overwhelming. You see it on your social media feed every single day. They nonetheless have to act like the evidence is not clear, have to muddy the waters because it's the best that they can manage. To begin with, it's either that or just outright denying that it happened. The evidence is fake. It's Hollywood, as our friend Destiny so graciously called it. It's a Hamas conspiracy to delegitimize Israel, stuff like that. Then once that argument inevitably falls over, they move on to what Lonerbox tried in that first clip. Okay, so it did happen, but there is an accident or there is some other explanation for it. Then when that doesn't work out, they move on to claiming, okay, so it wasn't an accident and maybe there isn't a good explanation for it, but that's not representative.
Why is this guy elevated to any sort of level whatsoever when he says loser 4chan basement dweller type shit? He presents himself as like a liberal pretty well in debate situations. And in short TikTok clips, like short TikTok style clips, he can appear normal. But the reason why he has an audience is because there are a lot of fucking people who like this kind of thing. There are a lot of fucking edgy losers out there. You know, because some leftists are racist? No, dog. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't think Destiny's community has any fucking leftists whatsoever. Get the fuck out of here. And most people that maybe watch some of his debates or whatever that are like, damn, I kind of like what this guy has to say, will very quickly find out what he's all about and will be grossed out by it. But no, I don't think he is not a leftist and his community is not leftist either. I wouldn't even say he's fucking liberal. I think he's just a mercenary. there's never been a moment where he's actually had any broad popularity beyond like being astroturfed and brigaded into every fucking subreddit. His Twitter community does this on a regular basis. His fan base is basically a cult. That's it. And also being loved by Twitter, you know, that does make sense. I mean, Twitter is fucking edgy as shit. I think a lot of people forget he cultivates his community on his own website. That amount of parasocial is crazy. That on top of banning dissenting opinions will create these people. Dude, this man has had a very public online career since like what, 2008 or some shit. He has only compounded on the hatred and the disgusting actions since then. Okay? And he will never stop because for the most part, like it's so overwhelming, it's so freakish, and most people don't have the time to basically pay attention to all the things that he's done. What? I'm asking in very good faith. What's the question? What did you ask? You didn't ask anything.
Of the conduct of the Israeli military overall, please ignore the endless evidence that it is. It's got nothing to do with the Israeli government or systematic Israeli policy. It's just one or two guys doing some bad stuff, you know? Then when none of that works...
By the way, what he's detailing right here is basically the same strategy that even mainstream outlets employ, for the record. And I think that's part of it as well. His fans are already repeating lies such as you defend women being raped. Yeah, they're fucking insane, dude. I mean, it just, there's no end to the depravity, okay? That's it. They're psychotic, which is ironic because he has routinely victim blamed actual victims of sexual assault and sometimes directly debated them. That's what's so crazy. And it doesn't matter. When you don't have any real fucking positions, it does not matter, okay? It doesn't matter.
Or systematic Israeli policy, it's just one or two guys doing some bad stuff, you know? Then when none of that works, when they are backed into a corner by the endless evidence that makes it abundantly clear that this is very much intentional policy, they move on to one of two things. Acknowledging that it's happening, but implying that somehow the
he told Ludwig he was going to jag off the cuties AI porn, dude. Like, it's just, the depravity is out of fucking control. Like, it just... It's certain things he's done that are so gross that it's like weird to even bring up. You know what I mean? He's talking about Slime's dad dying too with, you know, similar severity.
Victims made it happen, or the tried and tested strategy of, so are you implying that Israel would intentionally do the thing that there is clear evidence that is intentionally doing? What are you, anti-Semitic? Now I'm going to bring up a clip of Israel's lawyer desperately trying to defend Israel from the charges, incredibly well evidenced, that it is systematically using Gazan civilians as human shields. This is something that has been evidenced by dozens of testimonies of the victims, by clear photo and video evidence of it occurring, and by Israeli soldiers themselves who have come forward to...
Hasn't he joked about Ethan and his family too? Wait, has he? I didn't even know that. I know he's called him an R word like a lot. Like a lot. Recently said some shit about Michael Jamal Brooks, who died. It was like shitting on him, saying like, thank God he's dead.
to say that the practice is happening. Think about the checklist that I went over and see which tactic you can see being used here.
I'm guessing you already know that they're using like Gazan civilians to scope out tunnels and buildings, right?
Yeah, I know that, yeah. Or at least the Haaretz article said that, so yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a top-down thing. So it is policy. It's not just the accountability thing. Right?
Is that like is that actually their military policy though? Because I thought one of the problems there was that soldiers eventually were refusing to do it because of the unlawful
No,
order.
there were some that didn't want to do it, but it was still like the commander issuing the orders, and it's a pretty open secret in the IDF, and it has been done before in other wars.
Yeah, so you're saying a commander did it, but a commander obviously is not particularly high up in the chain of command. Like, is it the case that is it still the case that it's their IDF policy? Like, it's the policy from like the chief of staff though, or is it like commanders are doing it, but people are turning a blind eye? Because that's like my argument. My argument is that people are getting away with committing crimes because there's not going to be accountability, but it still doesn't negate the fact that their training even tells them not to do that. Their training tells them if you get an unlawful order, you're supposed to disobey.
So he's making the bad apples argument here, except not for individual soldiers, but for commanders. You know, the fact that there are individual soldiers who are refusing this order and going to the media to complain about it indicates that it is in fact systemic, that it is in fact policy, because it is coming from the commanders, and it is only a few individual soldiers who have denounced it. That is the exact opposite of a few bad apples. But he nonetheless tries to make that argument because nothing else occurs to him. I'm eagerly awaiting the sequel to this argument. It's just a few bad prime ministers. Like, half of his arguments are these clearly systemic practices that have been repeated time and time again in a clear pattern of conduct that is simply undeniable, are somehow not indicative of Israeli policy, of Israel's goals in this so-called war, of why they're there in the first place, and why they are doing what they are doing. While we're on that note, let's go over one final clip. It is his reaction to Mehdi Hasan going over a laundry list of Israel's genocidal crimes that they have committed in the last year.
I don't understand how we're debating this more than 40,000 deaths later. I don't understand how we're still debating this sitting in the comfort of New York, 7,000 miles away from a place that the UN Secretary General has called hell on earth. Justified? Justified? Was Israel justified in carrying out one of the most intense civilian punishment campaigns in history, according to Dr. Robert Pape at the University of Chicago, dropping 500-pound bombs, 1,000-pound bombs, 2,000-pound bombs on schools, hospitals, universities, bookstores, libraries, mosques, churches, refugee camps, apartment buildings, cemeteries, destroying a higher percentage of buildings in northern Gaza than the Allies destroyed in Dresden during World War II, reducing Gaza to 42 million tons of rubble while they got people out of the way? How is that justified? Dropping a bomb, for example, on a 6-story apartment building in central Gaza last October, killing more than 100 people inside, including more than 50 children, with no Hamas target in sight, according to Human Rights Watch, with no explanation offered by the Israeli military. Even till today, was that justified, Elon? Was Israel justified in telling people to go to safe zones and then bombing them and killing them in those safe zones? According to NBC, there were 7 deadly airstrikes between January and April in areas that the Israeli military had specifically designated as safe zones, killing Palestinian civilians like Sabrine Sakani, who was 30 weeks pregnant at the time. She was killed in a safe zone in April. Her little baby, newborn baby, died less than a week later. Was that justified too, Elon? Was Israel justified in killing a record number of kids in Gaza, 16,000 children, turning Gaza into what the UN has called a graveyard for children, according to Save the Children, killing more kids in the first 3 weeks that were killed globally in each of the past 4 years, killing little kids like 6-year-old Hind Rajab and her 15-year-old sister Leanne, firing 335 bullets into the car they were in. 335 bullets. And then killing the 2 paramedics who went to try and rescue them. Was that justified too, Elon? Was Israel justified in killing a record number of aid workers in Gaza? Right? A record number. Targeting again and again, systematically, car by car, according to Chef Jose Andres. A specifically, explicitly marked World Central Kitchen aid convoy killing 7 aid workers in the process. Was that justified? Was Israel justified in starving the people of Gaza, using food and water as a weapon of war, to quote both the EU and Oxfam? Was Israel justified in blocking aid trucks from going into Gaza simply because they carry things like crutches, nail clippers, and even chocolate croissants, according to the Washington Post? Was Israel justified in raping, sodomizing Palestinian detainees who were charged with no crimes whatsoever? Putting hot rods up their rectums. Putting hot rods up their rectums, amputating their limbs, according to CNN and the New York Times. Was that rape and torture justified, Elon? Israel, according to the ICC chief prosecutor, who put out a statement calling for the arrest of Elon's former boss, Benjamin Netanyahu, said that Israel may have military goals, legitimate goals, but the way they're carried out, killing innocent people, starving people, is criminal, he said. Criminal, think about that. Elon Levy is a former spokesperson for a man who the ICC chief prosecutor once arrested for war crimes. Elon himself has produced a number of lies, sorry John, in service of those war crimes. He has a bunch of tweets still up tonight which say that babies were beheaded on October the 7th, babies were baked in ovens, babies were ripped from their mother's wombs. October 7th was bad enough, but Elon had to exaggerate it for atrocity purposes. Those tweets are still up. Why would you trust anything this man says to you tonight? Look, he's here. He's here to gaslight you, to defend the indefensible, to excuse the inexcusable, to justify the unjustifiable, but you don't need to. Tonight you can choose to be on the side not of cruelty, not of criminality, but on the side of the innocent people of Gaza who are being killed as we speak tonight, as we speak, by Elon's former colleagues in the Israeli military on the orders of Elon's former bosses in the Israeli government. So yes, I choose to oppose this horrific and homicidal motion.
I think the problem is that if you want to get, I'm trying to think of like how you would illustrate what's wrong with what Mehdi's saying, is let's assume that every case that Mehdi put forward was true. When he talks about particular,
I mean, it is, but okay.
For instance, like the WCK bombing, or the person who was the child who was shot while they were in a car, or like all this kind of stuff. So if they're talking about that, then it's kind of like saying that doesn't really, you could just argue none of that actually says whether or not the broad military campaign is justified or not. You understand that, right?
So apparently the fact that Israel is clearly systematically committing war crimes, crimes against humanity, pretty much every international crime that you could ever think of, on a mass scale, patterns that make it clear that they are there in order to do what they are literally doing. We, however, cannot judge their so-called military campaign by what they are doing. The fact that they are doing these things says nothing about whether them doing those things is actually justified or not. Apparently, in order to deduce why Israel is doing what it is doing in Gaza, we can't look at what it's doing in Gaza. You know, like destroying 60% of all buildings in the territory, many of them through literal controlled demolitions. Schools, mosques, churches, museums, all destroyed intentionally. Massacring endless scores of civilians with numbers that are simply impossible to achieve unless it is being done intentionally. We apparently can't look at that and say, yeah, they're there because they want to kill the civilians. That's why they're killing them. They're there because they want to expel the civilians. That's why they are expelling them. They're destroying every single building there because they want to destroy it. Because they want to destroy Gaza. No. You can't do that. Why? He just sort of decided you can't. That really is all there is to it. That's his argument. And that is aside from, you know, all of the undeniable statements, plans, etc. coming from the Israeli state that make it very clear that this is what they want to do from the very beginning, and it's what they have been doing, and that they are going to continue to be doing it, like their leaked plans to do exactly what they are doing, which filtered out already in October 2023, people at the highest levels of government outright saying that that is what they are doing. They openly discuss plans to build concentration camps in Gaza, which the survivors will be hoarded into for threat of death if they try to leave. The Israeli military just openly declaring today, as I film this video, that they have no intention to allow the residents of the northern Gaza Strip to return to their homes, and that anyone in the entire northern half of Gaza is not a civilian who they can just freely kill. Ignore all of that, right? Or try to frame it as if it's not indicative of broad Israeli policy, you know, just a few fringe crazies like, you know, the prime minister of the country, the defense minister, the top brass of the IDF, you know, who are those people, right? That's just a couple of bad apples. It's incoherent. It's incredibly stupid. They make themselves look like massive dumbasses and horrid people, all because they have committed themselves to defending the clearly indefensible.
it's also interesting because like a lot of people immediately go, oh, they're paid to do this. And I saw a lot of this during the COVID misinformation era as well. No, dude. I don't think these people are paid to do this. I think they do it because, no, not just that they're dumb. I think they do it because it boosts them in the algorithm. That's it. The payment itself is clout. They do it for, I mean, it's not free. Like, they still get paid in the form of like advertising dollars and shit like that. But that is a big part of the reason. That is the big motivation here, I think. And I assume for Lonerbox, that's more so that he gets validation from Destiny, whose orbit he is very clearly within. It seems like he is completely captured by the Destiny audience train, thinking that will, give him a lifeline, when he didn't have to be like this at all, in my opinion.
Box has a particular disdain for Mehdi Hasan, by the way. You can see that in this clip.
I will happily support this pin because I support the release of all the hostages and let me finish. And I support the release of thousands of Palestinian detainees being raped and tortured and children. Do you support that? Let's wear it together. Do you support the release? Do you support the release of Palestinians? I do not support, the release of Palestinian children. Do you support the release of Palestinian children?
Why is he? Oh God, what a fucking creep, man! Again, you can talk about the unlawfulness of the imprisoning, but like the Palestinians who are imprisoned in Israeli centers are not imprisoned like randomly.
Of thousands of Palestinian detainees.
Oh, Israel said there was valid reason for it, so it must be correct. This is the benefit of a state doing the unjustifiable shit versus an organization that is not a functioning state, basically. No, the process of administrative detention, even though it's done within the state's legal boundaries, is unjustifiable. Slavery was also institutionally protected, and so was the apartheid in South Africa.
Detainees being raped and tortured and children. Do you support?
So, Mehdi Hasan mentions that Palestinians are being kidnapped from Gaza by the IDF, put into concentration camps in Israel, and then systematically starved, tortured, and mass raped. A practice that we mostly know about because many of the torture and rape victims were released without any charge, showing that even Israel thinks that they were innocent of whatever it is that Israel initially accused them of. Lonerbox's immediate reaction to this is to laugh. He smiles, he laughs, he's like, oh my God, not this bullshit again. And then he goes on to say that the tortured and raped prisoners, including children...
The irony of having General Strike Now and Kick Fascism posters behind you as you defend a fascist state and its genocidal ambitions, its genocidal actions, is crazy. Like, the irony is thick there, okay?
As Mehdi Hasan specifically mentioned, children had it coming. They deserved it. Israel wouldn't just torture and rape anyone, right?
The Palestinians who are imprisoned in Israeli centers are not imprisoned like randomly.
You notice how he called Mehdi Hasan a creep for mentioning that?
Do you support the release of Palestinian children?
Why is he? Oh God, what a fucking creep, man.
As if his own position is not accurately defined as one that can only come from a creep. The disdain for Hasan is palpable, and the reason for that is pretty simple. Mehdi Hasan drives liberal Zionists like this absolutely mad, because he's essentially what they pretend to be. Hasan has a long history of being a partisan for Western imperialism, of denouncing any resistance against it, including Palestinian resistance to Israel.
Low-key, That's the point. Like Mehdi Hasan is so moderate in all of his positions and such a loyal soldier when he needs to be with respect to the Democratic Party and defending the Democratic Party. Okay? This is precisely the reason why liberal Zionists fucking hate him more than anybody else. That's why they like lose their minds. Because he holds up the yellow pin, the pin, without addressing its propagandistic purpose. He's hard to discredit. It doesn't matter. They still do. They call him a terrorist. He's brown. Here's Dio a couple years ago saying the opposite of what he believes now. Just know you're not crazy for ever associating with him. No, I know. He used to be he used to criticize Israel, but then he decided that he personally decided that it's better for him to be a fucking edgy contrarian because he has no real positions. That's my point. And back then, he still didn't have all the facts, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't need all the facts to make convincing arguments. That's it.
He never would have been allowed anywhere near the prominent mainstream media positions that he's held throughout his career if that wasn't the case. However, when Hasan sees something so clearly indefensible, so overwhelmingly well evidenced, like Israel's Gaza genocide, he's not hyper committed to defending Israel no matter.
Didn't he repeatedly argue with and against Israeli Zionists as well, though? Who? Is this a case of someone being straight up Islamophobic openly? I don't know this guy's background. I'm wondering if he's a pseudo-intellectual with a shallow understanding that unknowingly pushes harmful rhetoric for the sake of wanting to be right. Nah.
Matter what, so he's still able to point to Israel's obvious crimes and call a spade. But liberal Zionists like Lonerbox, like Destiny, are hyper committed to defending Israel, no matter what.
I don't even think Destiny's a liberal Zionist, I'm gonna be honest. I think Boner Box might be, but I don't think Destiny is.
So when guys like Hasan, who otherwise share their professed liberal ideology, don't mince words about the facts of what Israel is doing, don't act as if they are Israel's lawyer, it exposes them as what they really are, not the humanistic, critical thinking progressives that they like to present themselves as, but rather partisans for a genocidal, ethno-nationalist, settler colonial project whose nature as such was already very difficult for them to argue against or skirt around beforehand.
He's not talking about me, he's talking about Mehdi Hasan.
But which is now impossible for them to plausibly deny, as Israel's genocidal actions, broadcast to the world in vivid, horrific detail, have finally made everything so clear that even a liberal like Mehdi Hasan refuses to accept their bullshit anymore. These people are abhorrent, disgusting genocide propagandists. Everyone already knew that about Destiny, but if you've only been exposed to Lonerbox through his main channel content...
I used to watch Lonerbox when he first started. He was just a leftist YouTuber. Then when Ukraine happened, he like positioned himself as the anti-Hasan because he made a mistake. I stopped watching, obviously. Yeah. When he was reacting to your debate with Asman, he didn't critique Asman at all. He just shit on your takes. Yeah. I mean, these guys like try to reposition what it means to be like progressive or a leftist. And seemingly enough, it's always just like whoever is truly a progressive or truly a liberal or truly a leftist, those people are bad. Also, it's somewhat the path of least resistance. They know that if they say these things, the State Department is saying it will never harm their careers. That plus the algo leads to this. Yeah. Think about the endless amount. Think about the endless amount of fucking... The endless amount of smear campaigns that I've withstood where, you know, people have actively tried to get me deplatformed over and over again for standing true to my values, my beliefs, and never stopping my criticisms of Israel because Israel is an apartheid state and that Israel is doing a genocide. Now, On the other hand, no such efforts exist for these guys, you know? Not bad empanada. No such effort of deplatforming will exist ever if you just simply say the most unhinged shit in defense of Israel. These debate perverts want you to think they're leftists and that leftist equals fascist, but we let the gays live and maybe abortion is okay. Yeah, it's just so. I don't know. It's just so frustrating. Not gonna lie, I'm seeing this grift pointless. Maybe it gave them an audience, but regular people find them disgusting. Yeah. What? These subreddit had a legitimate debate about if this was Islamophobic. Of course, there's no way they would show empathy to Palestinians. Muslims are dumb as fuck. Evil cult religion. Muhammad was a pedo, war criminal, a slave trader. Yeah. I don't know. I hate him, but he did get banned, so there were some repercussions. No, dog, he didn't get banned for fucking his endless defense of Israel's genocide. No, he got banned for all the other shit that he did way back in the day, which is compounded at this point. And I was talking about loner box anyway. There are no repercussions for being maximum pro Israel's genocide. That's it.
And you might not have known that about him. As I said, his ideology is one called liberal Zionism. It's one that I have spoken about before in a video of mine, which I made more than a year before October 7th and the Gaza genocide. If you would like more information about how people like him use the false idea that they are pro-Palestinian when they are very clearly anti-Palestinian and pro-Israel to pull in people who are sympathetic to the Palestinian cause, but who don't know quite enough about it to realize that it's all.
This is the best part of this video. I think people don't fucking understand this because they're like uninitiated, but that's why I'm extra annoyed. I'm extra annoyed with like fucking people who masquerade as liberals, right? But then have a number of different positions that are so inconsistent with even like liberalism or the Democratic Party. It's the Tim Pool strategy, but done better. Okay? Tim Pool also claims to be a liberal all the time, but like at this point we all recognize he's not, right? But what's very frustrating about it is that what's really, really frustrating about it is that liberal Zionists will try to masquerade as those who are, say what you will, but V is not a Zionist, Lamau. I don't think he is. I don't know what Bad Empanada is talking about. I don't even know anything about this fucking video. I don't really care about any of this stuff. I don't know the extent of Bad Empanada's positions, but he's literally also criticized me in the past for not being sufficiently pro-Palestine. So, you know, it doesn't matter to me. The VTuber is the Zionist in that video. Oh, okay, yeah. Lonerbox is even worse than the extremist Zionists who openly advocate for genocide because Lonerbox's entire project is erasing the thought that people with that mindset exist and run political scene within Israel. He only argues with those he pretends don't exist. He argues with Zionists who spout the pro-genocide insanity that Lonerbox pretends is impossible to imagine being actual beliefs. No, I don't know what Vosh's positions are. I haven't kept up with anything he's done, but I doubt that he's pro-Israel. I think at most he will probably do like the Hasan is wrong because he's like defending the Ansar Allah administration's attempts of trying to stop Israel from conducting a genocide. But beyond that, I don't think he would go so far as to be like pro-Israel in any capacity.
all an act, and that they are being conned into eventually becoming Zionists themselves and nodding along to the kind of genocide justifying propaganda that we've gone over here, then you should check out that video that I made on the matter, which is very long but nonetheless goes over it in depth and uses Lonerbox specifically as an example of this phenomenon. I don't want to go off on too much of a tangent here about liberal Zionism and what it is. I feel like you might have already gotten the gist from this video, but yeah, if you want more of an in-depth look at it, I suggest you check out that video. Point is, don't be duped by these people. They have shown their whole ass. It was already obvious to me, as someone who is very well versed on this topic beforehand, before the Gaza genocide, but now it is absolutely undeniable. You simply cannot watch people like this making those sorts of arguments and seriously argue that they are not simply anti-Palestinianists interested in doing whatever part they can to spread propaganda and enable an ongoing genocide to continue. We can only hope that a day where these people will be held to account, brought to justice for their clear as day genocide propaganda will come. Thanks for watching. Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
The funniest criticism he has made of you is that you don't directly fund Hamas. Yeah, go support this fucking dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him on his optics and the ways that he conducts himself with regular frequency. Because ultimately, his product, his YouTube essays, as a standalone entity, is always solid. Regardless of the fact that he is, once again, a fucking ginormous dipshit all the time. He is. Look, I've always, I maintain this position, okay? Bad Empanada's so crazy, he gets you to care about optics like a debate liberal. I mean, of course I care about optics. What are you kidding me? I'm a fucking communicator in an environment that is like immediately antagonistic to my fucking worldview. Yes, of course I care about it. That's why I always say message to your audience. Like, know what your audience is and message towards them. You don't have to cast aside your framework, your moral framework, or the things that you believe, but, you know, be normal. What a hate endorsement. No, I've been a supporter of his YouTube essays and have openly talked about how I think his YouTube essays as a standalone work is great. It's very well resourced. I mean, it's very well sourced. It's a fantastic educational resource. What? Have you seen this hilarious tweet about you, by the way? Worst outcome of this election is now I kind of respect Hasan. My expectations were rock bottom, and in surprising move, he actually reached those expectations. Can't trick me. I still don't fully trust any Twitch streamer, but he kept very politically consistent throughout the election when it would have been easier to give in. Getting invited to the DNC only should talk Obama during his speech and then kicked out for talking with uncommitted. I mean, I don't think people understand, like, I just... That is the, you know what it is? The nothing on my position, nothing from my positions have changed. It's just people are not filtering it. I think people are simply not filtering it through like a negative lens for once, and they just make up their own minds for once, and they're like, damn, maybe this guy is good, which is something that you hear about all the time on TikTok comments, where people will like find one of my videos of me defending a position that I've defended for the past 10 years non-fucking stop, and they go, oh my God, unimaginably rare Hasan W. And it's like, the fucking, the video itself will literally be me talking about like healthcare and how it's a necessity and how it would improve people's lives dramatically and it must be done. It's like the moral position. They'll be like, damn, I don't really like Hasan, but this is a fucking really rare W. It's like, no, it's not. To be fair, the first time I heard about Lonerbox was years ago when Bad Empanada defended you because Lonerbox wanted Twitch to ban you for your chat being too pro-China. Wait, what? Lonerbox wanted me to be banned because my chat was too pro-China? What the fuck? These people are so delusional, brother. Read a fucking foreign policy magazine article for once in your goddamn lives. Like, if you think I'm fucking pro-China, listen to Michael Bloomberg talk about China, okay? Holy shit. It's also so weird because it's not like fucking hate speech or anything. It's just, you know how like right-wingers, Nazis will always be like, oh, you just want to ban me because you disagree with me. That's literally what these guys are doing. Like, that's it. That's it. They're just like, oh, I disagree with your positions and I refuse to understand where you're coming from. And I'm going to shamelessly act like in my position of ignorance that you are actually in favor of things that you might not even be in favor of. And then I'm going to demand you get banned for it. It's not like I'm fucking saying like insane shit. It's not like I'm saying insane shit like, oh, genocide is good or anything. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Sorry, praising America's geopolitical enemies is hate speech. In parentheses, you're Americophobic. That's literally what it comes down to. What is this? Should he be
There's
banned?
many prominent, nominally.
Should Twitch streamers be banned if their chats defy official Western narratives? Apparently, the answer is yes. That's tanky and ooh for some reason. Drone simping is fine though. What? What is this?
Of Ukraine, and the Chinese person was speaking, and Hasan's chat went fucking ballistic, like China simping, like tanky fucking, like no genocide, ooh woo fucking.
Why does he talk like this, for one? This is exactly what I mean. This is the...
LB been making hate vids of Hasan for years. He's just finding out. What the fuck's wrong with this guy, man? I'm learning so much. I'm learning so much about these people who apparently have been fucking... Like, I've DM'd this guy in the past because I saw his video shitting on Benjamin Netanyahu. I have found out about other pro-Palestinian content creators he collaborated with in the past. Like small content creators that he brought up in his videos. Like Beast Bra says. That's weird, man. Someone in the chat said, why don't you just apologize? For what? Tatters told you all about it back then and you ignored it all? Like, apologize to what? Who? You? No, suck my dick. As a former Lonerbox viewer, he's just jealous. That's it. That's the entire guy. Is it personal jealousy or is it jealousy that he is channeling from Destiny? Because, like, simply put, that's where a lot of the Destiny resentment comes from. Jealousy. Jealousy that he feels as though he carved a space for politics on Twitch And then I came in and he was no longer the golden boy. And he never just like let that down. You know what I mean? He just could never give up on that. And worst of all, when I left his community entirely, because there was a point, it's embarrassing to admit, but there was a point where I thought like he was one of these like people who had redeemed themselves, right? I was wrong. You're in a New York Times opinion piece? Wait, really? Details all his orbiters that you are evil and you're the reason he's banned, Lamau. But yeah, I think there's no reason to try and find like, I don't think there's a reason to try and find anything beyond what Destiny himself has openly recognized in this clip that you guys found. Oh, I'm in this? That's
Stop
crazy.
platforming people that are not supporting your candidates. You are private political parties. You're supposed to be self-interested, okay? The whole reason you have superdelegates and shit is to protect your elections, right? Stop inviting people to your events that hate your candidates. Don't do that. Stop doing that. It's retarded. Stop highlighting these people. Stop platforming these people. Stop spotlighting these people. Let them go to is it SDA, the Socialist Democratic Party of America? Let them go do events with those people. Jesus. Why would you cuck out so hard to these losers? Hasan shouldn't be anywhere near the DNC. Brianna Joy Gray, I don't know if she gets invited to shit. Nobody for Breaking Points, Kyle Kalinske included. I'm sorry. Maybe actually.
I like that he's the one who's like deciding, like in his mind, guy who doesn't even know what the fuck the DSA is deciding who gets to be invited to the DNC. Like, why won't they listen to me, man? What the fuck? I am the ultimate decider of who gets to go, please. Me, I didn't go, but
I'll give him. He's a little over the wall for me. Maybe he could come back though. Oh,
never mind. He said maybe Kyle Kalinske can come back. Oh, thank God.
Yeah, anybody related to I don't know where Sam Cedar was. Actually, Sam Cedar is so poisoned by the people around him that no, even he shouldn't be anywhere. Yeah, none of these people should be anywhere near. Because if you're
like, damn, Sam Cedar disinvited from the DNC.
If you're the Democratic Party, you have to support the people that are supporting you, okay? Like, one of the things that you guys, I hate being a cock. I hate being a cuckoo. But I have to remind you guys of this, okay? I have to remind you guys because you have to understand this, okay? Because you take me for granted, all right? You take my psychological tenacity for granted. It is incredibly difficult to be out there on your own, okay? With no major backing, no major political communities.
Who's he talking to? His ego is out of control, dude. Like, I don't even know who the fuck he's talking to when he says, like, y'all don't appreciate me. I don't know, maybe his own community. He also said he got invited to DNC, but he turned it down. Oh, okay. Good move. I don't know if he actually did, but who gives a fuck?
Nobody else in the that isn't
psychological tenacity. Boy breaks his brain every 3 to 5 business days. Yeah, dude.
Incredibly difficult thing to do. So if you're the Democratic Party and you're backing people that hate your candidates and you're not providing any support to people that support your candidates, what the give these people support? It doesn't happen.
What do you mean? Harry Hasan was mobbed up, dude.
To be me, although it should be.
This is how I start tweaking out when I fumbled a naturally funny baddie. He's saying all this because he said he wants to start a media company with people on the left who will do nothing but suck off the Dems. Would you ever go back to the DNC after they treated you? How? Yeah, fuck yeah. Why wouldn't I? Chad, I want to go to the fucking RNC too. What are you talking about? They want to be you?
You appear to have a crush on Hasanabi. Is that correct?
Yes, if he ever watches this, I'm sorry.
Sorry for what?
For being on here, he hates it.
Why?
He's a socialist and he knows the formula of the podcast. I'm not going to go into, you understand.
It's possible that because he's such a low-tier, lowbrow debater.
He's not a debater, and he's been very clear that he doesn't. He's not a debate lord.
Because he's literally a moron, so it doesn't surprise.
Hell yeah, baby.
I completely disagree. He doesn't say that he's the smartest person. He's an internet personality who
is connected to Shaky Gerg,
a political commentator,
and got his job because he had contacts.
Do you watch political commentate?
Yes, I'm a political commentator.
Okay.
You say Shaky Gerger? What the fuck is Shaky Gerga?
Shaky
a political.
What is a Shaky Gerga? Yes, he got his job because he's connected to Shaky Gerger.
And got his job because he had contacts.
Do you watch political commentate?
Yes, I'm a political commentator.
Okay, and people watch you.
Yes.
And there's people who think you're an idiot. So
yes, but you know the difference is that I debate with those people and beat them. And you know what he does?
I don't know who the fuck this guy is, but I highly doubt that he has decent debate acumen. Did he say I was low T or low tier? Oh, he said I was a low tier debater. Yeah, these guys are such fucking losers. This is why I hate this goddamn space.
Who's connected? Yes, I'm a political commentator.
Okay, and people watch you.
Yes.
And there's people who think you're an idiot. So
yes, but you know the difference is that I debate with those people and beat them. And you know what he does? He loses.
He was going to debate that one dude with the blue hair, but that guy is
Destiny would absolutely annihilate Hasanabi. It wouldn't even be close because he's annihilated him before.
He's good at probing questions.
I'm Australian. I thought Destiny and Hasan were on the same side or shared the same beliefs. What? Destiny went so far left, he started playing for the other side. Same happened to H3. Went from voicing inclusion and preaching hate towards those that disagree. Sad to see. But also to be a fair, Hasan is creeping up on that territory at this point. I love that she states he wouldn't like that she's on that pod, and that guy immediately clarifies why. Huh. Did Jank? Destiny would fold us on. There's a reason he doesn't debate. I do debate. That's the other side of this. That like I do. I debate all the time. The thing is, I pick and choose who I debate. Why the fuck would I debate some absolute monstrous piece of shit that has spent 5 years cyber stalking my ass? It's finally Jover. I know. They act like you're so scared. Like there's so many VODs debating D. He's just annoying. I know. I used to do it all the time. Why would I beef with a flop? Exactly. Wait, what? Hasan anti-Semitic?
What are we saying?
Oh, this fucking guy, bro. No, there's a lane, man. There's a lane, I promise. I think... Motherfuckers would clip this. You've said before that you're not a debater and you don't like debating. Yes, I'm not a debater. I don't like debating. And yet, I still do debate. Yeah. My position on this is very clear and has not changed. I think if you present yourself as exclusively a debater, your community becomes a bunch of toxic little gremlins who don't care about anything, who don't care about any like real tangible positions, but simply care about the blood sport. Ha ha ha, Jews, am I right? Lol. Dude, what do you mean? First of all, the chatter who linked that is Jewish. We're literally making fun of this dude for falsely claiming that I'm anti-Semitic. Yeah, of course I'm gonna fucking laugh at that, dumbass. What am I supposed to do? Be like, oh my God. This person is smearing me as an anti-Semite. What am I supposed to do? Please take this seriously. I like that it's like so obviously like a completely fucking idiotic false smear, but I have to take it seriously. Like, no, I'm not gonna do that. You know, calm down. Someone said I was in this. What is this? This failure is especially remarkable given that Biden-Harris administration's first years delivered significant youth-centered achievements, student debt relief, unprecedented climate investments, and meaningful gun safety legislation. Yet these victories were difficult with many young people to see or feel in real life, and Mr. Biden lacked the gifts of speech-making and persuasion to talk about these accomplishments effectively in today's fractured media landscape. Imagine if Mr. Biden and Ms. Harris had the dexterity and fluency to go on YouTube with Hasan Piker, go on Joe Rogan's podcast, or other Gen Z destinations and make the case for young Americans about these accomplishments. Okay. I think a lot of people fail to understand this, okay? A lot of the stuff that we're talking about here in terms of the accomplishments of the administration, many of which I've openly admitted, recognized, defended, okay? They are not enough. Oh, there was a Richie Torres slander. This was awesome. Iman on MSNBC talked to New York State Assembly member for District 36.
Your reaction to something that a Democratic congressman from New York said. This is a fucking, he just shredded his ass. Congressman Richie Torres, who tweeted out, Donald Trump has no greater friend than the far left, which has managed to alienate historic numbers of Latinos, blacks, Asians, and Jews from the Democratic Party with absurdities like defund the police or from the river to the sea or Latin X. I want to give you a chance just to respond to that broad takeaway from someone who is a Democratic Party member here in New York City.
I think Richie Torres probably had that in the drafts of his Twitter long before this election and was waiting for an opportunity to just confirm his prior sentiments. What I've found instead today, spending the day on Hillside Avenue in Queens and on Fordham Road in the Bronx, two areas that saw the strongest shifts towards Donald Trump and even larger numbers of voters who just didn't turn out at all, is that voters were primarily motivated by the economy, by a rising cost of living crisis, and by despair over the continued genocide in Gaza.
This guy's awesome. Yeah, Richie Torres is backed by Republican billionaires and like Kahanist terrorists. Why are liberals doing culture war against the left? No one has said Latinx seriously in 4 years. They're fucking shadowboxing. No, stop. Felix Biederman said this best. I listened to the Chapo episode, the paywalled episode last night. The last time the Democrats won was when they did do the Latinx shit, which was 2020. That's right. We're back on the Latinx train, baby. He was like, if anything, the last time the Democrats were winning shit was in 2020, and they definitely were doing some kind of like aesthetic posturing. People think that because you're Turkish and you're pro-Palestine, even I thought you were anti-Semitic a few weeks ago from what I heard. I'm not educated on these matters since I'm not poli-sci, but I can see you're trying your best. I think that's what's so crazy is that like, and that's what's kind of scary about America, that like I can have such a prominent platform while being like an overt anti-Semite according to my naysayers. Like, and people are like, oh yeah, well, he's probably anti-Semitic, but I'll hear what he has to say. Like, when I hear that someone is a fucking anti-Semite, okay, I'm like, I'm done. I'm done with that person. You understand? Like, that's what's so crazy, that like, because there's so much like underlying anti-Semitic attitudes and sentiments that are considered permissible by broader society, that like people are like, yeah, he's probably anti-Semitic, but I would like to hear what he has to say. I'm not, okay? Like, that's what's crazy. I wouldn't expect people, if people were like, yeah, damn, I go to Hasan for his anti-Semitism, it's like, that's crazy. Imagine the inverse. People coming in here being like, this guy's not anti-Semitic at all. I'm done watching him. Would be very funny. Except, of course, no one fucking says that, because all of the people who are anti-Semitic already fucking hate me, because I've always been against anti-Semitism. That's the point. You can fucking cry about it all day, every day till the cows come home. But most normal people have the capacity to understand, like, maybe this guy who has spent hours and hours and hours and hours combating anti-Semitism, both long before October 7 and certainly after October 7, pretty much every fucking day, maybe he's not trying to be anti-Semitic in like expert difficulty, okay? Maybe he's just not anti-Semitic at all. Anyway, I watch you for being a foe towards gay and trans people. Yeah. Anyway, many Democrats failed to turn out the vote at the rate they did in 2020 when they ousted Donald Trump, according to an analysis of election data. Who could have predicted this? Who said this was a problem? Are you going to debate Shaky Gurga on Thanksgiving? Yes. It's called Janksgiving, but I guess we should change it to Shaky Gurga's Giving. Yeah, I think Hasan only wants to end anti-Semitism so he can bring it back and take the credit. Yeah. Yeah, my goal is to eviscerate anti-Semitism so that, you know, I can be the last remaining anti-Semite on expert difficulty. That's the same principle for everything, by the way. Like, that's the same fucking principle every time. Like, people will be like, oh, dude, I heard Hasan is a white supremacist. He's like anti-black. It's like, why? That's what I tell people who are surprised that I watch you for the misogyny. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. My goal is to give people the appropriate tools to combat hate, only so that it's like way harder for me to be hateful. You know what I mean? I gotta like get better at my dog whistles. Huh. New game plus difficulty, baby. Yeah, that's why I'm a grifter on the left, because I secretly love the way that society is designed. You know what I mean? But for some weird reason, I am not comfortable enough to just like be a guy who says everything you know about society is great, which is like 98% of political commentators, both in this space and certainly in mainstream media. So why the fuck wouldn't I just say that? Why am I taking a immediately unpopular position? Most people don't want to think about everything being broken fundamentally, okay? And they are quite resistant to anyone who tells them that it is busted. You are transphobic, but that's okay. Literally all cis people are. Posturing about trans people doesn't kill the cis brainworms. You're still better than most leftists on trans people, though. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. This is the type of shit that like would normally make a weak person go, okay, I'm done, right? And this is why I always tell you, okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. The original sin of being a cishet. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what people think, you know, just don't have values that are shakeable, have uncompromising values, and it will be fine. Also, that chatter is incorrect. I am a foe. I'm an LGBTQ foe. Okay, I'm an enemy. I'm an enemy to the LGBTQ community. Everyone knows this. Chatter said you can't be anti-transphobic until you transition. Be like a mountain standing before a mighty river. I mean, it is true. Just like, yeah, look, see, here's how easy it is too. I'm a foe to the LGBTQ community, okay? And then I do this, and then it's done. It's wiped out. We wiped it out. Boom. We wiped it out. Boom. Put them pits away. Sniffing stinky pits always brings my mood up, especially after a long hot day. Geez, okay, y'all are saying shit you shouldn't say. Anyway. You're so annoying. Show the pits again, I beg. No. Are those even real comments? No, I'm just making them up. No, they're definitely real comments. Okay, let's continue. Let's get back into it. All right, we're gonna do fucking border czar. Incoming Trump's border czar.
Trump's granddaughter with Elon Musk, with the Trump family,
What is
and
this?
clearly is finding himself with an influential part of Trump's early sort of cabal of people who are helping set up his new government. It's an interesting development given how much wealth he has, how much conflicts he has throughout the world, what he has already done in China, what he is doing with the war effort in Ukraine, and it will be interesting to see what role he has, official or otherwise, in the Trump administration going forward.
Yes, fingerprints, Elon Musk's fingerprints or Twitter prints all over the place right now during this transition. Steve Conterno, thank you very much for that.
We just heard announced that Tom Homan, the former head of ICE, is going to be Trump's border czar. He had a conversation on 60 Minutes. I want to play a little bit of that.
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
It's not going to be a mass sweep of neighborhoods. It's not going to be building concentration camps. I've read it all. It's ridiculous.
So, Scott, how do you see this being Trump's policy sort of being meted out?
Well, first of all, I think Mr. Homan is the exact right choice, and I'm glad the president has moved on that so quickly because it was such a big part of his campaign. Number two, look, there's a whole bunch of people in this country that don't need to be here. In fact, there's, I think, 1.3 million people who've already received deportation orders from federal courts. They've already had due process. They need to leave, and so there's a good place to start. There's a whole other bunch of people who are here that we know have committed violent crimes, either where they were or since they've been here. They need to be sent away as well. So there are large numbers of people that need to be taken out of this country, and I think Mr. Homan is going to be the person who's most capable of getting that done. And for those who think that this is somehow unusual, it's not. Every administration deports people. Barack Obama deported all kinds of people, lots of people, in fact. And so it's something that the executive branch can and should do when due process.
Sick, man. I'm glad that the CNN's resident right-wing freak is just going full tilt, blood and soil. I like that. CNN is just like indistinguishable from Fox News now. It's great. Who was the one directing ICE under Obama? It was Tom fucking Homan. No, I know. And I hated it back then. So that's the problem. This is why I fucking... This is why I fucking criticize the Democratic Party as well as the Republican Party. This is why it's very frustrating. Yes, Barack Obama was known as the deporter-in-chief for this fucking reason. See, this is why you aren't VP turned loser presidential candidate. You can't acknowledge good ideas. It's crazy because people will then turn around and be like, it's crazy because then, you know, people turn around and they're like, we don't have uniparty here, okay? Yeah, also breaking news, the Democrats have officially lost the House, for the record. Republicans win the House, delivering a Trump trifecta. In 2015, President Obama gave him a presidential rank award as a distinguished executive. WAPO quoted saying, Thomas Homan deports people, and he's really good at it. Good thing. Good thing the Dems have been hitting that fucking line, dude. We are becoming an increasingly far-right nation. We've always been pretty fucking far to the right in many respects. Okay? Any chance for spoilers in the Red Party, or are we screwed? I mean, they can't be consistent on anything, so there will always be some chaos. Walz Trump has asked Florida Rep Mike Walz to be his national security advisor. This congressman is known as a China hawk and NATO critic. Walz worked in the Pentagon as a defense policy director for Secretaries of Defense Donald Rumsfeld and Robert Gates, by the way. He is not a NATO critic. He went on to serve in the White House as the vice president's counterterrorism advisor. Walz wrote, Warrior Diplomat, a Green Berets battles from Washington to Afghanistan. Okay. He is... Guys, if you want to watch a debate way back in the day between myself and Boner Chelly, it's somewhere out there in the archives where I used to debate him when we had, or at least I thought he had similar positions to mine. One of the debates we had was about how Donald Trump is a very successful and very normal right winger. Okay. That still remains. That attitude I have about Donald Trump still very much remains. Okay. If you want to understand like the dynamic all the way back that I called out all the way back in like 2018 or something. Yeah, it's on my YouTube. This is why I said, let me see if I can find the debate. I can't because obviously literally everything on YouTube is like the 7 gazillion times Destiny has mentioned me crying. Holy fuck. Jesus fucking Christ. It's on my YouTube somewhere. Oh, here, this is it.
Gosh. Mike Pence is just
Hasanabi versus Destiny. Is Trump a successful Republican or not?
Can we get back to Trump's effectiveness? Because I think this is an issue that you and I absolutely have a disagreement on, as far as like what.
God, with a fucking Blue Yeti mic. But if you want to see my opinions even back then with my real voice before I hit puberty, okay, there's a throwback for you. You can go check this fucking video out. All right? There it is. Wow, bro, you look older back then? Yeah. It's kind of wild that like now that I think about it, like Destiny has spoken so much about me that like he probably has polluted the fucking SEO. He probably has like completely polluted the fucking search engine optimization. Holy shit, Ben just posted this about you. Adorable Japanese Pika with the tip of its tongue sticking out. Thank you, chatter. I don't think Ben Shapiro will contest me or will talk about how like anti-Semitic I am or something, because I suspect that he has a lot of people who are actually anti-Semitic in his fan base, and he wouldn't want them to rush to my side to be like, oh, I actually agree with Hasan on this issue only, because they accidentally think that I am anti-Semitic when I am not. Would you debate Ben? Yes, I've said it a million times, dude. Ben, Steven Crowder, all these fucking dipshits, I would. Washington Post just published an opinion article on you. I can't tell if you guys are fucking with me or not. It's called Top of the Hour. We don't do ad breaks at the top of the hour, baby. But we do flex for subscribers. At the top of the hour, you can still subscribe for $6 or free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. This way you can send me links, like the Washington Post link that probably doesn't exist, but who knows? Here it is. Thank you. Thank you for the gifted subs. Schnoots Geo. A day old. Inside the online. Oh no, this is not an op-ed. This is not an op-ed. This is like I was quoted in this article. But it's not an op-ed. It's a normal piece. I think the protesters should have let Kamala speak. This is their fault. Also, campaigning with Cheney was a great idea. Oops. How the fuck did they find that? How the fuck did they find a video of Kamala looking like she's accidentally clicking the fucking reverse camera? Must be from her cooking streams. Yeah. Have you already heard about the RFK Jr. wellness farms? No. Prognosis guarded. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Chris Wallace quitting CNN. Wait, what? Why? He's going back to Fox. Literal FEMA camps. The RFK farms. Dude, you know what's crazy? You hit your all-time highest subscription count. Congrats. I did not realize that I had. But wait, he's quitting because of Joe Rogan and Charlemagne? What? You shut the fuck up. MP Sharky, multiply. Prognosis guarded, thank you for the 5 gifted. The move could add a new chapter to the story of the 77-year-old journalist. Dog, he's 77. Let him fucking breathe. You know what I mean? Do you see this Intercept writer? Yeah, I did. It was sick. Yeah, he's quitting. Chris Wallace is quitting because he said, it's my time to be president. What the fuck is this? Breaking. Kamala Harris, former comms director, has proposed that Biden step down within 30 days, allowing Harris to temporarily assume the presidency as a symbolic gesture. Oh, that's fucking awesome. That's really stupid. Wow. People are, yeah, like a Make-A-Wish kid, dude. That's sick. Anyway, and first and foremost, you would enforce the actual energy sanctions on Russia. Russia is essentially a gas station with nukes. Putin is selling more oil and gas now than he did pre-war through China and Russia. And you could couple that with unleashing our energy, lifting our LNG ban. And his economy and his war machine will drive very quickly. I just spoke with the Speaker of the Parliament of Lithuania. She buys 85% of her oil and gas from Texas and Louisiana. She said, what do you want me to do? Go back to buying from Russia? Because we've constrained our energy supplies. So I think that Putin will get to the table. We have leverage, like taking the handcuffs off the long-range weapons we provided to Ukraine as well. And then, of course, I think we have plenty of leverage with Zelensky to get them to the table. So it turns out American foreign policy is uniparty across the board. Huh. I thought that I thought that wouldn't be the case. What happened? Donald Trump, the peaceful dove. Here's Representative Mike Waltz. If Israel fails to fully implement the U.S. demands by November 13th, the U.S. could suspend its military assistance to Israel. While Iran is planning their next attack, Biden and Harris are threatening to hang Israel out to dry to score a win with the progressives before Election Day. This is a betrayal and a threat to America's security. It seems to me like he's not gonna do that. AOC, agree with you bar for bar how some of the left drives people away, i.e. chatters who accuse you of being transphobic. AOC should never respond to that. She should never, ever in a million years respond to that sort of stuff, though, as someone who's an elected representative. I wish she would not see those comments, and I wish she would not read those comments, and I wish she would just, be a normal politician that's like not as online. It's not a problem that she's online. as long as it's just to, talk to people. Okay. But I don't like that. When people on the left or people who fucking criticize her and then she reads those criticisms and gets mad about those criticisms, like it's not good. Just don't. Who cares? Those people will all love you and ride for you if you make your positions known. Kyle Kalinske, no. What? Charlamagne the God said it's fine to misgender Caitlyn Jenner because she voted Trump. Correct? Ugh. No, dude. It's so dumb. It's so silly. Like, ay. It's fine. Like, see, that's another example of like someone who is on your side, but is just like saying a position that I disagree with. At least Kyle won't dart to the right about pushback, lol. Yeah. All right. Let's move on for this fucking border czar piece of shit. There was some talks about Donald Trump potentially having a convo with Vladimir Putin, and even that Elon Musk get joined in on the conversation. Now Vladimir Putin is saying, no, it didn't happen.
It is a relationship that Europe is watching with bated breath. Two strongmen who are reportedly talking again. Donald Trump is said to have spoken with Vladimir Putin.
Why shouldn't AOC address transphobic comments? What? No. If people are saying, that's not the point, man. No, the point is, if someone were to say AOC is transphobic, she should not address that, okay? Because it's silly. That's it. That's my point. The other Kyle Kalinske take was an analog to the same situation where it's like, you can disagree with people who are on your side on certain issues, but it does not matter. Okay?
The day after his election win last week, he apparently urged Russia's leader not to escalate the war in Ukraine. If that's true, it doesn't seem to have worked. Russian air attacks there last night killed 6 people, according to local authorities. Reports, too, of an imminent new offensive. But just when Ukraine needs Western support most, there are fears US aid will be cut once Trump assumes office.
Trump threat to Europe's security has actually helped Ukraine discourse. Absolutely extraordinary saying the quiet part out loud moment. Remember Thierry Breton, who until recently was one of the top EU officials? He just admitted on French TV that before Trump's election, in the EU, institutions have absolutely no right to speak about stopping the war in Ukraine. But now that Trump is elected, he rejoices he can finally speak up about it. Think about what that reveals about the EU today. We can't even openly speak up about, let alone act towards ending a war on our own soil if it's not U.S. policy. Beyond insane. That's the full quote. I was listening to you before returning here, and I said to myself while looking at you, it's all incredible. The elections took place yesterday, and today we're talking about something that we did not want to see, that we could not conceive, meaning the conditions to stop the war in Ukraine. It was again something that we didn't even allow ourselves to mention. In any case, I can tell you, in the European institutions, it was something that was really something on which we had absolutely no right to speak of. And well, now, here it is. What happened? Is the microphone busted? My microphone had a brief hiccup.
Shows.
Lose connection to the mic. Yeah, in any case, I can tell you in the European institutions, it was something that was really something on which we had absolutely no right to speak. And now here it is. We are here. Trump is an accelerator. We are witnessing an acceleration. So the thing here is that, or I guess the position that's interesting here is that, like, Ukraine is running out of manpower to fight this war regardless. Ukraine is running out of manpower to fight this war, which is something that American officials are aware of. And what's frustrating about it is that, like, now, if this is running its course, regardless of how much the defense contractors want to extend this war, if the war is running its course, then now you're just like leaving it up to Donald Trump to make this conditional exit. And I feel like Donald Trump's conditional exit is going to be even worse than whatever kind of conditional exit the Democrats could have put together. Ultimately, it's uniparty though. And regardless, like what people think Donald Trump is going to do and what Donald Trump is actually going to do is probably going to be two different things. What is this? The ADL is endorsing a proud proponent of the anti-Semitic and racist Great Replacement conspiracy theory, the dangerous ideology that inspired the perpetrator of the Tree of Life synagogue massacre. Mazel tov to Elise Stefanik on her nomination in the U.S. next ambassador to the... Of course the ADL is endorsing Elise Stefanik. Ugh.
This. Commemorating other wars in Europe, Kiev's allies remained upbeat. The message from France and Britain: don't jump to conclusions.
I expect a President Trump-led administration to recognize that it is in America's interests, it's in NATO's interests, it's in the interest of all countries that believe in the international rules-based order and a stable and secure peace that Putin does not prevail.
The trouble is, Ukraine's allies aren't the only ones trying to woo the new White House administration. Moscow seems to be too.
The Kremlin's denied the reports of a call, saying they're pure fiction and that Vladimir Putin has no concrete plans to speak with Donald Trump at present. But words and actions don't always align here. Last week, the Kremlin said Vladimir Putin had no plans to congratulate Donald Trump on his election win. But then, of course, he did just that.
And that's not all. He even praised Donald Trump's bravery, apparently hoping flattery will lead to a peace deal in Moscow's favor. But what do Russians think will happen? Will Trump live up to his promise to end the war soon?
Trump is a businessman, so there is a glimmer of hope that he will abandon the military methods of escalation and perhaps the situation in Europe will improve.
This was part of the election campaign. He doesn't control everything.
Will Russia accept just another Minsk 2.0 peace, but the West keeps arming Ukraine? I don't think a proper peace is possible without a powerful third party making sure that Ukraine doesn't rearm and Russia doesn't try to sabotage Ukraine. I think that no matter what happens, that framing in and of itself is already a little slanted. I just don't think that I don't know. I'm just being honest with you guys. I don't know how this ends. I just don't think that it will end in a way that is good. Okay? That's it. I just don't think that no matter what happens going forward in Ukraine will ever be the same ever again. I think that there are far too many people who have understandably been radicalized from this invasion, and they are armed to the fucking gills. So many people have died. So many people have been murdered. Okay? So many families displaced. No matter what happens, Ukraine will never be the same again, I don't think. There will most likely be blowback later down the line when Ukrainians start feeling like they've been disrespected by the West. It'll probably take a couple decades. Who knows? But from the jump, it has been very Afghanistan. A North and South Korea situation, permanent hostilities. No, it's different. It's different than a North and South Korea situation because Russia is a far larger power than Ukraine. Russia is a regional leader. And beyond that, has a shit ton of people, a defense manufacturing industry. It's just like, no matter what happens, I feel as though I fear that Ukraine will be unimaginably right wing and more so than it has become. Yeah, Ukraine as a nation state has been permanently crippled. The demographic crisis alone has created an inescapable spiral. Is so completely fucked for the country and the people. Yeah. So a China-Taiwan situation? No. I mean, so far, China has played a significantly more restrained role in global politics than Russia has. Mersheimer says the results of this war will be dependent on the battlefield, not on any election outcome. Russia has lost zero faith in the West and the European third parties to settle this. What will happen depends on the battlefield in which Russia will win. Ukraine has sold so many of its assets, lost so many personnel, and is now in debt to loans. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that part, is that America has like picked up. The Western world has basically fucking bought Ukrainian state institutions for pennies on the dollar. Ukraine is in permanent debt. Their entire demographics have shifted. That's not true. Global politics doesn't stop in fucking Europe. China has impacted Africa and Southeast Asia greatly, but you don't hear it. No, I'm saying that like the Chinese relations with those who are in the orbit of the West have been significantly and dramatically more restrained than Russia's actions in Ukraine. Do you not agree with that? The fuck? Like the maximum like fucked up military escalation is like China doing shit that America does in the region on a regular basis, like military training, okay? Or spraying fucking Filipino boats with the Chinese Coast Guard with like water, you know? That, when you compare like Israel's actions in Gaza or when you compare Russia's actions in Ukraine, is like a laughable thing to even bring up. If the standard is like, if the standard of our foreign adversaries is what Russia is doing in Ukraine, then what China is doing to America's regional allies is nothing in comparison. It's not even it's not even in the same conversation. China has always been unimaginably restrained when it comes to its like hot war approach. They never take that chance. China's geopolitical and economic position seems like it will improve with time, and the reverse for the U.S. I know it's in the U.S.'s view that if China were to invade Taiwan, it would be beneficial for the U.S. if China attempts this sooner. Yeah.
Everything himself. They're still a complex political machine.
He is the president of the country that started this all. I think he will support the interests of his country. They were not in our favor from the beginning.
Perhaps the only certainty of the next Trump presidency is that it's impossible to predict.
China invading Taiwan anytime is bad? Yes, that would be unimaginably disastrous. It would be a fucking worse version of Ukraine. Yeah, of course it would be bad. What do you mean? It would be a disaster for the planet, okay? What the fuck? The CHIPS Act was in part designed to decouple the United States of America from Taiwan and de-escalate USA interest in Taiwan. What do you suggest to Ukraine's political parties given the election? I fucking don't know. Is there politics happening in Ukraine still?
So right now, all sides are hoping for the best. Ivor Bennett, Sky News in Moscow.
There was new fighting in Gaza overnight as Israeli forces launched more attacks against what they say are terrorist targets. Meanwhile, Israel is allowing for more aid to civilians in Gaza.
I'm from Lithuania. Let me just say that people here are getting increasingly fearful of what will happen, to the point where even people who do not support Trump are hoping he can help end this. It's a very terrifying time right now. Yeah, I don't think he will, but who knows?
Gaza under pressure from the United States. Last week, the UN warned again that Gaza faces famine and the increase in aid.
I'm at an international school right now. My Chinese friends, the attitude in China is very hawkish right now. I think you're wrong on China. The propaganda there is right now is very hawkish. Yeah, I think that I'm just judging them by their past performance, number one. And number two, I mean, historically speaking, China has been so limited in its border conflicts overall that, like, their border conflicts with fucking India that just ended was literally dudes with fucking sticks beating the shit out of each other along the boundary. Okay? Like, that's the level of conflict that they engage in. Like, straight up sticks and fucking stones. So people died in that. Okay, but chatter. Like, again, set the standard of violence to like what you consider to be permissible or what you see on a daily basis. Chinese citizens being more hawkish doesn't necessarily translate to the Chinese government being more hawkish, but who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. But I'm just judging it by their past performance. Anyway.
Aid is not nearly
By the
enough.
way, this article is coming out right now because Biden's deadline is nearing. I think it's like today or tomorrow, for the record. And that's why they're like, oh, they're letting in aid. It's just not enough.
Elizabeth Palmer has more.
This fall in Gaza, aid workers doled out one food portion per mealtime per family. But as Israel choked off aid deliveries, the meals dwindled. Israel faces a U.S. deadline this week to increase aid or face restrictions on American military support. And it appears to be working. We went to see aid trucks ready to roll at one of 4.
Aid to Gaza to fall to the lowest level in 11 months despite U.S. ultimatum to Israel. Oh, you guys forgot? You guys forgot? Remember Biden said, cut it out, Bibi? Israel decided in the last month or so that it was going to make a permanent move to ethnically wipe out the northern Gazan population. And they've seen much success. Now, of course, while there was an election happening here, many people were not paying attention. A lot of people have already checked out from the story regardless. In the process, they banned UNRWA. They did a whole bunch of stuff. Okay? Biden came out a month ago before this election and said, you got to let in more humanitarian aid or we're going to stop sending you weapons because it's a violation of the law. And of course, unsurprisingly, Israel was like, yeah, no, we're not going to do that. But the reason why they are covering this is basically to say that like Israel's still letting in some aid. You know what I mean?
For access points into Gaza this morning.
Under U.S. pressure, Israel has been increasing the amount of aid from a low of 30 trucks a day getting into Gaza in October to about 150 today, but that is still less than half of the American target.
Michael Oren is the former Israeli ambassador to the U.S.
I served in the Army over the summer up in the north, and there were some severe shortages back then.
A U.S. cutting off of military materiel one way or another could really hurt.
It's not just that, it's a signal given to other suppliers.
Israel's President Isaac Herzog will be in Washington on Tuesday for discussions with President Biden. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he has spoken with President-elect Trump 3 times in recent days. The president-elect has already said he wants the war in Gaza to end. For CBS Mornings, I'm Elizabeth Palmer in Tel Aviv.
We want to get to the Maureen Dowd piece. We're going to do something a little different this.
Oh my God. Democrats in the case of mistaken identity politics. Here we go. Another jerk off session. Another jerk off session where we talk about how the Democrats weren't centrist enough, weren't right wing enough. I'm skipping this shit. Especially because, look, this right here, I'll just show you this much, okay? Here. I just want to show you something.
This morning, because message for Democrats, Maureen Dowd's piece for the New York Times entitled
Just
Democrats and the Case of Mistaken Identity Politics. It really crystallized how some Democrats are finally waking up and realizing that woke is broke.
Now let's listen to this.
Under threat, the demographic shifts, the country isn't what all of these racially ambiguous children on Cheerios commercials are confusing the hell out of me.
Meanwhile, some serious questions are being raised on how the Harris campaign plowed through $1 billion and is now $20 million in the hole. Harpo per dad influencers, but in the end, all surrogate, letting it
millions of that is a margin for
disappearance. It's a disappearance of truth, and they lied about everything, but they're offering their help, to expose the suspects, comb the fields, put flyers up on telephone poles. But the jig is up. It's not about left or right anymore. We know that you're the real killer, OJ. It's the media that fed the hoaxes, that created this complete, mental breakdown. Identity politics has to go, but it has this permanent flaw. It can only work by telling you who isn't included as it tells you who is.
Go back.
We want to get to the more that your Miranda rights read to you. There were a lot of Democrats barking, people who don't represent anybody, he said, and the leadership of the party was of many Americans disgusted at being regarded as insensitive for talking the way they'd always talked. At rallies, he referred to women as beautiful and then pretended to admonish himself.
There is I'm telling you right now, MSNBC, CNN, and all these other fucking media outlets are doing the exact same brain dead shit. They are manufacturing consent and basically lying to the public about how woke the campaign was, because this is a twofer. On the one hand, this abdicates responsibility away from the MSNBC aligned commentators, right? And all the consultants in the Democratic Party, because they didn't lose. The public failed them. They actually said, we can't go woke. We can't go woke. And then the campaign still went woke when they fucking didn't. And the other thing that they're doing is basically repeating the same exact fucking right-wing perspectives that the Republican Party is representing, because they agree with it. Okay? Yeah, people who lost the election realized they were right all along. Okay? Now, I'm not saying this, and I don't want people to misunderstand me. Okay? I'm not saying this because I'm like the Democratic Party should be running a Latinx focused campaign or some shit. Okay. I'm not saying that at all. But the Democratic Party wasn't doing that anyway. This is just a way to avoid talking about the real fucking problem. Okay? The real problem is, why go for the diet version of racist sentiment when you can get the real full strength soda? Okay? That's it. If you keep normalizing right-wing sentiment across the board from every outlet over and over and over and over again, yeah, people are going to be like, all right, I guess like this woke shit sucks. Why the fuck was I woke to begin with? Now, what's really funny, I didn't see those two talking about these problems for the past year, though they were saying here, we've been saying this again and again. All they talk was how bad Trump is. Wow, this newscast pivoted 180 since the election. As a Latino, I was never on board with the term Latinx. Many of us didn't. No one was saying it. No one was saying Latinx. Oh my God, Marco Rubio is going to be the fucking Secretary of State. Another fucking hawk. Huh. Interesting. We're going to nuke Cuba, by the way. I'm just letting you know. He's just... Little Marco, darkest timeline. We're nuking Cuba. President-elect Donald J. Trump is expected to name Senator Marco Rubio of Florida as his Secretary of State. This is breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking news as of 1 minute ago. Breaking it before CNN does, okay? Mr. Trump could still change his mind at the last minute, the people said, but appeared to have settled on Mr. Rubio, whom he had considered when choosing his running mate this year. Mr. Rubio was elected to the Senate in 2010 and has staked out a position as a foreign policy hawk, taking hard lines on China and Iran in particular. He initially found himself at odds with those Republicans who were more skeptical about interventions abroad, but he also echoed Mr. Trump more recently on issues like Russia's war against Ukraine, saying that the conflict has reached a stalemate and needs to be brought to a conclusion. All roads lead to war with Iran? No. All roads lead to war with China. Iran first, China tomorrow. Iran now, China tomorrow. Hasan, I love you, but when you say shit like that, it tends to happen, so please maybe don't. Okay, it's not my fucking fault. What do you mean? Mr. Rubio was a loyal surrogate for Mr. Trump during the campaign, even after being passed over as the VP pick. A spokesman for Mr. Rubio declined the comment, and a spokesman for Mr. Trump did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Mr. Trump has made his choice for a number of national security roles. He selected Michael Waltz, a Republican from Florida, to be his national security advisor, and Elise Stefanik to be the ambassador to the United Nations. Good stuff. First, it's your fault Trump won. Now it's your fault if we go to war. Yeah. Freaks, dude. Across the board. Freaks up and down. January 6th, Patriots are going to be finally freed from prison. Jared Moskowitz hyped up Stefanik's appointment. Ugh, gross. I do find it interesting that Donald Trump is choosing not one but two Floridians to decide the fate of this nation and its foreign policy. Interesting. Marco Rubio says that people in the anti-war camp in America are anti-Semites and pro-terrorists, whether they're on the left or right. And he just said Israel doesn't need our permission to start a war with Iran. Okay, great. Then they don't need our money either. Good to hear. Yeah. It's really... Hogs are salivating. Good riddance, Lena Khan. Oh, reason. Under Khan's leadership, the FTC has been bad for business and bad for consumers. Yeah. Wow. I wonder why the Libertarian magazine, Libertarian think tank's very own media outlet hates Lena Khan. Ugh. It's bleak, folks. It's fucking bleak. Shit is bad. Marco Rubio, Israel should respond to Iran in the way that the U.S. would respond if some country launched 180 missiles at us. And they should do in Lebanon what we would be demanding our leaders do if terrorists were launching anti-tank rockets at us from a neighboring country, forcing 60,000 Americans to evacuate their homes and farms for almost a year. Latin America's so cooked right now. Evo Morales got shot at and is claiming the current government, the leader of his party, attempted to kill him. The people are ready. Petro in Colombia and Xiomara Castro in Honduras are also urging people that coup attempts is underway. One last final push of global fascism before this is all packed up, I think. Come on, just a crumb. Just a crumb of global fascism, please. What can we do to combat this, bro? I mean, I don't know. Yeah. 90% of gamblers hit big before they quit, you know? Or 90% of gamblers quit right before they hit it big. And that's what America's like. That's what American fascism is right now. That's what the global fascist momentum looks like. I feel like we're just going to flip the table and destroy everything in the process before we let anyone else take a shot at being the hegemonic superpower. Ay, ay, ay.
You read Michael's piece.
I was,
and you.
Well, I've been.
I'm skipping this shit. I can't stand to listen to these motherfuckers chirp about the same
With
shit over
Arizona
and over.
called last night, Donald Trump swept all 7 swing states. 6 of them flipped from Joe Biden's column in 2020. So far, the president-elect has won just over 50% of the popular vote, and he made gains in key demographics, including the young, Latinos, and women. Republicans took the Senate and are on track to control the House. Tuesday, more than 80% of all the nation's counties move toward the right. The shift is decisive and leaves Democrats arguing over how they misread the people. To understand what just happened, we went to Pennsylvania, one of the places that made all the difference.
The story will continue in a moment.
Political pilgrims seeking a vision of the future travel to Bethlehem.
We're in Bethlehem, which is the heart of Northampton County in eastern Pennsylvania, a county along the Delaware River. Mid-size, couple 100,000 people, mix of urban, suburban, rural areas, all in a pretty centered location here in eastern Pennsylvania.
And pretty perfect for picking presidents. For 25 years, Chris Borick has been conducting one of the leading polls of Pennsylvania voters. He's a professor of political science at Muhlenberg College, next to Northampton County.
It was an Obama county, then it was a Trump county, then it was a Biden county, and in 2024, it once again is a Trump county.
How did Trump win?
It's a great question. You know, first of all, I think he had the winds on his side here from talking to voters. They're not in a great mood. They're not in a good place. There's lots of good things happening in Northampton County. The economy's good, but they're feeling things in their lives that really trouble them. Housing prices here, grocery prices. I can't tell you How many times when I've talked to people about elections this year, they referenced eggs and the price of eggs.
Egg prices doubled and featured on the menu of discontent. At the Nazareth Diner near Bethlehem, no one sees a sunny side to inflation, high interest rates, and housing prices. The average tab here in 2020 was $24. Now it's $38. And that's the election in an eggshell.
The prices have went up.
So many puns.
Obviously because the food cost. And for a family of like 4 people, 5 people, I have them come.
I have faith in my fellow Americans. Maybe it's misplaced and maybe I shouldn't have it, especially after this election's results. But I have faith in my fellow Americans that they are not so dumb that they recognize what the media is doing in terms of how they are positioning this electoral defeat as one that the woke left was directly responsible for, and not simply because they tacked to the right over and over again and could not draw support from their normal base of support, which led to these results. Hasan has lost his goddamn mind. Yeah, pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will, but like, I don't know. It does seem like they're very heavy-handed, but they're doing this at a time when social media is readily available and a big, like larger and larger chunks of people are losing faith in mainstream institutions and their credibility and finding themselves in the throes of independent media, even people like myself. So hopefully people will recognize, just like they did, the inconsistencies. People will recognize the inconsistencies with what, the media was representing in terms of like what's going on in Palestine. Nah, man, the liberal parents are in a state of trauma. They're going to believe whatever the TV tells them. And if TV tells them the Dems are too woke, they'll believe it. Ugh. I don't know, man. I think this is like further getting people. I think this is just simply further causing people to distrust mainstream media.
Come in and say, oh my God, I spent $100 with the tip for breakfast? That's crazy. Which it is. Yeah, 7:30 we opened, 7:30 to 10. Yeah.
Roz Werkheiser was a waitress 25 years ago. Now she runs the place.
My mother used to always say, gotta vote Democrat, they're for the poor people.
You grew up in a Democratic household?
Yes.
But you just voted for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Inflation is down by more than half. Interest rates are falling, mortgage rates are falling, wages are going up. Are you not feeling that?
I don't feel it. No, I don't feel it. I don't feel it at all. Everybody I talked to, nobody's wages went up. But we had 4 years of this. 4 years. Gas was super high. Yes, it just went down now, but the past 3.5 years it was up.
The party in power is going to get blamed by a certain portion of the electorate for economic conditions that they don't like. And sometimes it's just as simple as that.
Anthony Salvanto is CBS News Executive Director of Elections and Surveys. Who were the Trump voters?
People who believed that things would be better, them being better financially, under Donald Trump, in large measure because they recalled a time before the pandemic when they said the economy was good. And that's how they
still have faith. In Scranton on Wednesday, Matt Wolfson, a 45-year-old former construction worker, looked around at poverty in the Rust Belt city and thought the nation needed a change in leadership. Wolfson said he didn't love the dictatorial aspects of Trump's personality, but thought he could help keep the country out of wars and maybe bring peace to some other conflicts, including in Ukraine. He's good and bad. People say he's a dictator. I believe that. I consider him like Hitler, Wolfson said, but I voted for the man. Dude, what is going on, man? Turns out Americans were like, oh, he's Adolf Hitler? Oh, that's great. I'm voting for him for that reason. Can you see that libs will see the contradictions? I just don't understand it because this is objectively an anti-war sentiment that this guy picked up from what Trump is saying. Okay? He's voting for Trump because he hears Trump say, I'm going to be a peaceful dove. And then he goes, and he's just like Hitler, and that's why I'm voting for him, which is exactly the opposite of a peaceful dove. The one thing, it's not like Adolf Hitler was famous for being a painter. He was famous for permanent war. How are you anti-war and also pro-Hitler, dog? Yeah, I voted for him. Just like I would have voted for Adolf Hitler. Both peaceful doves, famously. I think them supporting genocide has broken voters' brains about what is acceptable. I think it came from before. I think like... Wait, Trump has announced the abolition of the Department of Education?
Doing very early in the administration is closing up the Department of Education.
Fuck it, dude. I mean, yeah, no, this is like endgame shit. We're in the end stage. Nah, that's like... He's like, oh, Project 2025, don't know what that is. Also, I'm abolishing the Department of Education.
In Washington, D.C., and sending all education and education work and needs back to the states. We want them to run the education of our children because they'll do a much better job of it. You can't do worse. We spend more money per pupil by 3 times than any other nation, and yet we're absolutely at the bottom. We're one of the worst. So you can't do worse.
There is literally no comparison in any of the countries. Like, these guys will be like, China's doing better than us. Like, they'll be like, Norway's doing better than us. And it's like, yeah, dude. They also have departments of education. Like, we need more. We need more nationalization on that process, not less.
Going to end education coming out of Washington, D.C. We're going to close it up, all those buildings all over the place, and you have people that in many cases hate our children. Here are 10 key ideas that will power our movement for great schools. First, we will respect the right of parents to control the education of their children. Second, we will empower parents and local school boards to hire and reward great principals and teachers, and also to fire the poor ones, the one whose performance is unsatisfactory. They will be fired. Like on The Apprentice, you're fired. Third, we will ensure our classrooms are focused not on political indoctrination, but on teaching the knowledge and skills needed to succeed. Reading, writing, math, science, arithmetic, and other truly useful subjects. Fourth, we will teach students to love their country, not to hate their country like they're taught right now. Fifth, we will support bringing back prayer to our schools. Sixth, we will achieve schools that are safe, secure, and drug-free, with immediate expulsion for any student who harms a teacher or another student. Seventh, we will give all parents the right to choose another school for their children if they want. It's called school choice. Eighth, we will ensure students have access to project-based learning experiences inside the classroom to help train them for meaningful work outside the classroom. Ninth, we will strive to give all students access to internships and work experiences that can set them on a path to their first job. They're going to be very, very successful. I want them to be more successful than Trump. Let them go out and be more successful. I will be the happiest person in the world. But we want our children to have a great life and be successful. And 10th, we will ensure that all schools provide excellent jobs and career counseling so that high school and college students can get a head start on jobs and careers best suited to their God-given talents. This is how we will ensure a great education for every American child. And one other thing I'll be doing very early in the administration is closing up the Department of Education in Washington, D.C., and sending all education and education work and needs back to the states. We want them to run the education of our children because they'll do a much better job of it. You can't do worse. We spend more money per pupil by 3 times than any other nation, and yet we're absolutely at the bottom. We're one of the worst. So you can't do worse. We're going to end education coming out of Washington, D.C. We're going to close it up, all those buildings all over the place, and you have people that in many cases hate.
Why the fuck are people saying this is a deep fake? I'm losing my goddamn mind. What the fuck is going on? Half the chat is saying it's an old video. The other half of the chat is saying this is a deep fake. It's from Now This Impact. I think it's an older video of what he's gonna do. Okay? I think it's an older video. Yeah, it's from September 13th, 2023.
Hate our children. We're going to send it all back to the states. Thank you very much.
You can make everyone shit their pants by repackaging statements he's already made. It's not fake. Not sure about the video, but there are plans now. No, I know. Is this real? No, dude. He didn't get a new hairline. Like, magically, since the pod. Oh. It's going to get so much worse.
They were benchmarking their financial comparison. Number 2, don't forget about the MAGA base. There's the Republican base, and then there's the MAGA base within the Republican Party. These folks have a very personal connection to Donald Trump. Many of them turn out to vote just because he is on the ticket.
Trump swept the swing states, but narrowly, about 1% in Michigan, about 2% in Georgia and Pennsylvania. Does this election represent a major realignment of the American electorate, or is it just an election with its own issues?
I think it's a shift, but it's an important one, and not just in the battleground states, but in places like counties in New York, in New Jersey, in Pennsylvania. And I think it also speaks to the kinds of changes in constituencies that we saw. Democrats didn't do as well, Republicans did better, among young voters, among Latino voters.
The historic support that Donald Trump got from the Latino community has been building over a series of election cycles.
Leslie Sanchez is a Republican political analyst and contributor to CBS News. What did you see on election night in terms of Latino support for Republicans all across the country?
You have second and third generation Latino families who are living now in the middle class, working class families, very sensitive to inflation and prices, and very sensitive in their communities to an open border. Those two pressures together created a community that wanted change, and they fundamentally felt, if you talked to them, that the Democratic Party had left them.
Donald Trump's Election Day support among Latinos jumped 14 points.
You voted for whom?
I voted for Donald Trump.
Latinos are 20% of the U.S. population now and the fastest growing community in Northampton County, Pennsylvania. Ronald Corrales opened a barber shop 12 years ago, then a second, now a third. Some of his 20 employees changed their minds about Republicans for the first time.
Democrats would have expected to do really well with Latino voters.
Yes.
Donald Trump made a lot of inroads in this election, and I wonder why you think that is.
The economy. The economy. I've been talking over the past couple of years to like people at one point, they were like so against him because of the comments or whatever the media was saying. But you know, a lot of the Latinos are working class people. They have families. You know, they help their families even outside the country as well.
Corrales' late father immigrated from Peru in 1985 and was so thrilled to be in America, he named his son for the president. Today, Ronald finds some common ground with Trump, even on immigration.
We still need immigration, but if we could do it the legal way, and hopefully President Trump will bring some kind of legalization to these immigrants, because there's still a lot of good people out there that they're willing to work and continue dreaming with the American dream.
Speaking to families that live along the U.S.-Mexico border, this has been a cultural and economic relationship on the frontera, like right there in the border area for over 100 years. But it no longer is balanced. This flood of migrants coming across, they feel that it's lawlessness. It's putting tremendous pressure on Border Patrol, first responders, and their families and their municipalities.
Did Democrats take Latinos for granted?
Absolutely. I would think the party of my parents, the party of my grandparents, just assumed that Latinos, you know, as the community grew and our population grew, that we would just naturally fall in line with the Democratic Party. And in the last 10 years, about 10% more Hispanic Americans have moved into the middle class. They are much more sensitive to these economic issues. We live on the margins still. So small ripples in inflation really have a dramatic impact.
Do you think this is a lasting change beyond this election?
I would argue absolutely. So the question becomes, if Trump can really meet those promises, bring inflation down, make things more affordable, and make these families feel more financially secure, he's going to have an ally for probably several election cycles going forward.
When all the votes are counted, Vice President Harris is going to be several million votes short of where Joe Biden was in 2020. Why?
The Harris campaign lost the turnout game in many respects. We all knew going in that one of the keys here were people.
They had incredible ground operations. They had incredible door knocking operations. Trump didn't. How did this happen? If the message is bad, then it does not matter. If the message from the top is not good, then every single time you're knocking on a fucking door, you're delivering a shitty message. Oh, here, this is the other thing. This campaign operated like a deeply mismanaged nightclub that's always paying celebrities for walkthroughs. Also, the Obama people thinking the celebrity appearances is why they won in 2008 is a great stinger. There were 7 swing state contests that involve high-priced performers. Katy Perry, Lady Gaga, John Bon Jovi, Ricky Martin, and more, who seemingly ended up costing the Harris campaign more than $20 million on event production alone, and reportedly even more on paying the celebrities to appear. Even Oprah Winfrey charged the campaign $1 million to show up. The campaign went so far into debt that they were reportedly forced to scrap Canadian 90s indie pop star Alanis Morissette to save money. The pop concert campaign strategy is said to have been the brainchild of former Obama advisor on the campaign. Maybe we deserve the Department of Education being abolished, honestly. You know? Maybe we deserve it. That's where I'm at, I think. Like we're just fucking bouldering towards it. What do you expect? This is what happens when the most educated people get together. Every single one of them is a fucking Ivy grad. And this is the best campaign that they can put up with. This is the best campaign that they can put forward. Nice.
People who don't always vote, new voters, people who skipped the election in 2020. The Trump campaign did a better job than the Harris campaign at turning them out. Those 2020 non-voters broke for Donald Trump.
And Harris's turnout failed even on an issue Democrats were sure would be compelling, one that helped them in the 2022 midterms.
They thought they would do better with women. They did not. They thought that the abortion issue would drive more people to the Harris side. It did not.
Another part of Harris's shortfall came after an advertising blitz targeting her support for transgender rights. Republicans spent $143 million on the transgender campaign to cast Democrats as out of touch.
The party as a whole spends too much time in places like Washington and New York and Chicago and doesn't really spend time listening to people like my constituents.
Democrat Susan Wild is Northampton County's representative in Congress.
Why run a campaign? I mean, why do anything? Why do anything? These people are all just like hallucinating something you haven't done anyway. Like, what is the expectation that the Democrats like also say like we have to kill trans people? Like, is that what it is? Because they didn't say a single damn thing about trans people the entire time. They didn't even have a trans speaker at the DNC. They very clearly and very deliberately did not say anything about trans people. And these people are still acting like the Democrats were too trans focused. This to me is a perfect example that these fucking assholes are completely oblivious to everything. They're only just locked in, laser focused on right-wing sentiments. Everything that they have is geared towards their unimaginably right-wing worldview. It's the Republicans that said the Democrats care about trans people. That's it. And you know what's funny about this? I'm hearing more chatter about how the Democrats focused too much on trans people when they didn't at all, okay, from liberals than I'm hearing from the Republicans. Even the Republicans aren't saying like, oh, the Democrats lost because they care too much about trans people. They do it every now and then, but it's crazy. It goes to show that the ad doesn't really motivate people to go out and vote for anybody, okay? But the ad does motivate these fucking dipshits into believing that they lost because of trans people somehow. Kamala Harris never brought up trans people, ever. Not a single fucking time. The one time that she was presented with it, she basically said, we're going to follow the law. We're going to follow the law. The only reason why people think that that is a policy that the Democrats were advancing is because the only communication that happened on that front came from Republicans basically saying that is what the Democrats are. Republicans are so good at just representing the Democratic Party in a cartoonish way, and the Democrats never fucking push back. Katie. The irony is the Republican anti-trans ads were not a key motivator for people going out to vote. Okay? It just wasn't. Like, it is not in the top 10 things that people voted for. The number one thing is the economy. Okay? People thought that Donald Trump was going to be anti-war. They're stupid, but who cares? Okay? People are stupid enough to think that Donald Trump is actually going to fix the economy. People are stupid enough to believe the crime narratives that immigrants are causing. Okay? The reason why people say the anti-trans ads were effective is because they're just like looking for something to blame. And there aren't that many fucking trans people to begin with. And there certainly aren't many trans content creators or like trans consultants that are going to come out and be like, that's fucking bullshit. No one talked about trans people. That's it. Trans people are utterly defenseless. Okay. There's no one going out the bat for them. And that's it. That's it. So it's an easy target to lie about. The problem is, if the Democrats put up a fight on the economy, okay, if the Democrats actually gave something that the Republicans had to address and fight back against, then this trans shit would be even less motion. It would have even less motion than it did. But you will never be able to convince people. Uncle Cenk thinks that that's not the case. Virtually every fucking Democrat right now, is like running the trans people cost us the race route. You know what cost the race for Kamala Harris? Infinitely more than trans people, which the media is not addressing at all. Gaza. Every moment that you talk about trans people is a moment you don't have to talk about Gaza. Every moment that you talk about trans people is a moment you don't have to address the awful campaign you ran. That's it. You didn't split from Biden on Gaza or at all. And there you fucking have it. I mean, look. A reminder that this happened during the Democratic primary, and it was a massive warning sign that the Dems actively ignored. We do not know what percentage still voted for Harris, Trump, or third party, or didn't vote at all, but these people were mostly registered Democrats activated enough to participate in the Democratic Party's primaries when there was no one else running against them. And at the time, I said over and over again, the real uncommitted voters are just simply not even going to vote. They're not going to show up come November. So what you see in the party's primaries is the most active base of support for the party. So what you see in the primaries is going to be fucking 5x in the general. Primary election uncommitted vote. Michigan, 101,000 votes. General election, number of votes Harris lost by, 71,700. Wisconsin, primary election uncommitted vote. Voters who withheld vote due to Gaza genocide, 47,800. General election, number of votes Harris lost by, 33,000. Pennsylvania, primary election uncommitted number, 120,000. General election number of voters Harris lost by, 134,000. And once again, I remind you that it's not going to be a perfect number. It's actually significantly more people who then didn't go out and vote. The real uncommitted people simply just don't vote. These are people who are uncommitted that are so firmly invested in the Democratic Party that they're participating in the primary process. North Carolina, 88,900 votes. Kamala Harris lost North Carolina by 191,933 votes. You have to understand. No, it's not. She would have still lost PA. Dude, you're missing the point. Every single uncommitted voter wasn't going to vote for Kamala Harris anyway. Okay? You don't look at the primary to look at the primary to the general election number is not 1-to-1. Okay? Who participates in the Democratic Party's primary process, especially when there is no candidate? Who participates in that process? People who are registered diehard Democratic Party supporters. I know this because I did door knocking I canvassed and I door knocked during the primaries for Bernie Sanders. And what I saw in that process was a shit ton of Bernie supporters who simply were not going out to actually vote for Bernie Sanders. They didn't even know the primary was happening. Most people don't know the primary process is happening when it's happening, okay? There were people who fucking Googled, did Joe Biden drop out on November 4? Okay? The fuck are you talking about? Most people don't even know the general election is happening. There are people who ask me, can I vote tomorrow on Tuesday? Can I vote the rest of this week on Tuesday? There are people that I know. I'm telling you, man, you guys are so locked in and laser focused on the political process that you cannot imagine what the average fucking median voter is thinking or their depth of knowledge when it comes to this sort of stuff. Okay? Understand that if there are 10,000 primary voters that say in the primaries, I'm not voting for Biden, that means there's probably 100,000 voters who are not going to vote for Biden. It's indicative of a much larger number of people. That means you lost 10,000 die-in-the-wool, die-hard Democratic Party supporters in the process. Now, we don't know how many of these uncommitted voters turned around and voted for Kamala Harris. We don't know how many of them turned around and voted for Donald Trump. We don't know how many of them turned around and voted third party. And we don't know how many of them didn't vote. But what you have to understand is that, like I said, if 10,000 voters that are diehard registered Democrats who are participating in the Democratic primary when there's not a fucking single candidate out there, that means there's probably 100,000 people that are just simply not voting. Primary versus general turnout since 2000. Primaries turnout 27%, general 57%. New Jersey primary election turnout 11%, 37% in the general. In the presidential, there were multiple candidates. Primary election turnout in Illinois 23%, general 61%. Do you understand? No, that was 2022, and I'm going back to 2020 numbers now for that reason, because that was midterms. Montana, primary election turnout 45%, general election 72%. It is at the very least twice the amount. Okay? Same principle in 2016. It doesn't matter. Michigan primary election in 2016, 18% turnout, 63% in the general. New York primary election turnout, 19%, 50% in the general. New Jersey primary, 20%, 57% in the general. Do you understand? show turnout rates for 2020? I did. Even in states that do matter, okay? Even in states that do matter, it is at least double those numbers, okay? People don't vote in the primaries. So if there's 10,000 people who didn't vote in the primaries that are uncommitted, there's probably fucking 20,000 people that are not voting in the general. It's that simple, okay? Ugh. That's not double, Hassan. In certain places it's double. In certain places it's fucking 10x. It doesn't matter, especially how the primary process works. By a certain point, it's already packed up. So that lowers turnout for the primary process even further. Okay? My point is, there is never a moment where more people vote in the primary and then less people vote in the general. That's not a thing that happens. Okay? I love that Neek skit is back and immediately pisses me off. Would Harris really have won with Gaza? Because Trump seems to have won by a lot. Oh my God. Look at these fucking numbers, dude. Look at these fucking numbers. And this is not the only number to look at. I think at this point, if you're refusing to reckon with the number of people that either didn't vote for Kamala Harris, stayed at home, or voted for Donald Trump, or voted for fucking Jill Stein or whatever third party due to Gaza in key states that Kamala had to win, you are purposely deluding yourself. There was 1 million different polls that were conducted on this issue. Okay? Even by pure primary numbers, the uncommitted voters in Michigan would have captured Kamala Harris the W. That's it. No, it's not just 2 states, chatters. Oh my God. You're looking at raw numbers. Not every single person that voted uncommitted in the primary didn't vote for Kamala Harris. That's not what I'm saying at all. Why is this so fucking hard for people to understand? Why are you saying XQC? Ugh. Progressives in the huge Muslim community in Michigan thought Harris was too pro-Israel, so they refused to vote for her. Now that Trump won, Israel's preparing to annex the West Bank. Biting off your nose to spite your face is a thing. Yeah, this guy's such a fucking piece of shit. Because, guess what? He didn't give a fuck about Gaza to begin with. Clearly. Like, why are you acting like you gave a fuck? Senior allies of Harris pushed the campaign in the DNC to have a Palestinian speaker on stage at the August convention, trying to further the goodwill Harris had earned from the Arab and Muslim communities furious over Gaza, but they were denied. Going over the script ahead of time, Harris said, "We missed our fundraising deadline." Then she stopped and told aides, "We can't lie to people by saying they missed their fundraising goals," according to 4 people with knowledge of the conversation. One junior level aide later had to tell Harris's campaign chief of staff the truth. The campaign had missed its fundraising goals. There had been rumblings about the financial situation since September, said one Democrat. Another said the campaign had missed its fundraising goal in September after money slowed in August, and the boon from the convention wasn't as high as the campaign expected. How wrong could everyone have gotten this when I just saw it with my own two damn eyes? And in spite of all signs pointing to momentum shifting, the early gains made by the campaign in terms of fundraising, when they responded to public pressure. I said this at the last night of the Democratic National Convention. I said these guys are delusional. But hey, don't listen to me. What the fuck do I know? I fucking said it. Bro, the left is just a bunch of crazies now. The majority is tired of it. I know, dude. Leftist figures like Liz Cheney and Kamala Harris need to be excised from the party. You're right. These fucking loony bin lefties like Liz Cheney, all the Clinton administration, and all the Obama administration consultants need to be cut out. You're so right, brother. We need real Americans out here. We need real Americans who care about American citizens. We need real Americans who are going to sit back and say, enough is enough. No more fucking wars. Why are we spending billions of dollars on overseas operations to advance the interests of corporate profits, to advance the interests of the goddamn defense industry so that a bunch of Raytheon executives can turn profit, okay? When we got 650,000 homeless people in this fucking country right now that are sleeping outside. Why the fuck are we letting these goddamn loony leftists like Liz Cheney with their permanent war attitude, these loony leftists like Kamala Harris with their permanent war perspectives, run the goddamn country? I especially hate the likes of avowed loony leftist, radical Marxist Richie Torres going to Michigan to be like, no, you don't understand. The most leftist position you can get is permanently funding Israel's genocide in Gaza. Or fucking Bill Clinton being like, yeah, no, you don't understand. Like, the Bible says Israel belongs to Israel, and therefore all the Palestinians there have to be killed. These loony leftists must go. Okay? That's right. Loony leftists like William Jefferson Clinton. I'm done. I'm done with these guys. This article was on CNN, uploaded 2 minutes ago.
From inside the campaign for Kamala Harris as Democrats continue their infighting over her defeat in the presidential election. New reporting from Notus, N-O-T-U-S, a great website, suggests that there's finger pointing and blame gaming at all levels of the Harris campaign over the campaign strategy or lack thereof, decision making or lack thereof, mismanagement or management of funds. Let's bring in Jasmine Wright, who's covering this story for Notice. Also with us, CNN's chief national affairs correspondent, Jeff Zeleny. So Jasmine, per usual, great reporting. You have this great story describing the Harris campaign as a disorganized operation that was more reflective of Joe Biden than of Kamala Harris. She was unable to capitalize on that initial voter enthusiasm. She was unable to make a clear distinction between herself and Joe Biden. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of examples into this piece about how the initial campaign under Joe Biden was put together. The fact that it was based off of the fact that, you know, they may not have a lot of voter enthusiasm, not a lot of volunteers, maybe even not a lot of donor money. And so they were kind of scrappy, but that meant that it was difficult for people once Harris replaced Biden to scale up and really capture that enthusiasm and capture all that money. We know when Biden was on the ticket, it was difficult for them to staff up. People didn't want to work for Joe Biden and people didn't want to move to Wilmington. And so that left in people's minds that we talked to, people in these really key senior roles, potentially 4 or 8 years too junior for that very specific role. And so when it came to the vice president being on top, they were having problems fundraising. We reported that they missed a fundraising deadline in September after revising that a couple times based off of the projections that they made when she made a lot of money coming into it, but also some of the problems with the culture, particularly around folks. One person said that they kind of had a gallows humor, a 9-to-5 work mentality, and that they were very hesitant to take advice from Harris aides that the vice president brought in once she topped the ticket. And of course, there was just a lot of criticism over the campaign leadership and what the data and analytics team were doing and what research that they were actually looking at to form their analysis of the race.
So a lot of the aides you spoke to blamed the campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, who wanted to own all decision making, they say, for the campaign. At Biden's request, you write, Harris largely kept his pre-existing campaign infrastructure, as you just noted, including keeping O'Malley Dillon instead of bringing in her own campaign manager. And aides that you spoke with said she created a bottleneck, resisted advice, even withheld key polling information. Is there unanimity that it's her fault, per se?
Well, I think ultimately what I talked to is that people blame Joe Biden. They blame Joe Biden for staying on the ticket too long. They blame Joe Biden in his initial campaign for being unable to recognize just how deeply upset Americans were about the economy, about immigration, and about some of these other larger issues. But they say that these issues under the hood at the campaign, right, it's kind of like death by 1,000 cuts. They may have not lost the race for them, but they certainly did not help. And they feel very, very seriously that it did not put the vice president in the best position to win when she changed over in July.
Certainly not. You only have 107 days to run for president. Jeff, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi certainly sounds like she is blaming a lot of this on Joe Biden for not getting out of the race back in 2022, 2023, when he could have allowed a thriving Democratic process, a strong primary and caucus process, somebody who could separate themselves from Joe Biden.
Look, this was always going to be difficult given the inflation headwind.
No, people say only 107 days, but like Donald Trump literally fundraised less, spent half of his money on fucking all the legal shit that he had to deal with, and he still clobbered the Democrats, okay? Yeah, he started 2 years ago. If you think that his situation looked good 2 years ago, you're out of your fucking mind. Trump had 4 years. He started 2 years ago, but he didn't actually fucking gain momentum until like the last 100 days as well. I mean, before then he was clapping because Biden was ass, but I see MSM being a huge reason why so many Americans have been disgusted with the left.
But many people agree with Speaker Pelosi. If you look back to the midterms of 2022, that is something that emboldened President Biden, that he thought the message from the midterms, where Democrats did not get blown out, that they thought that that was a sign that there was some sort of need or market for him. So that was one thing. That, there's no question the timing and his decisions really affected everything. Also, an over-reliance on abortion rights. That was also a lesson mislearned. A variety of people we've talked.
No one will look at this. Literally, no one will look at this. They don't believe this at all. Everyone in the media is like, no, you don't understand. You don't understand. No one. And I mean no one. No one gives a shit. No one cares about the truth. Everyone is just simply apologize for what? Apologize for what? You guys realize I know what this study is, right? I read it when it first came out. That the anti-trans panic ads were ineffective, according to polling from Data for Progress. That it doesn't matter. That people are like, yeah, I don't really give a shit about this stuff. I now fully agree with what you were saying about the GOP's anti-trans ad strategy. The $140 million wasn't to motivate people to vote, but to make the Democrat establishment agree with their position in the first place, an investment into the future of controlled opposition. Yes. Because Democrats are so primed by whatever the fuck conservatives say about them, it does not matter. Like, Republicans tomorrow could be like, Democrats want to kill every firstborn male child in this country, okay? And run $100 million worth of ads saying that. And the Democrats would turn around and be like, you know, we lost because we wanted to kill every firstborn male child in the country. And we really got to take a cold, hard look at ourselves. It's like, what are you saying? No one said that. Like, why? What do you mean? No one gives a shit about it. No one said it. Why are you being gaslit by the dumbest people on the planet? It's so fucking stupid. Just catching up on this pro-Israel rally at DC's baseball stadium that undershot expected attendance by 90%, 95%, and oh man. So the marketing and press emails promised a smaller but still substantial number. One predicted nearly 40,000. Another said 30,000. But as the rally began in the afternoon, it became clear that the bar had been set far too high. In the end, perhaps 2,000 people showed up. Where are all the Jews out there anyway? The MC, actor, and comedian Tiffany Haddish said in the middle of the event as rain drizzled on empty seats on a chilly day. Where are all the Jews at? We will never see any paid consultants say, it's all my fault. I blew $900 million. You probably should never hire me again. I mean, I get that. God, Tiffany Haddish is so gross. Yeah, Gretchen blew her goodwill on this issue to go to this. I know. The study was wrong. Clearly, the anti-trans ads worked on the DNC. Yes. The anti-trans panic ads did not work on average Americans. It was not like a major motivator for them to go out and vote. But it did work on the one group that matters the most. The consultant class and the fucking media. It worked on my uncle, too. He also believes the trans ads were so successful. And there is no way I can get to him. Okay? There's just no fucking way that I can convince anyone over the age of 45 that this anti-trans panic shit was not prescient. And now it might. Because the Democrats are also going to fucking lean into this shit. And they have been. It's so crazy. Oh. Every facet of media is like all collectively doing the same thing over and over again. They did this with the crime stuff. I was like, look at the data. There is no extra amount of crime that's happening. You guys are fucking losing your minds. I was right, but it doesn't matter. People still believe that crime is completely out of control. There's crime happening literally in every facet of society. There's just an unimaginable sea of murders. Every American in the suburbs, if you're a white man in the suburbs, you're going to get executed. Sorry. You're going to get decapitated by an urban style gorilla. Okay. It does not matter. We have urban guerrilla warfare happening right now as we speak. Okay. We have created units of militias armed to the fucking gills, and they're doing, okay, they're trans, they're armed, okay? They have machetes, they have AK-47s, and they're coming to the fucking suburbs. It's happening. Sorry, they're going to come for you. It's happening. I've been convinced. I've seen it. I've seen it in the media. I think that's what's going on. It doesn't matter that it's not happening in my neighborhood. If you come ask me, I will tell you, well, it's not happening here, but I'm sure it's happening elsewhere. Same with immigration. Immigrants are all coming from Guatemala. There's 12 billion Guatemalans that are literally armed to the teeth as well. Okay, they're joining the instead of the transnational gangs, we now have national trans gangs, okay, that are engaging in urban guerrilla warfare alongside the Guatemalan migrants. The Haitians are now joining. They're eating the cats and dogs, okay? And the Guatemalans are here, and they're here to stay. Why do I believe this? Have I seen it with my own eyes? No. But I feel like it's happening. Why? Because television told me it's happening. Oh. That's it. That's it. This isn't fake news. You're almost 34, so you can't mess around anymore. Yeah. Yeah, one day I'm going to find myself lost in the fucking sauce. I'm going to watch like one AI video and believe it, and then it's over. Oh. This sucks. I've already had some psycho MAGA guy try to get me fired from my job just for being trans. They had to ban him from the store for repeatedly harassing them via phone. And that was 2023. Ugh. I'm sorry, chatter. It did happen in my neighborhood, and now my neighbors have lost their minds. It was my neighbor's fault, though. Left their doors unlocked with their keys and purse in the car, so they literally just hopped in and drove off. I just turned 26 this week. Watched Inside Out yesterday. This motherfucker can dunk. I didn't know Prem was 26. He's young as hell. I thought he was my age. Oh. I was talking to my mom and all the immigration lawyers are packed as everyone's trying to get some documentation to not get reported. Ay. I'm tired. I'm done. 6:30. It's not even like 7. But I'm done for today. At a time when truth increasingly does not matter, okay, you have to be extra committed. You have to be extra committed and you have to fight for what's right. Oh, we're so fucking back to 2016, but it's somehow worse than it was before. All right. Peace, everybody.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.